another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now. Okay.
Iwe niile
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody will pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, navigator, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You really move, I really master. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my miracle, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you wife, but you must pay me some more money when I bring up. I be the master. I be the master.
And there it is right there. You be the mogul, he be the master. So good day to you, good to be your company of that. Very, very quickly, we've cascaded yet into another weekend, and that is the tapestry of life. You know, we've knocked the door and it's been opened from the inside into November where I am. It's already November the 1st. I can remember just as early as yesterday when we were saying Happy New Year to each other. So that's how quickly life goes by. Good day. Hopefully you are spending it productively. It's more the case. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful week. Cascading into what is hopefully a restive weekend for you to re-energize for the week to come. So that's just the cycle of life, isn't it? You get it. You know, I've always advocated that the working week should not be more than 4 days. You know, because if you look at the way life has been structured, they work you hard like a slave for 5 days. They give you a bare moment to rest for 2 days, only for you to go back and they work you hard like a slave for another 5 days. And before you know it, your bones are gone, your hair is gone, your teeth is gone, you can't stand up from bed anymore. And then suddenly they tell you that you're retired, and shortly after that, you pass on. So that shouldn't be how life is structured. You know, you should, well, work to live, not live to work. But the way society structures at the moment, where everybody is living to, unless you're of course of independent means, everybody lives to work. So my advocation is for no more than a 4 day week, a 4 working day week. That should be the way things should be. Um, Oga Alpha, there you did now. So our market is always good, though. More so anytime you are here, because of course you are the muscle man that keeps it all going. Good day to you. Good to be your company. All that. I'm not going to ask you to like or subscribe. Just forget all that. You do what you will. But you can super chat though. I will ask you to super chat, and I will ask you to say hello in the comment section so I can say hello back to you. So the hellos are always important. So we just start it off with a nice and pleasant tone before we get into the heavy heat of our politicking. So let's start it off in a nice and civil tone before we get into the cut and thrust and parry of our politics. So say hello in the comment section. I say hello to myself, of course, because of course I have no friends, and say hello to each other in the comment section as well. So let's I actually saw something earlier on. One of our panelists here, Kenny Mighty. He does a lot of streaming on TikTok, and then he's celebrating his birthday today. If you're listening to us, Kenny, happy birthday to you. He's celebrating his birthday today. Somewhere not too far from me, actually. It's just that I can't go out for reasons that I am constrained within the confines of the responsibilities of looking after a family that's young. Uh, but he's celebrating his birthday, and I was streaming it, and I was watching a lot of the people that he met on TikTok. They were there at that party celebrating with him, and that's how life is. So all this, we're not actually as anonymous as we imagine ourselves to be. Joel of Nashville, when he was going to Nigeria via Amsterdam, he stopped over and met with Solly, and they went smoking Igbo round Amsterdam for a couple of days before he went on from there to Nigeria. So a lot of that. Kenneth met who is it? Uptown met Chioma. So there are real people in all of this anonymity that we think we have, and often instances they do meet. So always important to be pleasant and to exchange pleasantries. And the pleasantries start off with well, this is not so pleasant actually. This is from Alex Oyema. I wish it was Alan Oyema. Well, I don't actually wish it was Alan Oyema. It makes no difference to me. So this is from Alex Oyema, who is saying, "Good morning, woman," and then he's reporting Simba for being a bit heavy-handed. So Simba, please don't be heavy-handed with Alex. And that is has Valiant right there, of course, known as a son. That's a son right there, querying where we're starting off with the Inandi Kanu song. That's Ufoma Michael right there, regular as clockwork. He joins a real senior member of this family. That's Oga right there, of course, the joint CEO of the platform alongside Ayo, as you all know. That's Adewale right there, often a panelist, sometimes a commentator. That's Ola Bosun, Oshunleti right there. Good to see you, Bosun, my guy. So on and on it goes. So keep saying hello in the uh one of your obedient friends are celebrating. The obedience have no cause to celebrate now. The train has left the station and it has left them behind. So the obedience have absolutely category. The obedience is a dead and buried movement. So the obedient is past tense now. It doesn't stand or mean anything anymore. Um, because of course Peter B struggles to lead that space. So yes. So other, why don't we go just get started? Keep saying hello in the comment section, and anytime I pop back into the studio, then I'll acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So I say hello, share the links, and super chat towards the stream. So all that. Pardon me. So do all those things. Let's just get started. We start it off with a nice, and let me remove that thing from the screen. So I know some of you sometimes like to read along, so let me remove that. That's AB right there, saying one man. So good to see you, AB. Keep saying hello in the comment section. That's Prince right there. Good morning. Happy Halloween. Prince from Hackney. It's been so long since we last saw Prince. I wonder what happened. I thought maybe it'd been. I thought maybe he's gone to Nigeria and decided to go to the southeast and he's met his friends with the AK-47 there. So good to see that you're safe and well, Prince. And that is Abu Mumin right there, half man, half monkey. And that's has Valiant right there, doing it in the manner that we prefer with a supercharge. So keep doing all that. So let's get into it. We kick it off with this one. What APC can do with two-thirds National Assembly majority. So this is an open ticket for Tinubu to just pass any law that he wants. There is categorically no opposition left in Nigeria. Do you know that the Bayelsa state, I've even stopped now reporting news of defections now to the APC. It just happens on a daily basis. It's like going to the kitchen to get a glass of water. People defecting to the APC. All of the lawmakers have defected. All of the state governors are defecting. So I'm not quite sure with the last opposition person to leave the opposition room, please turn off the lights and close the door. Is dead and buried. Anything like opposition. They say Tinubu is creating a one-party state. Well, he's already a one-party state. So shall we just get started? Pardon me. Yes. What APC can do with two-thirds National Assembly majority? So I think we all already know what they are able to, probably likely will do with that majority. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has secured a two-third majority in the House of Representatives following the defection of 6 more lawmakers on Thursday, just weeks after attaining the same status in the Senate. So I'm not quite sure if this is a coordinated move, but they control all the houses now. So Tinubu is emerging as the most powerful yet president that we've ever had. So the way the government is structured now, it can pretty much just wake up from bed, have a thought, and that thought will become law without anybody really pushing back anything against him. The world will cave in first before Akpabio opposes Tinubu. So Akpabio already a lapdog, and Akpabio now he has converged a whole bunch of lapdogs within all of those within the Senate certainly, and Tajuddin Abbas has collected a whole bunch of lapdogs within the House of Reps as well. So Tinubu is now, as it stands, the most powerful president we've ever had. The ruling All Progressive Congress APC has secured a two-third majority in the House of Representatives following the defection of 6 more lawmakers on Thursday, just weeks after attaining the same status in the Senate. 5 members of the People's Democratic Party PDP from Enugu State and 1 Labour Party LP lawmaker from Plateau State announced their defection to the APC during plenary, further boosting the ruling party's numerical strength in the Green Chambers. The two-third majority threshold in the 360-member House of Representatives is 240. With the latest defections, the APC now commands 243 seats, whilst the PDP has dropped to 72. The Labour Party holds 21 seats, the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP 15, the All Progressive Grand Alliance APGA 5, the African Democratic Congress ADC 1. Also, that would be from defection, of course. Showore doesn't even have a House of Rep member, and all he ever does is just make noise. The two-third majority threshold in the 360-member House is 240. With the latest defections, the APC now commands 243 seats, while the PDP has dropped to 72. The Labour Party now holds 21 seats. the New Nigeria People's Party NNPP 15, the All Progressive Grand Alliance ABGA 5, the African Democratic Congress ADC 1, Social Democratic Party SDP 2, and the Young Progressive Party YPP 1. The Senate had earlier attained a similar supermajority following waves of defection since mid-year. At the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly in June 2023, the APC had 175 seats in the House of Representatives, with the combined opposition parties collectively holding 182. So the opposition actually had a majority just as early as 2 years ago at the inauguration of this assembly, giving them a slim edge at the time. However, a steady stream of defections over the past year has reversed that balance, consolidating the APC's dominance in both chambers as lawmakers realign ahead of the 2027 general election. So it's just unbelievable stuff. Actually, Tinubu is the most powerful president yet that we've ever had. That is without equivocation. That's Thomas's word, isn't it? Without equivocation. So without equivocation, Tinubu the most powerful president we've ever had. Alleged 33.2 billion naira fraud. EFCC tenders more documents in evidence against Dasuki others. I thought they had led this Dasuki. There's so many heavyweight corruption charges in Nigeria that you lose track of it sometimes. Do you remember Dasuki was the biggest corruption story once upon a time, but they've stolen so much under the Buhari administration that Dasuki now looks like a choir boy. Alleged 33.2 billion naira fraud. EFCC tenders more documents in evidence against Dasuki others. So the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Friday tendered more evidence in the trial of retired Colonel Sambo Dasuki and 3 others before an Abuja High Court. Dasuki, a former National Security Advisor, is charged with an amended 32-count charge bordering on criminal breach of trust, dishonest release, and receiving various sums of money to the tune of 33.2 billion naira. He was accused of misappropriating security funds in the account of the Office of the National Security Advisor alongside a former general manager with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, Aminu Baba Kusa. The others are 2 firms, Acacia Holdings and Reliance Referral Hospital Limited. The EFCC arraigned the 4 defendants afresh on March the 25th in a case that began in 2015. The anti-graft agency accused Dasuki, amongst others, of releasing the equivalent of 10 billion naira in foreign currencies from the National Security Advisor's account. The account with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) for the all right. So oh no, let's actually take. I was going to abandon it, but let's take it again. Actually, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) on Friday tendered more evidence in the trial of retired Colonel Sambo Dasuki and 3 others before an Abuja High Court. Dasuki, a former National Security Advisor, is charged with an amended 32-count charge bordering on criminal breach of trust, dishonest release, and receiving various sums of money to the tune of 33.2 billion naira. He was accused of misappropriation of security funds in the account of the Office of the National Security Advisor alongside a former general manager with the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation (NNPC), Aminu Baba Kusa. The others are 2 firms, Acacia Holdings Limited and Reliance Referral Hospital Limited. The EFCC arraigned the 4 defendants afresh on March the 25th in a case that began in 2015. The anti-graft agency accused Dasuki, amongst others, of releasing the equivalent of 10 billion naira in foreign currencies from the National Security Advisor's account. The account with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), the account with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) for the 2014 presidential primary election of the then ruling People's Democratic Party (PDP). Dasuki and his co-defendants, however, pleaded not guilty to the charges. At the resumed hearing of the case, PWI Aderiku Michael, a detective with EFCC, informed the court that the commission received an intelligence report on September the 25th, 2015, bordering on abuse of office and money laundering. It was taken in evidence by the prosecution. He alleged that the Office of the National Security Advisor moved huge sums of money between October 2014 and 2015 to accounts of various companies. So I wonder, I wonder how much of this money is that I'm past the prosecution stage now. Actually, I'm just really about recovery now. I wonder how much of that money they are able to recover. They can recover. Alleged coup plot. Showore demands fair, transparent or transparent trial for detained military officers. So forget that one, no, because they are tried along military rules, which is not the usual. They don't. I'm not sure that they have the full protection of the Constitution because they are court-martialed, aren't they? They go in front of a military panel as opposed to a court of law. A human rights activist and former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress (AACC), Omoyele Sowore, has demanded a transparent and fair judicial process in the ongoing investigation of an alleged coup plot that has rocked Nigeria's military and political circles. Sowore, in a statement issued on Friday, said while it remains unclear whether the alleged coup plot is factual or politically fabricated, one thing is evident. Several senior military officers have been arrested and detained under suspicious circumstances by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Sowore, in a post on his X handle, emphasized the need for transparency and accountability in the handling of the case, citing concerns over secret trials and politically motivated accusations. In the midst of the alleged coup plot, whether it is true or not, it is clear that some military officers have been arrested. What matters now is that we demand a fair, open, and transparent process. Nigeria has seen far too many secret trials and politically motivated accusations of coup plots in the past, Sowore said. If justice is to mean anything, the public deserves the truth, not another show of force or scapegoating. So this is Sowore saying it's show of force or scapegoating, but then this runs contrary to commentaries that he also made recently. So this is why people just find Sowore somewhat of a ridiculous person. This is Sowore telling us that he doesn't even know if the coup existed or not, but just as recently as a couple of days ago, this is what he had to say.
It's not a rumor, but there's a coup. There was a coup plot, and people were rounded up. And the revolution came from Sahara reporters, the newspaper I founded, and their reaction. It's fake news. They sponsored their trolls. They were attacking everybody who revealed it. But we knew a long time ago that this was a situation. I think they started planning the coup since 2024. And I think it was followed in 2025.
They started, and, from the intel that you have, they started the planning from 2024.
Yes. Some of the sources that I spoke to told me that part of the reason the crackdown was very hard on the bad governance was because they knew around that time that some people were planning a coup. And I think some arrests of military officers were made around that period too. So if you notice during bad governance, their major grasp was that, you know, there was Russian flags on the street and this would promote coup. And it was a time that all these Sahel countries had been taken over by military jackboots. So they started that around 2024.
So that should show, right? Just as recent as a couple of days ago, telling us categorically that the coup did take place, according to his sources. That coup did, it didn't take place, so it was attempted, because of course, if it took place, then we have succeeded. But still within that space, Air Force officers, Air Force officer detailed to kill Ribadu in false coup plot. So there was a list of 16 that came out. There was one Air Force officer, one Navy officer, and then 14 Army officers. So we have the list of the arrested so far. Yes. So the naval officer was actually designated to Pi Ribadu. Uh, yes, let me not even say that. So the naval officer was actually designated to Pi Ribadu. Air Force, or not the naval, but the Air Force officer was designated to Pi Ribadu. Air Force officer detailed to Pi Ribadu in failed coup plot. SB Adamu, a squadron leader with service number XYZ from Jigawa State, was posted. Let's test it from the top actually. An Air Force officer recently posted to the Office of the National Security Advisor was detailed to Pai Nuhu Ribadu, the National Security Advisor. Sources familiar with investigations of the alleged coup plot have told correspondents. SB Adamu, a squadron leader with service number XYZ from Jigawa State, was posted to the National Counter-Terrorism Center, a program coordinated by the Office of the National Security Advisor 4 weeks before the alleged coup plot was botched. Contrary to reports that many of the suspects were working in the NSA office, Adamu was the only one linked to the office through the NCTC. So that's the program, of course. Military sources told correspondents that Adamu Garba Laka, a major general and national coordinator of the NCTC, requested a specific officer to be posted to the center in August 2025. He was surprised that his request was not approved. Instead, Adamu was posted to the office, and this is now fueling speculation that the alleged coup plotters had infiltrated the military hierarchy. Adamu was a member of the President Tinubu recently did a clear out, sacking 2 of his service chiefs, including Hassan Abubakar and Air Marshal. The detailed squadron leader was allegedly detailed to take out Ribadu, just as some other officers were tasked with killing other senior government officials, correspondents can report. He was said to be cooperating with investigators. Military authorities are yet to officially confirm the coup plot. Defense headquarters DHQ insisted in a press statement after the story broke that the ongoing investigation of 16 officers is a routine internal process aimed at ensuring discipline and professionalism is maintained within the ranks. Atuka Gusau, a brigadier and director of defense information, said findings of the investigation will be made public. Media reports have continued to reveal the identities of those detained after the story broke. So the Air Force guy in the military ensemble was meant to have taken out Nuhu Ribadu. So there's that. Court bars INEC from recognizing outcome of PDP National Convention. So why exactly would they do that? There's no point in anybody interfering with PDP anymore. They are perfectly capable of self-sabotaging, and they have been doing that excellently well since 2015. A federal high court in Abuja has restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) from recognizing the outcome of the forthcoming 2025 National Convention of the People's Democratic Party (PDP). Justice James Omotosho issued the order on Friday whilst delivering judgment in a suit challenging the legality of the convention. The judge predicated the decision on the grounds that the PDP failed to comply with relevant conditions and laws for the conduct of such convention. So, who is actually instituting the suit? I think it's INEC, isn't it? Or who is instituting the suit, restraining them? In addition, the court held that the signing of notices and correspondence of PDP by its national chairman without the national secretary violated the law and consequently made such notices and correspondence a nullity. Besides, Justice Omotosho held that the PDP failed to issue the mandatory 21-day notice of meetings and congresses to enable INEC carry out its mandatory duty of monitoring such meetings and congresses. It therefore restrained INEC from receiving, publishing, or recognizing the outcome of the convention slated for Ibadan until the law has been complied with. Three aggrieved members of the party who instituted the case are Austin Nwachukwu, PDP Imo, Aham Abraham Nanan, Abia PDP, and Tuma Alab George, PDP South South. So is internal hemorrhaging is what's going on in the PDP there. Internal hemorrhaging. 2027 elections. Why Jonathan can't run for president? Former appeal court president explains. Former president of the Court of Appeal, Justice Ayo Salami, said ex-president Goodluck Jonathan cannot run for the 2027 presidential election. Salami explained that the Nigerian Constitution explicitly bars any individual from holding the office of president for more than 8 years. Goodluck Jonathan, oh yes. If Goodluck Jonathan wins an election, then he would, because I think he already has 6 and a bit years in the bank. You know, he's already bagged 6 and a bit years. So if he, all right, well, you know, there's so many things stopping Goodluck Jonathan from contesting that election anyway. Why Jonathan can't run for president? Former appeal court president explains. Former president of the Court of Appeal, Justice Ayo Salami, said ex-president Goodluck Jonathan cannot run for the 2027 presidential election. Salami explained that the Nigerian Constitution explicitly bars any individual from holding the office of president for more than 8 years. As reported by the Nigerian Tribune, the Constitution makes Jonathan ineligible to run again in 2027. He explained that Jonathan completed the tenure of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua before serving his own full term. Salami argued that the former Court of Appeal made it known in its opinion piece. So Salami argued that any attempt by Jonathan to contest and win in 2027 would amount to a violation of the law. He stressed that such victory will be nullified by the court. It is painstakingly and dispassionately demonstrated that the ambition of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to contest for the office of the president in 2027 general election is effectively and undoubtedly shut down. So there it is. It says Jonathan considering ADC, he can consider anything in life. I don't think there's quite any room in the ADC for any person. So now let's not go to the headline piece. So this is Donald Trump now, circle wagoning the Nigerian state. You know, I'm not completely opposed to this particular piece, but I only wish it happened under the Buhari administration, where that agenda actually started, the Islamization agenda. So it's a little bit too late now because the Tinubu space is now trying to sanitize what Buhari did. If the Americans were going to move at all, they should have moved against Buhari. Um, Trump redesignates Nigeria as country of particular concern over Christian. Do we want to be using this word? Is it a trigger word? Over Christian genocide claims. I don't think we can avoid that word, so we just have to take the heat from YouTube. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern over reports of genocide against Christians. In a statement issued on social media on Friday, October the 31st, Trump said Christianity was facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being pied. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern, but that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered like is happening in Nigeria, something must be done. So this is it. So I'm not quite sure that I'm completely opposed to this stance. If the Americans want to deploy to northern Nigeria, because the northern Nigeria cannot be contained by the Nigerian state for so many reasons. The northern Nigerians control the army, and then their preponderance and propensity for violence is not something that the Nigerian state can handle if they want to overwhelm the space. So that's why they let them just get away with all the killings. But if the Americans come in with their muscles, that might well be something that would help. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has redesignated. So, by redesignation, that is to tell you that Nigeria had previously been designated as a country of particular concern. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern over reports of genocides against Christians. In a statement issued on social media on Friday, October the 31st, Trump said Christians were facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being pied. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern, but that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered like is happening in Nigeria, something must be done. I am asking Congressman Riley Moore, together with Chairman Tom Cole and the House Appropriation Committee, to immediately look into this matter and report back to me. The United States cannot stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous other countries. We stand ready, willing, and able to save our great Christian population around the world. U.S. Senator Ted Cruz recently made the claim of a Christian genocide in Nigeria, a claim that has been refuted by the federal government and some religious leaders. Senator Ted Cruz alleged that Nigeria is experiencing a Christian genocide, claiming that Christians are being targeted and executed for their faith by Islamic terror groups. So this is the tweet by Donald Trump. Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria. Thousands of Christians are being pied. Radical Islamists are responsible for this mass slaughter. I am hereby making Nigeria a country of particular concern. But that is the least of it. When Christians or any such group is slaughtered like is happening in Nigeria, uh, something must be done. I am asking Congressman Riley Moore, together with Chairman Tom Cole and the House Appropriations Committee, to immediately look into this matter and report back to me. The United States cannot stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria and numerous other countries. We stand ready, willing, and able to save our great Christian population around the world. So that sounds like the ominous threats of our American jackboots on the shores of Nigeria. So still within that space, Trump's CPC. So CPC is a country of particular concern. Trump's CPC move threatens Nigeria's U.S. counter-terrorism partnership. This is a former Buhari aide speaking to that space. Former presidential aide Bashir Ahmed has warned that the decision by the United States president to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern will have serious implications for the country's counter-terrorism operations. Trump, in a post in his Truth social platform on Friday, claimed that Christianity was facing an existential threat in Nigeria, accusing radical Islam, etc., etc. Reacting to the development in a post via his X handle, Ahmed expressed concern that the move could disrupt Nigeria's long-standing military partnership with the United States, particularly in area of weapon procurement and counter-insurgency support. Finally, some of our countrymen, with the help of certain U.S. officials, have landed us in this mess, Ahmed said. He lamented that the redesignation could result in sanctions that will affect Nigeria's ability to acquire sophisticated arms needed to combat terrorism. Nigeria has almost solely relied on the United States in its fight against terrorism, purchasing the majority of its sophisticated weapons from them. Now, with the new sanctions, how are we supposed to effectively confront the very same terrorists committing the atrocities? He said. There it is right there. Um, so there it is right there. We're still staying within that space. Trump places Nigeria on watch list over claims of anti-Christian violence. This one is coming out of Al Jazeera. Yes. Does it give us anything? Does it add anything to what we already have on the table? Um, United States President Donald Trump has announced that Nigeria will be placed on a watch list for religious freedom based on vague claims that Christians in the country are being slaughtered by Muslims. In a social media post on Friday, Trump explained that the African nation will be added to a Department of State list of country of particular concern. Does this give us anything? All right. So that's that. Let's go. We're still within that space, actually. Genocide. Mossad demands immediate probe of allegations linking Sultan of Sokoto to extremist groups in Nigeria. So a lot of people have always speculated to the possible involvement of the Sultan of Sokoto in all of these excesses of insurgency that we're seeing in Nigeria, which is in the final push to fulfill the Danfodio promise of dipping the Quran in the sea. That is to say, to control all the way through the Sahel to the Atlantic. That's what they mean. So that is to tell you that to turn Nigeria into a full-blown Islamic state. The movement for the actualization of sovereign states of Biafra, Mossab, has called on relevant security agencies to immediately probe the allegations linking the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Saad Abubakar III, with extremist groups, including Al-Qaeda terrorist organizations. The former mayor of Bianco, Texas, Mike Arnold, had accused the Sultan of Sokoto and chairman of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council over his comments dismissing claims of genocides against Christians in northern Nigeria. Arnold also accused the Sultan of being complicit in violence against Christians and called on him to prove his innocence regarding the alleged killings. The former U.S. mayor also alleged that the religious leader, the Sultan of Sokoto, Saad Abubakar III, had links to extremist groups and bore responsibility for the ongoing persecution of Christians in Nigeria. Mossad demands probe stating that the Sultan of Sokoto had recently alleged that Christians and Muslims have coexisted peacefully in the north for centuries, describing the allegations of religious killings in Nigeria as misleading and divisive. In a press release signed by Mossad's information person, he said, "Our position on Christian genocide in Nigeria still remains that of Senator Ted Cruz and the former U.S. State Mayor Mark Arnold, also calling on relevant security agencies in Nigeria to probe the allegations linking the Sultan of Sokoto with extremists. Mossad also pleads with Trump's administration to impose tougher sanctions on Nigeria over the Christian genocide in Nigeria. If the powerful Soviet Union could be divided into, all right, so they then go into their ethnic jingle. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. That's all I've got. Let me play you the clips that we do have, and then we see if anybody turns up or we'll be having an early night. So where are we picking it up? Do you want to pick it up from here? I don't even, do I want to play this today, or do I want this sort of a session or not? Is my question to myself. There's a particular clip that I could have played, should have played, because I've had it for about 2-3 sessions now. But a lot of people keep sending it in, so clearly people want it played. But let me just play it, and then you see what you're making of it. We've often said, I have often said that it was very much the Southwest that civilized the Southeast. For whatever civilization that they have, a lot of people might argue that space still very much uncivilized. But for whatever little civilization they have in the Southeast, it's all entirely credited to the Southwest. And even the Southeasterners acknowledges. A lot of people have sent in this clip that I'm about to play you now. So watch this.
Well, this is a permanent mark that the gospel that came here, the story cannot be changed, especially because the gospel is continuing. It is not something that happened once upon a time, but it happened and continues to happen, and with the resolve we see of the bishop here, it will happen till Jesus comes.
Yes, we know that Bishop Crowder loved the people of this land, and God sent him to bring the light of the gospel, and it is through him that we saw education was brought, good health, hospitals, and then the civilization that transformed the entire Igbo land and the whole country, Nigeria. So we are excited that he started here. And this symbol here will continue to remind us of the sacrifice he made, the price he paid to serve our Lord Jesus Christ, challenging us to make similar sacrifice for the gospel to continue to be spread.
I'm only happy, I'm excited because
something unique is happening, and we thank God for it, reminding us of what has gone before, because when we learn about a good history, will inform our futures. And so we have to be wise to listen to what was said today, and to thank the Lord Bishop for actually making it happen, so that those who are working now will be rightly informed to inform what to do in the future. And we are praying that all the younger clergy and all the younger bishops and whoever has carried.
About 10 people sent in that clip, by the way, but it's well documented in all of the historical books. The Southwest was the people that primarily civilized the Southeast. It's just a statement of fact. It's not even anybody having a dig at anybody else. It's just an actual factual statement. It was the Southwest that civilized the Southeast for whatever civilization that they have. Let's see. What else am I playing here? No, I don't want to play that. Not after having just played that one. What else should I play here? All right. Let's leave that one. Here is a clip of Dangote telling us that he saved Nigeria.
One of the things that people didn't really notice or realize is that without this refinery, you would have ended up buying dollar at a ridiculous rate, not at 1,470. It's 1,455 today. So it is a major gain. You wouldn't have seen the dollar rate, dropping, and also seen our foreign reserves going up. And I can assure you, within the next 1 or 2 months, with the new policy of the government supporting the downstream, you see the dollar rate will actually improve a lot. I mean, if I have dollars today, I'd rather sell than to wait till next 1 month or so. You'll see it.
How many times have I told you on this platform that the actual value of the naira to the dollar is about 800 to 900, and it's not even me saying it. It's the financial houses that have been saying that all the way through. That when the naira settles, the value is 800 to 900 to the dollar. So let's go on from that to another clip. This is a clip of the Alaafin of Oyo inviting the Ooni of Ife to a fist fight. So these are fighting moves being made by the Alaafin right here. Watch this. So now that was at some sort of social gathering to celebrate the birthday of somebody that turned 90, a socialite that turned 90. So all the greats and goods were there, and they were all lined astride, passing the microphone to each other. So the Ooni makes a speech, passes the microphone to the Alaafin, who was stood right next to him. Whoever made that arrangement is clearly a mischief maker. So rather than take the microphone directly, the Alaafin, rather, he then passed the microphone on to one of his minions to give it a good clean and then wrap it in a white handkerchief before he then took it to speak. So those are fighting moves right there from the Alaafin of Oyo. But then again, in Oyo State, we say Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan, Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan. So it's all about the street fight for the Oyo people, I being one of them. So now we're going back now to this designation that Trump has given Nigeria, and a lot of people making a lot of attribution, and they are making the attribution then that it was the stance that Nigeria took in terms of the goings on in Gaza that has precipitated this particular redesignation, and they are presenting this next clip that I'm about to play you now as evidence of that. Watch this.
The people of Palestine are not collateral damage in a civilization searching for order. They are human beings. equal in work, entitled to the same freedoms and dignities that the rest of us take for granted.
So there it is right there. A lot of people making the attribution that that is exactly why this redesignation is taking place. So we have that. Let's go on from that to, actually, let's play this one first. So this is the Nnamdi Kanu space, and this is Joe Igbokwe telling us why he's celebrating the incarceration of the yellow-skinned man from Umar here. So here is Joe Igbokwe telling us, and what you're about to hear from Joe Igbokwe here is a blood-curdling sort of narrative about Nnamdi Kanu, and people tell us the Nnamdi Kanu is probably worse than Boko Haram combined. He, as just one individual, is more dangerous than Boko Haram combined. Listen to this.
You post one very dramatic picture when you hear of the arrest of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Very dramatic picture. You raise your hands into the air and you begin to thank God for what you say happened at that moment. What did they go through your mind?
He said on Radio Biafra that if they see me, his boys, they should behead me and kill all my children, destroy my home. And, you know, I played it down, but I put my life in the hands of God, that of my family. Because I was asking myself, has he gotten to this? That you cannot hear, you know, voices that are not saying, no, we can't go this way. I'm older than him. I saw the Civil War. He didn't see the Civil War. I know what we went through. I didn't go to school during the Civil War. I was in primary 6, primary 5, when war started in 1967. And after the war, I started again in primary 5. I went back to starting with primary 5. And I understand.
All right. So that's Joe Igbokwe giving yet another account of just how evil and sinister a person, how sinister and evil a person, and it's almost like it's a Luciferian sort of a character. I'll go to that extreme. Nnamdi Kanu is a Luciferian sort of a character, and if they don't beach that guy and send him to his maker, then the whole of the country will rise against the Tinubu administration. That guy needs to be shot. So let's go on from that to other matters. Yes. So now the excesses of the obedience space, it seems to have reawoken somewhat an ethnic nationalism within the Yoruba space. You know, this lazy and illiterate agricultural language that we hear from that space, the lazy, illiterate agricultural narrative from that space seems to have reawoken some sort of ethnic nationalism within the Yoruba space. And I've got about 3 examples, but I'll play you maybe 2. I've got examples of that. So watch these 2 clips to that space that I've just presented.
And so I stand here not only as a humble leader among the Southwest governor, but also as the governor of the largest population in our country, the economic commercial nerve center of our country, the state of aquatic splendor, a state that houses almost every tribe, religion, race of our country, but more importantly, a Yoruba United States that continues to reimage and to set the pace for our country.
So it's gotten to something that Lagos has to affirm itself as a Yoruba state just because of some agricultural pronouncements from some barely literate elements. But like I said, that ethnic nationalism has been reawoken fully amongst the Southwesterners. Watch this.
Thank you very much. We are starting yet another Southwest Government Forum meeting, and I'm happy.
So those were the, how many do we even have? Is it 6? Those were the 6 governors of Yoruba states reciting the Yoruba anthem, the Odua anthem, at the start of a meeting, of the original meeting. So the expectation, of course, the Nigerian anthem, but they deliberately and recorded it so that they were aligning them with that ethnic. So what we were hearing there, right there, was not them singing the Yoruba anthem. Oh, those were war chants. If you don't know, then no. Those are war chants that you're hearing right there. So those are war chants that you're hearing right there. Let's go from there to Oji Uzo Kalu, that tells us then something that we've always suspected and probably almost always certainly known. So we've always known this, but it's good for him to reaffirm what the Nigerian people already know anyway. What this?
Your Excellency, there's this rumor that the kind of characters in Nigerian leadership has contributed to poor performance. What do you think about that? Is it true that the set of political leaders we have in Nigeria are lacking in character?
Well, thank you very much. Most people, some of them were overseas doing 419, doing all kinds of adulterous crime all over. And you know a leopard cannot change his skin. When people are used to taking money that doesn't belong to them, they can never change their character. So if you're expecting them to change, it is not true. They can never change. So I think that both the civil servants and politicians who are the ruling class, people always say politicians, should stand up to help to redirect the economic dynamics of this country. The economic dynamism is very prosperous if we do it right. Why should people stack dollars in their houses? Why should people be giving out dollars? It's not our legal tender. People should learn how to put the money in Nigerian system, so Nigeria can now benefit of the money that we are transacting on. So I think that we are working very hard. Whether people complain, a lot of people that were in South Africa and Southern America, everywhere, doing all kinds of business today in politics. But it's what we see. So let the good people come and join and make politics better. That's where it should be. So it's not for sense. This business is not for sense, but it's not for people that extremely have damaged themselves in cheating white men or other people, or black people. So for me, I plead with our people. Let us support our economic reforms, no matter what our political leaning will be, whether it's in anything or this or that we should come together and brew a new leaf and make what.
So there it is right there. A top echelon politician himself, Ojuzo Kalu, telling us that the entirety of the political elite within the Nigerian space, they are all criminals. So it's not telling us any. You know that Femi Gbajabiamila is wanted in America for fraudulent practices when he was a lawyer there. We all saw when Peter Obi was arrested at Heathrow Airport, and who's that one? The heavyweight in the Edo space, the one that went to prison in the UK and is now the kingmaker in the South politics. Wike a gangster, all of them criminals. Opuzodimo a looter. Sanwo-Olu giving the Lagos State finances to his girlfriend and hosting parties, shutting down the Caribbean islands. All this. So it's not telling us anything that we don't know. Top to bottom, criminals, every single one of them. So top to bottom, criminals, every single one of them. So we go on to the last clip, and then I'll send the link again. Nobody in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, as ever is the case, you have to hop on. Yes, not Lucky Benedion. There's one other one. If anybody remembers the name of that one, the one that went to prison, it used to be a gate. James Ibori, thank you. Crushing you. What's a peculiar name? Crush on you. Wow. I didn't say any you have to calm it down, Nigerman. I said top to bottom they are all criminals. I didn't say there was a clean governor in the Southwest, but I'm also not saying that there's a clean governor anywhere. The governor of Bauchi State is one of the worst looters in Nigeria's history. Sanwo-Olu, as I told you, took Lagos State government's money to go and be shutting down Caribbean islands for his girlfriend. Adeleke is just as so. I'm not exempting anyone. So just calm yourself down. So now let me play you the last clip, but let me send the link for anybody that wants to come in after the Kegite music. No one in, and then we have to meet tomorrow again. Then, so let me send the link. Let's send this. So now this last clip. You know, if this world comes to an end, whenever this world that we're living now, this present age of the Aquarius, or whatever age that we're living now, are we still in the age of the Aquarius? Whenever this world comes to an end and another world starts and it lasts 1,000,000 years and then comes to an end again, forever until eternity, Lagos State will always be the daddy, not just in Nigeria, but for the entirety of the black race. So, as I said, until the world comes to an end, and if the world experiences a rebirth and then lasts 1,000,000 years to come to an end again, there will never be a time. The time will never come when Lagos State is not their daddy. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this.
Name the better African city.
I can't wait.
Casablanca or Cairo?
I'm going to go Casablanca because it's derived from the Italian word Casa Bianca.
Casablanca or Johannesburg?
I'm going to stick with Casablanca.
Casablanca or Nairobi?
Casablanca.
Casablanca or Zanzibar?
Babe, I'm headed to Zanzibar. You want to come?
Zanzibar or Marrakesh?
Bro, I know you're saying that because you know I went to Marrakesh with the boys.
Was it a good time?
We're going Marrakesh.
Marrakesh or Lagos?
Lagos is one of the best cities in the world.
Why would you say that?
It reminds me of an African Miami.
Lagos or Accra?
You know, this is tough because I went to Accra a few years ago with the fam. You know this.
Yeah.
Lagos.
Lagos or the famous Cape Town?
Lagos is number one.
There it is right there. You know, there's no running from it. Until the world comes to an end, and if the world experiences a rebirth and lasts another 1,000,000 years, Lagos will always be their daddy. Baba won lo mama je titi lai lai. Baba won their father's father. Their father's father, the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Papa, you don't come. Oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣẹ́, may death have nothing to do with us. So who would not say amen to that? I certainly am saying amen to that. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Before I bring the one or two people, still more room in the space, by the way. More people should come on. But before I bring anybody on, let me just address this comment right there by Adewale Olusegun. It says, Sir Adebutu Kezintin is one of the greatest Yoruba men that have ever lived, referring to him as somebody that turned 90. I stand is an insult to the Yoruba. So I'm not quite sure why you would take that stance. The intention wasn't to insult him. I just couldn't know. I didn't know or remember the name of the person. So the only description then is to describe him as somebody that turned 90. So I'm not quite sure where the insult came in. That just tells you how sensitive people are. But let me remove that and put up a paid for comment instead by way of Hassan's 2,000 Nigerian kobos. So 2,000 Nigerian kobos. Not kobos. So that would be 20 naira, wouldn't it? 2,000 Nigerian naira. So that's Hassan right there doing the Lord's work, keeping the platform lubricated. Joining us, World Peace, hopefully with a good connection. Anytime World Peace has a good connection, we always delight in this company. Akim, who should be asleep already by now, is taking time out to spend time with us. Arogidigba, who I suspect only ever joins us from work. I suspect he's at work right now. So those are the assembled so far. More room in the studio. Anybody wants to come up. We start it off, kick it off with World Peace. So World Peace, are you ready? This designation then. Oh no, do you have a bad connection? Say something.
Can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you decently okay. So I was just saying, this designation then by the United States, there's clearly something else at play. I think they are getting worried about. Oh. Do you want me to come back to you, or can you go to somewhere where we can have the fullness of your attention?
Yeah, you can get my attention. Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. I'll just say this designation by the United States of Nigeria being a country of concern. We've danced this dance before with the Americans globally. They start off with this sort of narrative, and very, very quickly they ratchet it up within their media space. And before you can blink and blink twice, their troops are already landing at your shores. What do you think Donald Trump is playing at here?
One more thank you, and I greet everybody on the panel or the panelists. Like you just read my mind, because I just got off Twitter fighting some people who think they are educated, but I would say sorry to say They are educated illiterates. I don't know how is it possible that the West sat down and brainwash our elite so well that we are the one fighting ourselves. That sometimes when you see the truth, it becomes a thing of Hollywood. Now, why am I saying this? The West always use a very broad statement to classify Africa whenever they want to move in and do their own bidding. How can you say if you want to make us unstable or start fighting ourselves, that will throw some loose words? Oh, they are killing Christians in Nigeria. Really? To start a religious and a tribal problem in
But
Nigeria?
is that not true though? Are they not killing Christians in Nigeria? They are. There's an agenda. There's a clear case of ethnic of religious cleansing going on in the northern parts of Nigeria. There's a religious war going on in Nigeria, whether we choose to
One,
admit it or not.
Owama, what I said there, I will say it here now too. Now, this is the problem. We are so much attached to religion that we're forgetting our own self. Now, I'm not saying there's no killing in the north part of Nigeria. I'm not saying Christians are not dying in the northern part of Nigeria. The problem is, so what about the Muslim that is dying? So what about the non-Muslim, non-Christian that is dying? Their lives don't matter.
But they are collateral damage now. They are not the primary target.
Neither Christian is the primary target in the north. We should understand what is going on in the north. It's being sponsored by same West for their own purposes, for their own gain, for mineral gain, rare minerals. These same militias, they moved down from the side during Jonathan time, that Jonathan ceded the power to them. They didn't know what to do with these people. Now they are now converting these people for them to go after mineral areas. They displaced communities, for crying out loud. Community with Christian, Muslims, the man that will displace all of them. The people in IDP camp, they are not just Christians. They are Nigerians. They are people from Adamawa, Kwara, whatever the place is. They don't say that. They just throw loose word. Oh, they are killing Christians. For crying out loud. The southern part of Nigeria has the largest part, or is home to the largest part of Christian in Nigeria. I've never seen when people killing Christians in the southern part of Nigeria to justify what they're saying. Oh, they are killing Christians in Nigeria. I'm not saying Christians are not dying in the north. If they're so concerned about what's happening in Nigeria, they should come out with figures. I'm not saying this to support the Tinubu government. And moreover, again, all this Tinubu government hate of a thing, it should stop. If you want to hate this government, take it from the APC government that the West put there. In Buhari time they did what? I didn't see America say anything when they were chopping up the head of Christians. Then I didn't say this. I didn't say they say anything. Now Tinubu is aligning himself with France, which France is doing their own global damage to through the borders to deal with Mali with all the same all these terrorists or militias too. Now they want Tinubu to play the Tinubu government to play ball, so they are coming up with all kind of loose stuff. First of all, they said they want to release the result. That didn't work. Now they are throwing on that, like throwing so many small and say the one that will stick. It's just geopolitics. When the government play ball with them, you won't hear them talk again about any killing. If they are so concerned about the killing, why would they put embargo in our weapons? They won't send weapons. They will share military intelligence with us. They won't share gadgets with you, but they are telling you they are killing. Just say that they have the best camera satellites. They can see all these Rakta militia going with bike, so they cannot inform the government. They cannot stop before they cross the border. We should stop all this. Ted Cruz does not care about the Christians in Nigeria, but they use that to assess their aim. Now, like you said, before you know, they'll move their troops in. During Ebola, during Obama time, when Cuba and other countries were moving aid to which country this Ebola thing?
Sorry, Warpace. Would that be entirely a bad thing? Clearly, Nigeria cannot handle the situation. We'll be contending with it since Obasanjo days, and it continues to escalate, and these people continue to gain ground. So, if we clearly cannot handle it, why don't we have American troops come in to act as a buffer between southern Nigeria and the northern excesses?
One man, nobody said Nigeria cannot contain it. This is the narrative of.
Because it's the same people. It's the
Let
same
me just
people
land
which is
now,
funding
bro.
both sides. It's the same
Let's
people.
take it away from my mouth. Please don't take it away from my mouth. I'm going there. Now, Nigeria truth did not say they cannot contain it. This is a narrative of creating a problem, causing a problem and bringing a cure. The same people, like my brother just said, that is causing the problem, still coming to tell you they have the cure. Who is following all these militias? We saw WikiLeaks leaks and all that. The West is fueling this terrorist group from France to whoever stays to United States, Britain, and all of them. They're the one. Now, common 12 gauge guns can pass through Nigerian borders with buckshots. You cannot. But imagine recently they are showing armored vehicles that these people with ROP, with MPG, SMPG, like machine guns and multi-purpose general machine guns and general machine guns mounted on them. Where did those cars pass to enter Nigeria? We should be very telling us about these things. I mean, we should have emotional intelligence. We should not run after the West because they are not looking for what they want to gain from this government, and the government is not giving to them. Now they're trying to try to make using loose words. Please, a community that is in peace is better than a country that is in disarray. Go and look at Sudan and what's going on today. We should not tear this country down because people have affiliation to political party or tribal or whatever. I'm not a politician. I don't belong to any party. I do not like the APC, not Tinubu. Like I said, if you don't like Tinubu, you have to like APC. This thing starts from the APC government, led by Obama administration. David Asoroy, his name came out openly. He spent $18 million of United States money to fund and sabotage Jonathan government. Nobody's talking about that. And we want to destroy the peace, the little peace we have in this country. Because one senator, Ted Cruz, that his father is finger in J.F. Kennedy's murderer, is now telling us that they are killing Christians. Now, can they not just tell us the states they are killing Christians? Can they just tell us the people they are killing? Instead of using the word Christian. Since when Christianity become a race? Since when? So I can just wake up and say, oh, they are killing Christians, then they'll say, okay, Christians are dying in Nigeria. In where? Which state?
They are savaging the Christian population all over the Middle Belt. And in southern Kaduna, it was almost a policy position under the El Rufai administration to savage the. In fact, do you remember that El Rufai was actually paying these bandits? He came on live television to tell us that he was paying these bandits that were savaging the Christian population in southern Kaduna.
One man, since Buhari regime to now, I would say it's 10 years now. So are you going to tell me that Christian in the middle belt are Wolverine that heals immediately? Since they'll be savaging them, they don't finish. They keep growing. It takes 20 years for a little child to become a boy. And it takes just one bullet to take 20 people out. Now you're telling me since they be doing that, Christian does not, yes, Christians are growing from the ground like trees. But you stop all this thing now. What's
Guys,
happening
I would like to speak.
As would other people on the platform as well. So just
let me land.
Exercise a little bit of patience. Let me take you to this headline on the screen. War Peace. Mossad demands immediate probe of allegations linking Sultan of Sokoto to extremist groups in Nigeria. So this is intelligence coming out of the American space, and it's in tandem.
That's that's Masov, one man, Masov. That is just the precursor to iPod.
No. I know who they are, but they are coming out of intelligence coming out of the United States that there's an association between the Sultan of Sokoto and the extremist groups that are savaging and ravaging the country. So what I was actually inviting War Peace to is that is it time that because Donald Trump has the muscles to invite the Sultan of Sokoto for questioning, so should he not invite the Sultan of Sokoto for questioning? Should the Americans question the Sultan?
Yeah, one man. I'm not going against that report. I'm not saying the Sultan is innocent. But what I'm saying, this narrative of when we sneeze, we need somebody from outside to come and wipe our nose. And our problem, we cannot solve our problem except the West or somebody outside comes to solve it for us. Just as the narrative of we cannot feed ourselves, we must receive grant of aid from the West. If Sultan is being fingered, there's international court there they can summon him to. And it's not just him. People are being fingered all over Nigeria. Not today. Why now? And if America wants to solve this insecurity of Nigeria, there's better way to go about it. Not making bogus statement, loose statement in the house of whatever chamber they are, and without that was a direct statement. They are killing Christians in Nigeria.
You know that this designation, a country of concern, you know, it automatically places some level of restrictions on Nigeria in terms of sanctions and things like that. So if they're feeling that Nigeria is complicit in the savaging of an ethnic, religious, or any other group, then that will automatically just can you stay muted?
What about the ethnic genocide
Guy,
of Black America?
just shut up. How about you shut your mouth? What's all this nonsense now? Please, now don't do that. Apologies, but please don't do that. It's even let me lose. Yes, just give us a round up and then we'll move it around. That guy just caught me through.
Apologies.
No. It's actually my apologies to you because I was too abrupt in the way I responded there. Yes, bring it on.
I think people are really want to speak on this thing. In as much I have a lot to say, but not like I'm saying what America is saying is totally wrong, but it's wrong 90% because they are playing politics and whatever they designate us to, that is international politics. That is left with the Nigerian government to sit down with the American government, demand whatever they want, have a round ball and talk about it. But we here, these locals, should not integrate it and start thinking that will take to the end of the present government. Heaven will not fall. We have seen worse before. We were once a terrorist list. Heaven will not fall. But this hate that is going around and this word America use is very dangerous to say Christians, they are killing Christians. So we should start unlifing the Muslims now in Nigeria. The dying of Christians in Nigeria is a national problem. Is a security problem. If the government cannot handle it, then that is the government's fault, not the people's fault. And going to the Alafin of Oyo and Oni of Ife, it's high time they call this.
Hold on. Before you go into that space, I think people are eager to speak on.
Let me use for the next one.
And then I'll loop it back to you. So we do like 5 minutes monologue, not just to hold people back any longer. So we go to Cosmic, who I think is especially eager to come into that conversational space. Though, so the American states the obvious. There is no apologies to Progressive and Arrow. I'll come to you quickly. But there is no mistaking that there's some sort of thing being raged against. Even Boko Haram tells us what the agenda is, and we already know the long-standing agenda of the North is an expansionist agenda to take their religion all the way through the entirety of the Nigerian landscape with the expression "dip the Quran in the sea," which is to say they want to Islamize the entirety all the way to the coast. There's sufficient enough to suggest that there's some sort of ethnic, not even ethnic, a religious sort of jihad going on in Nigeria. Where are you positioned in Donald Trump's designation of Nigeria cosmic chaos?
Hey, one man, you didn't need to be that harsh on me, eh? That was too much, but it's okay. I forgive you, no problem.
No. Apologies. I was a bit too I think you just caught me in the moment. About my apologies. Carry on.
But because you made a strong statement, that was why. But it's okay. I would like to start my own conversation here from World War II, post World War II, right? We have to understand that all this thing, for us to understand what is going on in Africa, West Africa, or Africa in general, but if it's zooming to Nigeria in general, we have to look at it from World War II, whereby the European powers realized that in order for them to win wars, they needed extraction. They needed your metals, they needed your steels. right? And during that time, right, this is just me generalizing, right? And during that time, they found a lot more things in Africa. Their children grew up, to start companies from, the money they made from slavery and colonialism and the theft of your land and things like that. Now, their grandchildren and, great grandchildren now wants to start, corporations. They want to be technocrats now, so they need all this, you know, um, all these things in order to manifest their desires and dreams, right? So just like their own ancestors made manifest their desires through the conquest of your own people, now their forebears now are about to do the same thing, right? So now there's something called Hegelian dialectic, right? Synthesis and anti-synthesis, right? Whereby you bring two sides, you control two sides in order for those two sides to conclude into the middle, and the middle is what you want to happen. That's what is going on right now. What is going on right now is a well-organized group of body ready to, especially what is going on with the Sahel. They don't want nothing else right now. They are ready because the motto is to, in order for them to take anything out of Africa, they have to destabilize the people. And they have been planning these things 30 years, 40 years. It's not something that is just it's just starting. This is something that they have been planning. They have implemented leaders and people they can control. And again, this is one of the things I always want to say. What makes you think that is Tinubu? What makes you think that is not the man wearing a mask? I'm just putting right there. What makes you think that when he goes to France, because we know now through the CIA that there's something called MK Ultra, which means that there's a way and technique they can use to control your mind, whereby they can make you to do things you don't even remember you're doing. So all our leaders going to all these places in Europe, what are they doing to them? Right? So the point I'm trying to make here now is that when we're now zooming into what is going on in Nigeria, what we are seeing right now is a couple of things. They are trying to get the Sahel back, but in order for them to get Sahel back, the giant of Africa must fall. That black nation that we never fall that you mentioned, that will always be number one. Anything can fall with the right key. Any door can be opened with the right key. Yeah, in our ideology, yeah, that's the black nation. But there's a group of people who, there was a time we had our own black nation. They did what? They organized and planned and they destroyed our nation. And we are here now. So the question we should now be asking is, are these people that are killing Christian or Muslim? Who are they? Are they citizens of Nigerians? No, they are not. Okay, so it's not Nigerians killing Nigerians. So there's no hate here. There's no Nigerians killing Nigerians. It's a foreign body that looks black that is coming to our nation in this time, which are the Fulanis, the jihadis, Usman Danfodio, which now brings Nigerian history. Don't forget that it was two things happening simultaneously during Nigeria during that time. There was the jihadis of the Fulanis of Usman Danfodio trying to Islamize the whole of Nigeria that was coming from the north, and there was the British that was coming from the Atlantic Ocean. It was two bodies coming together. That was when they formed, the reason why when they formed Nigeria, they didn't give Nigeria to the Igbo, Yoruba, or the Hausas. They give it to the Fulanis, because on the other hand, the Arab whites and the Anglo-Saxons and the Jewish and the Jesuits, they are all cousins. It's just you being black, and two of us being black, you being a Christian, and I being a Muslim. They are the same people. So they gave power to the Fulanis because guess what? Who is controlling them? Their cousins, Arab, the same Arab right now, who is destroying Sudan. We, as a black race, are at war. There is no time to tribalize. There is no time to do things. It is time for us now to look at our history as an holistic view and move forward. That we are the same DNA. That the Igbo man and the Yoruba man share the same paternal DNA.
That one I don't agree with.
Yes, we do. I can bring that with you right now, but I don't have
Yeah,
time.
you
So,
have
okay,
a difficult time finding.
I have said what I want to say. I'll pass it on to the next person.
All right, it's talking about the Hegelian dialectics and all that. So, are you with this Hegelian dialectic of cosmic chaos? We bring it to you, Arogidigba. Synthesis, thesis, synthesis, antithesis. to emerge a new form is what he's talking about. So are you on board with that? But where are you facing here?
He spoke well, but except for his last submission. I don't know how that is possible, but that's
Do
it
you
is
want
what
me
it
to
is.
read it for you? Do you want me to read it for you?
Oga, it is not. It is. There's nothing.
This is science. This is science.
Science. Okay.
Mama Bami so I don't talk what I don't know. Mr. Man, unless you want to debunk me with your fact, and I'll agree with you. That's all. If you don't have any fact to debunk me, no problem.
Oga, we share the same country. All right. Okay. But when you look at social cultural and when you look at the historical perspective of how we formed our societies, we're very different, and that's what matters.
Of course, you form your society depending you form your society depending on your ecological needs. Ecological needs and genetic expression are two different things.
Grand.
Right? For example, the Igbos do masquerade, have masquerade. The Yorubas have masquerade too. For example, Onyoshi, which is a curse word in Igbo, there is Oloshi. In Yoruba, that's a linguistic similarity.
You know Oloshi. Oloshi is not a Yoruba word.
Listen. Yeah, but there's Akoko as well. There's Akoko as well, which is almost the same in both language.
There is Ewu. Ewu is goat in Igbo. And there is Ewure
okay.
in Yoruba, which is
should I help you understand why we have some linguistic similarities? It
but
is as a concept.
We're going to be deviating from the topic of
let me make it quick. You need to understand and read about the influence of the Igala on the southeastern regions, and you need to read about the interactions between the Oyo Empire and the Igala people.
So there were interactions.
Yes.
So there were.
No. There was never a direct interaction between
there's no such thing as
your kingdoms.
There are bridges that connect two places.
Yeah, and that bridge, because also the Gala language has a great influence on what you now call the Yoruba language. This is your language.
See, that is not the point we are making here.
I'm not shifting the goalpost. And I like to make you understand that Oloshi is not a Yoruba language. It's not a Yoruba word.
Okay. How is it not a Yoruba word?
The same way Japa is not a Yoruba word.
Okay, so where did it come from?
Do you understand the concept?
Are you Igbo?
What consequence is that?
Igbo is a senior Yoruba man, a senior one, not by age but by lineage.
Bros. I'm not contesting that now.
Hold on. Cosmic, the guy you are speaking to is an Ife prince with a strong claim to that throne. So it's not just some random person. But carry on, Aro. Sorry, I know you don't want that made too public, but
that's okay. I don't shy away from that fact. It is
I'm also a king too.
Are you an Ife prince? Are you an Ife prince?
Oh really? Oh, I know the Sholankers. I know the Sholankers. Yes, I know them. I know them very well. I know the Sholankers very, very well. I know. In fact. Yeah,
sorry, before you go ahead, keep in your mind, you will answer me later. Since when did Ife become an empire?
I never said it was an empire.
No, it was a fight from TikTok that we're going to bring it here soon. There's a lot of delicious fights going on TikTok. We'll be bringing it.
So Ife is quite an interesting subject. So, but don't let us go into that. So I just want us to understand that don't let us go into this matter about how the black race and how the peoples that occupy these areas came to be and their genetic makeup and whatnot. So let's address the main issue. I don't know if many of us are aware of the influence of the UAE and Saudi Arabia and their geopolitical activities in the areas Sudan, Yemen, and Libya. And the interaction with their partners in the geopolitics, which is the United States, Israel, their contentions with Iran. And the one thing about it is that we are suffering some of those realities. We have seen in recent days what has happened in Mali. I don't know if you guys understand that there's still a continuation of insurgency in Burkina Faso. The problem with us is that the leadership and the elites are so busy looking for ways to loot the country so that they can buy mansions all over the world.
Sorry, let me interject real quick. Say that again, but I want you to correct that, please. No, the problem is that our elite have been anglicized. Go ahead.
Well, that is part of it. There is a peculiar lack of what makes us African. The culture, the social political consciousness is lost.
Sorry, I didn't want to break your stride, but at that space that you were saying that that they're too subsumed by the looting, and do you not think that because I'm very much with you in some of the spaces you are in, but do you not consider that the elite space in Nigeria, they understand that the governance space in Nigeria, they understand that that fight is bigger than them. So because what you're actually speaking to is the rebirthing of a religious clash that is ultimately there's a religious war coming anyway, and people are getting their foot soldiers, and the Islamists, they are getting they want. Is that sort of where you are?
No, that's not that.
One more.
All right.
One more.
So what man? Let me okay. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I know you want to say something.
I don't like that analogy. There is no religious war that is coming. There is a religious war that is being funded. Again, I asked the question. I'll give it back to you, Prince Ife. Are the people who are killing other people, whether Christian or Islam or Muslims, are they of Nigerian origin? Are they Nigerians? If the answer is no, then it means that there's a foreign body being funded to be among us. And some people are being paid to look away. Because since Mali, Burkina Faso, and the AES took back their country by the righteous men of that land, we've seen that there is nothing these people can do. They are winning. So there are people. See, we are putting this perspective in the wrong place.
I don't think we're putting it. There are several moving parts in all of this analogy. There's that element that you're introducing. There is the narrative of the Middle East, led by the Sunni Islam, trying to create a global caliphate, and you can see that cascading through the Sahel. And then there's the resource element as well. But I will bring it home. And
So
then
let me correct some things. Number one, there's no religious war going on anywhere. There's no religious war going on in the Middle East. The Sunnis and the Saudi Arabians do not intend to spread Islam anywhere. The only thing the Saudi Arabian kings and princes are interested in is sustaining the kingdoms and making themselves well there, and keeping the likes of the Muslim brotherhoods at bay. In fact, the biggest threat to Islamism in the world is, guess what? The Al Saud family and the kingdoms in UAE. Those guys are so very invested. You need to, I want you to go and do a research, okay? The UAE and Saudi Arabia are governments that are two governments that, in fact, more than the Israeli, in the Israeli government, they are invested in spying and tracking and actually buying a lot of the Muslim Brotherhood and a lot of these these individuals that we claim are responsible for a lot of the. So there's a general in Libya who is actually one of the the individuals that the United States, the Arabs, and the Saudi Arabians and the UAE are funding right now. He's a war criminal for all intents and purposes. He's made himself very wealthy. Do you guess what? Do you ever wonder why a lot of the guns that they find with a lot of these militants, they are literally brand new. They claim the guns came from Gaddafi's armory. But they're all brand new guns. They're all modern guns. The reason they're all brand new and modern is because they're all brand new. They've only just come in through Libya to the Sahel, and they've been paid for and bought by the United Arab Emirates and the Saudis. Because those individuals are engaging in conflicts in Yemen and Sudan. They have interest in that. This individual in Libya has interest in minerals. Right across Sudan and Niger. He has interest in minerals in Sudan. He has interest in minerals right across Africa. So what makes you think that doesn't have interest in the mineral extractions going on in the north? You should go. His name doesn't come to mind now. But he's, and I mean, this man, he keeps his accounting, a lot of his banking. Do you know that Dubai is actually become a financial hub for a lot of the dark money flowing out of Africa?
Yes,
from
it
the
is.
the Congos.
I'm aware of that. Yes.
From Congo to even Nigeria. Apparently, all of Nigeria's gold finds its way to Dubai these days. The problem is, like I was going to say earlier on, is that the elite in Nigeria are so preoccupied with feathering their nests that they look at it as if anything happens, they have a mansion in California, they have a chateau in France that they can escape to. Their kids don't live around us anymore. Even when they live around us in mega cities, they build big mansions and put walls all the way to the top. It's a shame. And I look at individuals that came before them. The Awola was, for instance.
I mean, can I speak on that? Because it's really something that really is very dear to me. Because just seeing, like you mentioned, even though, they all had their own flaws, those great men, about Macaulay, Awolowo, you get what I'm saying, and Nnamdi Azikiwe, all those great men, and how refined they were, it seems like we have lost, a certain section of our society. It seems like we have lost the elite part of our society that is gummed to us, because you see, in every society, the elite of the society is the one that propels that society forward. It's one that shows the society that, look at, man, this is where it's at. And the rest of the society supports the elite. But it seems like our own elite, they are, because that's the reason why, if you look, for example, the Nigerian League sucks, and you're looking at it like Dangote wants to go and buy Arsenal. But that money you can use it to.
All right, you're taking us further away from the.
But I'm just an example I'm making. It's an example I'm making. I'm just saying that it's just we have to reorientate ourselves. We have to investigate ourselves. We have to tell our children who we are, and that they need to go further and investigate who we are and refine it.
I agree with you. There's a lack of observation of self. And I think it's really what is killing us as a people. It's what has robbed us of our culture. It's robbed us of our identity. Look at it. We're on this platform. It's midnight where I am. I'm talking to you because some orange fellow in the United States of America doesn't look like me. He's persecuting individuals. I'm in Europe. He's persecuting individuals that look like me in his country, giving them no chance, depriving them of opportunities. But suddenly he cares for Christians in faraway Africa, what I once called a shithole country.
Please, can you give an example of him not him ignoring blacks in America? I mean, I don't understand where you're coming from.
Okay, it has been. I can't even start to speak about the extent to which his government, using all the different departments they have, essentially, for instance, when you look at the agricultural programs, they are planning to roll out funding for farmers to bail out the farmers who are in a terrible situation. the soybean and corn farmers, especially in the belt. However, the Biden administration prepared a package to rescue black farmers who had been found by research to have been victims of discrimination. They've been denied access to funds from the 50s that would have helped them to grow as farmers.
What are you
And
talking
when
about?
wait, gentlemen, please wait.
I'm not even sure where the conversation is.
What
Let
I'm
him
trying to
speak.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
it's
okay.
extensive.
Part
It's
of
wait, it's
our
extensive.
global history.
My
Let him
brother,
speak,
please
please.
Wait,
remain.
Sorry, Joel,
don't.
let's do it this way. You bring it home because
I'll
we
bring it
want
home.
to, yeah, we want
It's
to still stay on
extensive.
topic, but
It's extensive.
we're
And
getting,
it's extensive.
yeah.
And I'm trying to choose my words carefully. Okay, it's not something, I know Joel is it's not about MAGA now. It's not this, but I'm trying to make you understand that his policies are designed because it does not believe in correcting the historical injustice that has been inflicted on African Americans. In fact, his policies, okay, since he's been in government and beforehand, are to the effect that he believes that those individuals should be left down where they
Which
were.
one policy? Which one policy, please? Which one policy? Just one policy.
I've just identified the agricultural programs, for instance, because that is
He's
important
right.
amongst
He's correct.
others. Okay, his conflict with the DEI programs is supposed, because I don't even understand this whole DEI stuff. You can get your hands twisted. The supposed conflict with the DEI stuff is just a means for him to undermine what I see as a form of progress, as a form, because I don't want to go into it, because really we're talking about Nigeria and I don't care about what happened in their country. But I know Joel, I know you're not foolish. Okay, I know you're not foolish. I'm not going to indulge you in this your thing. But sort that out yourself. But what I'm going to finish up by saying that our people need to get their hearts right. We are here discussing about two Semitic religions that we have no business with. Okay, we need to get our hearts right. The elite have to get their hearts right, because if they don't get their hearts right, they are going to lose everything that they cherish. We are going to lose everything we cherish as well, because war is a very, very bad thing. It destroys everybody.
Can I interject?
So yeah, I'm finished.
No. Let's hear from Joel, who has been waiting patiently.
Okay.
So Joel, the floor is. Apologies, Cosmic. Joel, the floor is yours. We're talking about the American designation of Nigeria as a country of concern, and that is usually the opening salvo of a dark and long night for whichever country they are focusing on. So what do you think has led to this, and where do you see it landing? What's going on? Your orange president, as Roger said.
Thank you, Wabad. Thank you to our viewers. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. One Man, it is a nice thing that stuff like this is happening. One Man, you were not here. Was it yesterday morning? I joined the show and I gave your man some props. I hope you like it. Just on two things: the state creation and what he has been able to do with Ali Noyema and the airline. Having said that, what Trump is doing is the right thing. One Man, you see, in Nigeria, we've been so used to being oppressed. Being oppressed is a way of life. We don't ask questions. We love to differ. Someone here came up and was giving us some conspiracy theory. One Man is about personal responsibility. Personal responsibility. How did we stop Ruga? The people spoke up. The governors of the states listened. And we saw what was practically done to make Ruga a success. But the people said no. Personal responsibility. How much have we spent in defense? We've seen all the stories that have been coming from the Nigerian army. We need a general that will go in and say, enough is enough. There is no way a third-party security network, criminals will defend the state. When that starts happening, then someone should be held culpable. There's wayo in it. And, going back to what Abacha said about, if insecurity that's more than 24 hours. The government has it in it. It is. I do not believe that these guys are so sophisticated that we cannot deal with them. With whatever weapon they have. But we have had cases of criminals transporting school kidnapped victims for miles and miles and miles. Nobody stopped them. Nobody questioned them. So the leaders of the North should be held culpable. They should be held culpable about what is going on in the North. And enough of trying to be politically correct.
Joel, can I put something to you, please?
I was listening. Please. Hold on, please. Let me. I don't want to lose my train of thought. I was listening
but you did interrupt me.
Please. Hold on, please. Let me just come down. I will allow you to come in. I was listening to Arise News. And all of them on that table are Christians. For how long would you keep turning your cheeks to get a slap? Why can't we say the truth? Christians are being killed in the North. People are being displaced. Christians are in IDP. I do not care even if it's one. One is too many. Say it the way it is. What are we hiding? Well, we cannot say that. We cannot. No. If they killed a Muslim, it is a Muslim problem. You deal with it as a Muslim. Those people are Muslims. You are the ones that go to your mosque. You are the ones that get them radicalized.
And what
you are the ones that know where they are. You go there and fix it.
But excuse me, sir. But what we are telling
you, we cannot fight. Hold on, please, my brother. We cannot continue to live in a situation where they slap us, we turn one cheek, we slap us, we turn the other one, the slap of the bomb, we run away.
Wait, who are the us? Who are the us and who are the them?
Christians in Nigeria. Hold on, my brother. I'm talking about Christians in Nigeria. And go ahead. Okay, I'm open to anybody that wants to.
Okay, can I put it to you that the supposed leaders that you're accusing the North that know this, that they themselves are victims, because at least at the last count, no less than 10 individuals who are chiefs, and at least no less than 4 what do they call them? Kings, would I put them? I can't remember the name that they call them. Have been fight. No less than 4. These are titled first-class kings in communities and territories in the North have been fight. No less than 4. And several chiefs, several imams, several, probably more than 100 or 200 village heads have been fight. So you're accusing the victims and then you're using the words us and they and them.
I'm using it because enough is enough.
Using it because of course you have no apologies. I mean,
no apologies.
I doubt. I know you don't have any apologies. I know you have no reservations to that effect. because you did go ahead and said that you were listening to Arise TV, which is obviously your own version of Fox News, and all the individuals conversating to you and telling you the sweet lies that you like to hear are Christians, of which I am a Christian. Well, I was baptized a Christian. But I don't need
what
a
is
Christian.
Your point? Is it that Christians are not being killed in Nigeria? What's your point?
The point is Nigerians are being fight.
Oh, Nigerians are being fight. Okay,
And
you can.
because who is giving them money to buy the
your.
weapons? Where are they getting the money to get the weapons from?
Their leaders, the leaders of the North.
Exactly.
I don't care. They know where they are coming. They know where it's coming from. I am saying
it is not. It is no leader. There's no leaders in the North that you are the way you are using it. The individuals that are getting the weapons, the nature of how the weapons are being gotten is international. Now,
Mr. Man,
am I going to say that they don't have?
If you go to build a house, weapon that France was sending to the terrorists in the Sahel. In the
good and fine. Then you build your own defense and resist them.
Exactly. But what I'm trying to make you understand is you can't. Yes, for all of us.
We are not saying what you are saying is wrong.
Not for all of us. Not for all of us, because none of us have the right to carry weapons. Those that are responsible, those that have the authority to carry those weapons, and those monies that are being made, those provisions that are being made for those soldiers to go there and quell those things. Go there and quell it. I do not care what you're talking about. After all, the leaders of most military apparatus we have in Nigeria are from North. Most of the biggest military camps are in the North.
Burata was chased out of his village. He had to use an helicopter to rescue his immediate family.
Good for him. He's from
the president of Madagascar runs to France.
He was corrupt, and rightly so. So when we've
already discussed that. What we are discussing now is you cannot accuse the victims of being you can accuse victims of being complacent in their victimhood. If they don't fight.
The victims. I'm talking about the leaders of the North. There was no way I accused the people of the North. I accused the leaders of the North.
Wait. Do you understand? Do you know that in the leaders of the North you're talking about, many of them are Christians as well? Or do you think leaders? Because this one like that. I don't know why.
I'm talking about those ones that are the border states. Those border states.
They are Christians in the border states. On the border states of Katsina, they have Christian communities.
Please. Let me say this. Those people did not fly into Nigeria. They came into land. That is my point. We have all these soldiers. If you know the source of those people coming into the country, why don't you go there and meet them at the source? Why do you have to allow them to come inside the country? Then you not act like you don't know where they are.
No, there is corruption. Wait, let me answer that for you. There is corruption in the country. There is corruption in the military. There's complacency. Okay. But you cannot then say that is absolute, because we also understand that there is that's a problem. In Nigeria, we like chasing shadows. We know the truth, but because we don't want the other individuals to see what we are doing, we'd like to chase shadows. We know that there is a serious issue in Zamfara, for instance, which is a border community. There's a serious issue of illegal mining. We know it's the same issue right across a lot of Nigeria. We know there's an issue of an influx, of individuals displaced from other parts of the Sahel. We know there's an issue of militancy and from Niger. Do you think that we are immune to all the things happening around us? But also Nigeria is, wait, let me not finish it. Let me finish it. Nigeria is insufficiently defended in terms of our military capacity and in terms of our military intelligence and in terms of our military weapon. We are not able sufficiently, we are not able, and to cap it off, we now have this division and this divisive rhetoric that then pits people at distrust. Because when you start talking about them and us, you've already separated it. And the biggest way to defeat them and us is by making you think that there's a they and us.
No.
Okay? Don't say no. Don't say no.
No. They should fix themselves.
You should fix yourself as well. You should fix yourself as well. You're from the southeast and they're fighting people in the southeast every single day. Of what?
It's not. It's not.
Is that any less important?
Hold on. I am not saying that that one is also okay. All I'm saying is this: personal responsibility. The leaders of the Southeast should fix that of kidnapping going on in the Southeast. The leaders of the North should fix
have they
what
done
is
that?
going on in the North.
Tell me what. Well, except for a few. Except for a few communities. Tell me one community in Nigeria where the leaders are taking full responsibility for the destruction of the social political circumstances in their locality. If Modakeke went on for many years, if Modakeke went on for more than 20 years and was fueled by the same leaders in those communities because of the greed, because of jealousy, and that's the reality of it.
Let me continue. Let me continue what I was saying. I think you made your points. Let me continue what I was saying. So, Roman, the issue there is this. All I'm calling for is just simple. Take personal responsibility. Those people that are killing, I mean, sometimes we cannot, I don't know if we can imagine, one man, if you can imagine that this group is a Christian group killing a Muslim in the north. Do you know that it would have resulted in war?
But there are Christian, but there are Christian groups that have actually killed Muslims in the north, in Taraba, in southern Kaduna. What are you talking about? I mean, you're talking as though
people you see, those Christians you see, listen, please, listen. Those Christians you heard about in some parts of the north are defending themselves. They are
defending themselves.
And if there is a communal clash, it's a different matter. It's different from people.
Oga, whatever motivates you to go and to take a cutlass, okay, to go and fight someone, okay, in their community, you can't call it self-defense. Don't let us sweeten things up. We know that in some parts of the north they have communal clashes, okay, and we know that they banded together and they fought war. It's not different. There's no difference to it because let me tell you what happens. Okay, when a communal clash happens, okay, those people they form their own small group of they have their own war camp. They form their war camps. Wait. It's not defense. Okay, they form their war camps, and what they do is a tit for tat. Okay, we go to their village, we burn their village. Next week they get their own people together. They come and they burn our village. And they kill our women and they fire our women and fire. It goes on, okay? So don't let us, and that is terrorism.
Denied all night. Aro would never admit it. They are targeted killing of Christians in the north. Plain and simple. You can deny it all night and go around the bush. You know, the truth remains. They target Christian in the north.
It's simple. So, but the issue there is that in the south we try to be politically correct, and that's the reason why I love what Trump is doing, because he is not politically correct. He is saying it the way it is. We may talk about the truth. We may say he does not have all the information, but it does not mean that there is not a lot of truth in what he is saying. And for those Christians that decide not to speak out and become coward in times like this, when you need help and you still trying to eat these 10 people's ass, good luck to you. All I am saying here is this: Christians in Nigeria are endangered. If we have criminal issues in our society, just like you have in the United States, there's kidnapping in the United States, there is shooting in the United States. But it is not like terrorism. It is not like a group of people determined to buy people that does not believe in the same thing. They're all trying to coerce you into being what they are. We cannot accept that in Nigeria. And it is good that Trump is doing what he's doing. Let me use maybe like 2 minutes to address certain things somebody said here about DEI. It's clearly, you can, I clearly saw the traits of liberal people in I don't know what his name. I don't know what his name. Apologies to you, but I cannot really see the names. If you're talking about DEI,
Joel, your audio is fading a little bit. So I'm not sure if you are Bluetoothing or yeah.
Okay, let me just. Is it better now?
Yes, it's a bit better now.
Okay,
Carry on.
better. Okay, so for the DEI issue, right? The guy that talked about the DEI does not know that the biggest beneficiary of the DEI are liberal women, and as usual, and the black folks take the crumbs from the table. I don't know where he talked about policies that Trump initiated, to, as it were, hurt the black population. Whatever grant that is being given is given to everyone. I have black farmers that I normally go buy goods from. There is no discrimination in it. If you have,
Where do you live at?
I stay in Nashville, Tennessee, right? So if you want whatever assistance that is required or that is coming from the federal government, gets to whoever that is a farmer. Nobody comes to tell you, oh, because you're a black person, you cannot get this. No.
Joel in Nashville, you do understand that the president of the Black Farmers Association of America was only on TV the other day.
You are still listening to those people. You see, that's
so
the
you
problem.
mean the president of the biggest organization in the United States of America that protects the interests of black farmers is lying? You mean the people?
You see, that's what I'm trying to make you understand.
But we should believe Joel of Nashville.
Most of those positions,
and his phantom friends.
Discrimination. What was the discrimination that the comment talked about?
All right. Let Prince bring it home, and then we go on to Prince Daddy. Yeah, Joel, back to you.
Yeah. So let me bring it home. So the issue there is this, right? I, as a black person in the United States, have not seen any discrimination. Now, what many people see as discrimination is the deportation of brown people. Okay, that's to also tell you that 90% of the illegal immigrants that you see coming in through the border are brown people, are colored people, as you guys may want to refer to them. And these are people from South America, and it's only natural. If it were in Africa, if it were in Nigeria, people in Benin will have easier access than anyone coming from maybe Egypt or any of these places. So it is just simple. Now, this same issue that we always fight in Nigeria, this same issue that we are here discussing about, having porous borders, allowing people that are not meant to come into our country to disrupt the peace we have in our country. This is the same thing you want them to allow in their country, where under Biden, 5,000 people were trooping into the border. If it were in your own house, I do not think you will allow anyone to just troop in just like that, coming into your house and just.
I don't know if that's directed towards me.
The reason why.
That's not direct. I hope that's not directed towards me.
Most deportations you see today are mostly people of color because they came in through the border. It is not because
that's fine.
They came illegally. Not because they are.
Just let him land, and then we'll move it on. Otherwise,
I just want to put a pushback to him that I never discussed the immigration policy. Okay, I never mentioned the immigration policy.
It's okay, but it's okay. I'm just talking.
So, and nobody. Wait. Don't talk about you guys, and don't talk about what was not discussed. Okay. Nobody has mentioned the immigration policy, and nobody has attributed. Nobody has. Wait. Forget. Stop using.
No point. You guys don't have no point.
I'm the only individual. I'm the only individual you are addressing. Okay.
It doesn't make
sense. No.
One man,
Joel, don't run away. I'm the only one you are addressing. Don't use you people. You are addressing me. My name is Araguduba, and I put it to you that the man's policy is discriminatory, but I never mentioned his immigration policy.
It's not discriminatory.
I never attributed.
ABC and ABC. Those are where
you must think I'm deluded. You must think I'm deluded like you or something. I'm not deluded.
Real quickly.
Oh, all right. Don't actually chime in quickly, Prince. Take the floor. So the floor is yours. We were
Yeah,
discussing Trump's position on Nigeria, designating us as a country of concern and the implications of that. So the floor is yours. 7 minutes monologue from Prince Daddy, but Prince, as you take the floor, let me take my leave. Simba is here. Simba will coordinate the rest of it. The super chatter is Hassan mainly. That's Hassan rattling it through. That's still Hassan right there. And that's still Hassan still. So thank you, Hassan, for that. And then you have Michael Babs joining Hassan. So thank you, Michael. And that's Ola right there, who cannot join us because it's doing dollar spraying at some Owambe party or the other. So thank you to all those. Still keep the super chats coming. The conversation's going. Prince Daddy takes the floor. Simba is there to coordinate affairs. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Prince.
yeah. Thanks, one man. So I have like a couple of minutes, really. Um, it's always funny when we have Europeans on this platform tell black people in America that they are under subjugation. It's always interesting. But in your countries, just for a tweet or a TikTok post, the police are knocking at your doors and putting your behind in prison. So it's always interesting. On the issue of the black farmers, okay, well, maybe the head of the black farmers in America has a concern. Fine. It's always the case that things go evenly across the board. I understand that. But if I always keen to reading these liberal outlets with their narratives. But it's amazing. You know nothing about the opportunity zone that Trump brought about in his first term, whereby billions of dollars was spent across America in urban cities to help black businesses and black institutions. I bet you know nothing about that. You just want to complain about discrimination and this and that. Just like Joe told you, black people, yeah, we are free. Contrary to your view that we are under chains of slavery in America, we are not. You may be confused about that. I don't know where you're getting that from. We are free people, okay? We don't even worry about or think about being free. We don't think about that. We just go about and do our own things. So this notion that we are under this great subjugation and being oppressed, I don't know where you're getting that from. I just don't know. On the issue of okay, I've always been careful from the onset about this situation. It's not a new phenomenon nor a new news by any chance. Christians in Nigeria have been targeted by Islamist terrorists or Muslim entities. There's no doubt about that. It's incontrovertible. Nobody's arguing about that. Now, but right now, I can't say for sure in the past year or two that's been the case. I can't say that. But nonetheless, it's well documented that Christians are targeted. Now, I'm not calling it genocide or some other words. And at this point in time, I'm not even sure the nefarious agenda of the people pushing the narrative at this point in time. So that I don't know. But again, um, people like Aro should disabuse themselves from trying to deny that Christians are or were being targeted in Nigeria. It's not a new phenomenon. It's nothing new about that. The other day, even though our Sam was trying to go run about the bush, not to admit that in southern Kaduna, for example, that the Christians were being targeted. And today we have IDP camps all across the country, and people of Christian background are left in the open, and they are easy target by terrorists, banditry, and herdsmen. Whichever way we want to slice and dice it, Christians are being targeted. Now we can make an argument that the Muslims died too. Of course they died too, and perhaps there are more Muslims that have died in this process than Christians. But it doesn't dispute dispute the fact that Christians are being targeted. Thank you. Next person.
I mean, pray that you didn't even speak to when you look at the modus operandi or the constitutions of these groups. I mean, it is clearly stated they are clearly against Christianity. They are clearly against Christian education. So, what are they talking about? Who are those engaged in those Christian education? Are they not Christians? Mostly Christians? Let us be realistic. Let us tell ourselves the truth in this country. Enough of this hiding under whatever means or whatever guys, to just make ourselves feel good or look good.
Joel,
It's not done that way.
help me explain something. Help me understand something. What is Christian education? I want to really know what Christian education is. I thought we were in secular country.
Yeah, see, Western education. Western education.
No, wait.
is
You
the
said
one
Christian education. You said Christian education, and I want to understand. I want to understand what Christian education is.
My brother, look, I'm not gonna apologize for being a Christian, right?
No. I'm a Christian. Now, why would I make you apologize for being a Christian?
I am referring to.
I just want you to explain to me what Christian education is.
Oh, Christian education is Western education.
Right. And yes. Western education equals to secularity.
It does not matter how you look. Let me tell you something.
Wait, Joel, don't dance around the question. Don't get started.
See, you can call it whatever you want to call it.
I didn't call it secularity. I want you to interpret it for me. I want you to make us understand. I want you to enlighten the individuals listening to you to voice, to sound of the voice today.
I don't want to go that same rabbit hole with you. No, all I'm telling you is this. Whatever knowledge we have acquired, we have a system through which we have all grown. We were raised in. I did not get myself into it. My parents brought me into it. And since then, I have followed this system, and this system has been successful.
Okay.
Why should I change it for any other one?
In secondary school,
you might tell me, hold on. You might tell me that I should appreciate my own culture, which I do. But my culture did not build no jets. We did not build no fridge. We did not build cars. If I go and say an Igbo physics book, I've not seen one. I've not seen one in Yoruba. So what is the problem? Why do you always come up with this thing? Oh, the Western is this. No, the thing there is that even in Nigeria, the policies we use are still Westernized. Have you seen any of our policies that have been? We say it is gotten from one kingdom in Ife or in Onisha. It has always been you quote all these physicists, you quote all these people that made this theory happen. Respect it. We have got it. You are speaking to me because you have some element of Western education in you. Respect it. You have used it to your own advantage. Allow others to use it. If you want us to deepen our own culture by or through making our language more available or giving it more exposure, fine, we can talk about that. But until then, we have something that we work with, and it has given you food. It has given me food. It has given me food. The only thing there is this. I do not blame anything Western for our woes in Nigeria. I always look inwards. I always look at the mirror when I'm talking about issues that have to do with Nigeria. We are the problems. We are the problem that we have in Nigeria. No other person. You can call it any other theory. You can call any conspiracy theory. Look, the moment that we decide that we want to do something right, we are going to do it.
Oh, well, we can all agree on that.
We have seen governors in Nigeria perform. It is not rocket science. So that's the reason why I'm saying, can we go back to something like the regional system of government and have a derivative that encourages growth? The reason why somebody will go and destroy a business in his state is because he knows that no matter what, he gets money from the center. If he is calculating the amount of money he's going to lose, because it is what he gives, that is what he's going to get, then he will start thinking differently. The states will start being, or the regions will start being business friendly, because they know that they need you in order to boost their economy. It's just simple science. That's the reason why we go to the West. We've never gone to the West. You might say there is racism wherever you are, yes. But if you have the knowledge, you will still see a place that employs you and pay you enough for you to live a good life. Many citizens of many citizens of many countries. That is the life they want to live. Not everybody wants to be like Dangote. Not everybody wants to be in politics. But if you are in politics, whatever field you may find yourself, be good at it. Let the people enjoy from it. It is that simple. We've not been able to do it as Black people. I'm talking about Black people all around the world. It is always blaming this. You come to the United States, all the white man. The fact they have to go back 300 years. Keep blaming people. There are people today, they just sit down. I want to get
Joel,
preparation.
you're pontificating now, really.
I am
Nobody
not
has blamed them.
pontificating. I am just telling
Nobody
you.
has
I'm just
blamed
telling you.
anybody over here right now.
No. See.
So all this pontification,
I am
nobody
not
was listening to it.
See, I'm not narrowing it down. I am not narrowing it down to only Nigeria. I'm now talking to, follow me. I'm talking to Black people in general. I do not see any country now. You tell me now, oh, okay, Black people, let's go here. Black people are doing so good. Let us look inwards. Let us solve our problem. That is my point. Thank you.
Before you leave, so now we now needed the assistance of somebody from another country to draw our attention that there's a genocide in Nigeria. So we don't know that there's a genocide until when America now draw our attention to it.
No, we do
one of
know.
the problems that we
People have been
have?
speaking, my brother. People have been speaking in Nigeria, and some of them have been shut up by the media. If it's not for social media, how do we know what is going on there? We couldn't. So now, if
But
you say
Joel,
in a system,
let me, the issue
hold on.
here.
Let me at this point. Let me at this point. If there is, even here in the States, if there's a problem, you call 911. In Nigeria, we don't have that facility. And it's
Who
not
told
like
you that, Joel?
we have the
Lagos
right.
State, Lagos,
We have the right to
Lagos
carry.
has an Lagos State has an emergency response
My
service.
brother, forget. We know how all these things works. Don't worry.
No.
We're talking generally now.
My brother.
Let him finish what he. Yeah, go ahead.
My brother. Okay, even if it okay, let me just give it to you. Huh?
No, just leave that one. Continue what you are saying.
Yeah. So you get
We
where I'm
don't
coming
have.
from. So,
I agree.
yeah. So the issue there is this, right? The facilities we have for our people, is it enough for them to, resort to help from the forces? Because even them do not have the right to carry arms. And when these people are coming to attack them, they come with more sophisticated weapons. So something must give in. It's either the people are armed or the people that
I
are
don't know where you
entrusted
are
with the
going now. But I
responsibility.
just ask
Hold on
a
now.
simple
The
question.
people that are entrusted with the responsibility to secure the people will be at your beck and call whenever such need
Do you know?
arises. That is simple.
Let me say this, Joel. Let me say this. I think we are fond of whenever there is any problem, instead of us to look at it as a general problem, then we tend to give it religious coloration, ethnic coloration, and we are very good at that. And that is what we do. And the so-called Western world that you think they are your messiah that can save you, they know our weaknesses. And they know that there are three things that they can use to actually destabilize us. Either they use ethnicity, they use religion, or use politics.
So the problem is the West.
No, wait now, let me finish. So now they have sold this idea to you people, you are bought into it, and they have actually achieved their aim. And that is what, and see you talking now and Prince Daddy, the way you are talking, they'll be very happy because that's what they wanted.
No, but that is what is happening.
That's what they wanted. Let me tell you, tell me one country in the world that these people have claimed to help. I don't even know why people are just
forget whether they claim to help or not. They have created peace even in the Middle East. The issue there is
Joel, say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Say, Joel, say it again so that you look in the mirror while you say that.
Hold on, please. Hold on before you put your noose around my neck. Listen, I know of Israel versus Gaza. That is what was going on. There have been issues with militancy and all that. They cannot fight all the wars. There are countries there. There is UAE. There is Saudi Arabia. There is Bahrain. These countries have money. If that is the locality, if they feel like they don't like what is going on around the locality, they should go and fix it. They should go and fix it. Everything must not be the United States.
Is that what you are saying?
Is that?
What is your point here?
No, he's telling me there's no peace in the Middle East, and I am telling you, if there's no peace in the Middle East, those from the Middle East should fix it.
No, you didn't say
You said they created peace in the Middle East. That's what you said.
That they created what?
You said they created peace in the Middle East.
Yes, that was the first thing. Hold on.
Do you know the history of the Do you know the history of the 6-day war? Do you know the history of what happened between Egypt and Israel? Do you understand the influence?
Keep reading history. All I'm telling you is this.
Well, you have been pontificating. You have been pontificating for minutes.
Gaza. Hold on, please. There is peace in Gaza today.
There was a bombardment. There was a bombardment in Gaza just this week. 88 people died in a bombardment. Okay, when the ceasefire was suspended overnight just 3 days ago. More than 44 children. I think 16 women.
Why are you not just
what kind of nonsense are you talking about?
See. Let me tell you. If there is a conflict, right? It is not whatever bomb you see now. It's not.
But you just said less than 4 minutes, less than 3 minutes ago. You said
hold on.
Less than 3 minutes ago, you said there's peace. But now you are saying if there's conflict, bombs can fall. So what is it? Is there peace or bombs can fall?
Look, hold on, please. If there was any bombing, it was not just indiscriminate. It could be a targeted bombing.
Really? Where 44 women and 16 and that's not indiscriminate. That's just by chance.
See. Let me tell you.
What kind of animal are you, Joel? What kind of deranged animal are you?
You can call me anything you want to call me. I'm not going to lose my cool. But I will still make my point.
You can see the way he's talking. You are telling us that there is a peace in Gaza now as we are talking.
I mean, the scale.
No, let me ask you.
Reduced. That's the point. If there was anything that happened, I do not know about what happened 2 days ago. But whatever happened.
But then don't make a categorical statement that there's peace when you don't know what is happening.
I mean, there is peace. I mean, I know that peace.
You made a categorical statement, and now you're trying to walk it back. And then you try to say that you don't know what happened.
I said I did not know that there was.
And then I informed you that 3 days ago, according to observers, there was a bombardment over the night.
You have made your point.
Wait. And then what did you say? You said, you don't know what they were doing. Maybe those, and then you try to excuse it. So I mean,
this is what I'm trying to tell you. If you can allow me land.
Arrow. I beg.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me just land. Let me land.
Joy, please. Joy, just take the discussion from Middle East because you've been making points. Just come back to Nigeria. Don't let them take you to Middle East. That's not our business here. Please. Just concentrate on Nigeria. You make a lot of sense about Nigeria.
So the thing there is that look, the thing there is that
we are talking. We are still talking about Nigeria. So Midwest, don't.
Let me make my point, Simba. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. I did not know that there was a bombing a few days ago. Whatever the case may be, I am not saying that it is right. However, if there was a bombing, I am thinking, and just an educated guess, it could be a targeted bombing, not an indiscriminate one like we had in the past. So peace has relatively come back to Gaza.
There is no peace.
Whatever way you want to slice it, you can slice it whatever you want to slice it, but I know that peace has. Now, hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let me come back to Nigeria. Oh, please. I don't want to stay in the Middle East. I made my point.
Don't leave that, please.
Why?
Let me ask you this
Why?
question.
It's not my
Well,
forte. Leave
I
me
want you to
alone.
wait
Let
now.
me.
I
Okay,
asked
go
you a
ahead.
question. Wait, I asked you a question, and I asked you that this Western world that you people are eulogizing and that you take them as your Lord and Savior. I asked them to give.
They
I
are not my
asked you
Lord
to
and
give me
Savior.
one piece, one country where they brought peace. You said okay in the Middle East. Tell me one country in the Middle East that was ravaged by war or that was insecurity or whatever that they brought peace into. Just tell me.
Well, the thing there is this: I have seen and Trump recognize the leader of Yemen. Whatever is going on in Yemen, I don't know, but at least it was a better relationship than what they had with Biden.
You see,
So
you are
the issue
stammering.
there is
Okay, let's
the
go
issue
back to
that
Nigeria. Let's go
hold
back
on,
to Nigeria.
please.
You know, let me
Hold
tell
on,
you,
please. Hold
by
on,
the
please.
time you people, what they are targeting.
When you talk about peace, I can tell you the one Trump has stopped the war between Congo
Yeah, let me you all witness
and Rwanda.
what
He
you people
stopped the
are
war.
saying
Hold on,
and
please. You
what
said
you people are
hold
calling
on
for.
now.
There's no war between Congo and Rwanda because there's no official government in Congo. So what are you talking about?
No, what do you mean there's no official? So who were those fighting the war? The warring faction were in
The
White House. They just celebrated.
The Rwandan government was they were supporting a militia group, okay,
Whatever way it is, they stopped it. So
against another
let's
faction
move
that's
on.
claiming leadership. So what
Hold
are you
on,
talking about?
please. He stopped the war. The one between India, and Pakistan was
think it's
stopped. So if you ask me where they brought peace, I can tell you where Trump brought peace. I can tell you from what I am seeing. Now, I am not here to discuss what is going on in these other places. I am talking about Nigeria. Let us come back to Nigeria. Whatever, no matter how you want to slice it, I still stand by what I am saying. The leaders of every part of the country should guard their places. If you need extra resources to guide your border, then we start attacking this issue at the border. We start having this. Why do we have a military formation in Kaduna? Why don't we have them at those borders? If they are coming in through the borders, they cannot defeat them at the border. How do we respond to incidents of kidnapping or bombing in the north, incidents of terrorists in the north? Can they be located? They can
Nobody
locate
put it.
them.
Nobody
We
put
have the
it.
flight. They don't have air power. We have air power. We know where they are. So if anybody is telling me that we don't know where these people are located, we see them in the open. They are in clusters. Can't we just bomb the shit out of them?
The last time we tried to do that, the last time we tried to do that, there was a terrible mistake.
Because no. We know those ones went
We
on
are
a
having
jamboree.
security challenges.
Those ones went
So
on a jamboree. Go in there, you see them in clusters. Decimate them at that spot.
You actually know that the defense DIA the NIA underneath Rivadu has actually been engaged in a lot of aerial bombardments of militants using drones. You know that. You know where we've actually stepped up.
Hold on.
We've
We do not see
we've
them. We
oh,
do not see
you
them.
don't see them. You don't see them. But this is
Yeah,
public
but
report. Ribadu
well,
just last month. Okay, Ribadu, and the now retired chief of CDS Musa. They were in Kaduna and they gave a lecture. Lecture went on for more than 2 hours. I listened to it, where they detailed the militants and the bandits that they have fight. They detailed some. Obviously, they couldn't give everything, but they detailed their use of drones. You
the
know
ones that they did
they
yesterday morning, have they arrested them? That was the one, the Janja, what do they call them, that went and decimated a military formation and killed one soldier and, whisked away their armories, right? So
I think
what do they call that one?
you think they're just sitting around idle while that happened and they're not doing anything
Well, the
about
thing
it.
there is that it is one too many. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand. We
Nobody's
cannot
contesting that
allow.
fact. Nobody's contesting that fact.
No. We have to talk about it because at a time in this country, there was a time in this country when Jonathan was up and doing with
Jonathan was a useless. He was a useless fool. So don't let us. Don't let us.
He was not a useless because even you wouldn't do anything. Tell me.
Sure.
Let me refresh your memory.
I'm sure I can do better than Jonathan. That's that much I'm sure. That's much I'm sure.
You wouldn't. You will even be worse than Tinubu. The way you are talking, you'll be worse than Tinubu.
I might not be. I might not be equal of Bola Tinubu, but Jonathan is the most incompetent fool I've come across.
I'm just telling you, you'll be worse than Tinubu. You'll be worse than Buhari. I know. I've seen you. I've seen you talk. You'll be worse than Buhari. You'll be speaking too much English, and things will be happening under your nose. Look, my brother, big butter. We know people that are grounded here. Let me tell you, my brother, because you're kind of person. If there's a bomb in Kano, for instance, you will say it's America. That's the kind of government you want to run, because you can. I've seen you don't take personal responsibility.
Me, I don't take personal responsibility.
No, you don't. So the thing there is, what I'm telling you here is this, right? We must solve our problem locally. Period. We must solve our problem locally. And the monies are being channeled into security in Nigeria. We must make it work. Period. There's no way. There's no other way around it.
Jua, you do understand that actually you already made this submission that you just made more than an hour ago.
Was very, very big. So except
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Midwest, are you there? Okay, Joel, you can continue to talking. I don't think.
Let's just talk. I just round it up, right? My thing is this, right? My thing is this, Simba. Okay, go ahead. Whoever comes in can talk. Oh, I think we lost him.
Joel.
I'm here.
You know, Joel, you know my fear. Let me tell you this.
Mm.
If you know how they started in Sudan, look at Sudan today.
Look at Sudan. Both North and South Sudan is not peaceful now. None of them is peaceful, both the North and the South.
Look at Syria today.
But they were never peaceful, even when they were together.
Even in Egypt, if you look at Egypt today, is not what they actually bargained for. Ask an average Egyptian what is happening in their country, you'll be surprised.
But it's not that. Look,
there is no country. Let me tell you, there is no country that these people will touch. Libya is not like Libya that we used to know. So I don't know why we always celebrate whatever kind of thing that is happening to us.
My brother, no, I'm not. See, this is the thing. Eh?
Let me tell you, I know there is this security. Wait, yeah, Joel. I know there is this security in Nigeria, but for us to now give it's as if it's a religious war against one religion against the other. Is a misnomer.
No. It's not a misnomer. No, there is truth in it. You can't say it's a misnomer. It's something we have felt. We have seen it. Simba, I am seeing this thing.
So wait, Joel, can I ask you a question? Who speaks to the several millions of other Nigerians that are not Christian, whatever their religious persuasions might be, Muslim, indifferent, whatever they call themselves? Who speaks for them? Since you are so concerned about the minority of Christians, who speaks for those other individuals? The other Nigerians that are not Christians, who speaks? Because by your conclusions, anyone that hears you speak would think that, oh, it's just a situation where Christians are being fined. Ola was here the other day. We did the numbers. It turns out that it's, the majority of individuals who have been displaced, who have lost their lives, who have lost their property in this same region you're speaking about are not Christian. But at this stage, we have ignored them. We've actually just turned a blind eye and to us they don't exist because
which region are you talking about?
Well, it only makes sense that perhaps I say it all the time, Muslims are pied more than Christians because there are more Muslims over there than Christians.
Yeah, does it not that so it does it not then appear to you that these criminals, these bastards that are buying them, are equal opportunity assholes? You don't think that's it? You don't see that reality?
It is not. It's not equal opportunity. See, this is the problem with this kind of thinking of yours. It's not equal opportunity. It's always good to identify something, and that's why this is why people are good at it. We African, we don't accept nothing for anything. If you identify something, then you target that thing and deal with it. Okay, there's no need to put everything in a general form. That is not the way it goes in the real world.
Why have we not succeeded in the last, God knows, 20 years or well, really no. The Boko Haram has been going on for longer, but banditry and some of this militant what is really terrorism really has been, this new form of terrorism we've seen all across the northeast and spreading to the north central. It is the extent of it is rather new. Why are we not resolve it?
We talked about it earlier during the earlier show. We don't want to get to the enterprise or the profitability of this terrorism thing. We all know what is going on. We do know what is going on. Okay.
So let's tell me what's going on. Tell me, I'm ignorant. Tell me what's going on.
Listen, it's not about being ignorant. The fact that the military.
I am ignorant. I'm ignorant. So I want to know.
The point I'm trying to say. My point here is that look, the military and some civilian people, they are in cahoots with the terrorists, and it is in their interest to keep this enterprise going as long as they can because it's a money making cash cow enterprise.
Are you saying the entirety? Are you trying to say the entirety of the Nigerian military are complicit? The entire you said the military. That's
but I didn't say absolutely the entire military. I didn't say that. I said the military.
So do you want to use you
can narrow it down. I'm not trying to.
You want to don't narrow it down. You want to rephrase yourself.
There's nothing to rephrase. I never
you said you said the military.
Let's not get so unnecessary nuances. No, I didn't say absolutely the entire military. If I said that, you can hold me responsible. I said the military. Okay.
So since you've not said the entire military, I'm just asking you to rephrase yourself using proper English. That's all.
And then I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because I never made a claim that the entire military absolutely were involved in terrorism.
Since you've not made the claim, then it's very easy for you to rephrase yourself to that effect.
There's nothing to rephrase. Oh, Gami, there's nothing to rephrase.
Don't waste your time. They don't have any facts. They are just talking based on their own bias. Just leave them. That's the way they do.
Because it's dangerous to.
Okay. Hold on. So the Nigerian military is so useless. They can't fight. They can't fight this. What do you call it? Ragtag
that much we can both agree on. That's much I can agree with you on. The Nigerian military is useless. I can agree with you absolutely on that fact.
No,
actually, I don't agree with you. I'm saying that facetiously that they are. I say it's a question. Are they useless? That they can't.
You don't know where what is going. What is trying to say, Arrow? What commits genocide now? That's what is.
Good morning, sir. I hope they hear me.
They hear you.
So the thing is this, the Nigeria issue, we cannot just blame the Western countries that are speaking today, like United States, who's try to pick an interest from this very big issue that has been going on for our country. We have to blame our leaders, because when you have an issue admit the fact that you have an issue, and look for a profound solution. And that is the best way to deal with an issue. First of all, you identify it. But in Nigeria case, it is very, very unfortunate. Now, people cannot separate tribalism from our problem. You can't separate religion from this very problem. And you cannot also separate politics from it at all. So the way we spread our bed, the way we're going to lie on it. And the outsiders, perhaps for their own interest, they've seen a loophole and they are actually coming, whether we like it or not. Take, for example, I keep on asking people here, if you said there is no religion dimension to it, during the Buhari administration, the entire terrorists that repented, the only country where terrorists repent in the whole world, they were Muslims. Nothing like Christians there. So now, their coloration of religion, we brought it in. They swear with Quran. They did not swear with any other book or any form of written something for the interest of the country. Everything tips toward religion. So that is one point. But for those that are lost, that are losing their lives, or our fellow Nigeria that we have lost, at the beginning, they started with churches. At the beginning of this crisis in the northern part of Nigeria, to some extent, most of the northern elite who had the political influence, they did not act fast at that time. They turned blind eyes. Gradually, even their own place of worship became a target. And gradually, the whole thing is extending, it's expanding. And at the early stage, they brought the Nigerian army in. All they believe is that go and use force because they don't want to identify a problem. Just flush these guys and let us have peace. And the army rushed in. All this today, for many years, the army they are not the police of the country, and yet we are not able to get out of it. Okay, whom are we deceiving? When Buhari came in, we have a serious security challenges in the country. All he does first is to retire generals who are not from his tribe, who are not from his region. Well-trained army across the globe. You blame America for everything. Is that how to run a country? He retired them. Simply, they are not tied to his region. They are not tied to his own religion. They are not tied to his own tribe. The Tinubu came in. Just the first week, they were able to create list of generals that are not from his own region. Retire all of them for what? We spend money. Now, all the Yoruba general we are training now, maybe the next 7 years, another president will retire many of them because they are Yoruba.
Midwest. Don't let us.
Please let me just quickly land this point. Don't think I'm saying fast. How long are we going to be treating our country like this? And we pretend that all outsiders will not come in to come and exploit us. A lot has been going on. You can't blame. You can't just wake up and blame the West for all our problems. Let's identify our problem and let us be honest and look for profound solution. The issue here that we are facing in the country today is that what we have been suffering before is nothing compared to what is coming if we allow these people to come in. They will only come in as far as there are pictures and there are loopholes that we created by our own selves. This is what I just want to say there. I pray that our president take this issue with utmost seriousness, not just pretending as usual where they don't solve problem. Nigerians are now used to problem. We don't have light, we took it as normal. We don't have road, it's normal. Schools have no roof and they cannot persecute anybody. I will spend money. We took it as normal. You go and dig your boil by yourself. It's like we live a life of our own. But we cannot provide security on individual basis. And this is the challenges now. Let us stop deceiving ourselves. You come to as a president, you retire people anyhow because they are not from your tribe. Why can't you create a structure that create inclusiveness?
Midwest. Okay, yeah. You're making this statement. I know it's not true. So when Buhari came into government, tell me which generals did they retire, and what office commands did they hold? So I just want to know because, and then I'll dispute it because I know it's not true.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question, but I'm not going to. I will not belabor.
So at the time Buhari came to government, I want you to tell me who was the chief of defense staff, who was the chief of army staff, who was the chief of naval staff, who was the chief of air staff, and who was the directorate of the DSS. I want you to tell me that, and then we'll go from there.
Wait. The thing is this: by just quoting names, I will not be able to do that now because it has taken some time, so I have to make research. In Nigeria history, no new president use old. Wait, now let me land. No president that use old appointee to run their government. They just wait for a moment. Look at where I'm going. Most of these generals, they retired. They don't even serve. They are just in the barrack. They are not too popular. That's what they do. They just select names because they hold key position. Perhaps if I remove this guy, they're supposed to appoint this guy. They retire them. Buhari did it. Tinubu did it. If you don't know, ask other Nigeria. But I can't.
But you are claiming they retired. Wait, you are claiming they retired generals because he wanted to appoint people from his own tribe. And I can tell you for a fact that in Buhari's 8 years, there was not a wait. In Buhari's 8 years, it did not at any point appoint a chief of defense staff that was Fulani. Not a single chief of defense staff in the 8 years that Buhari was a president that he appointed a Fulani.
Listen now, I'm not talking about those who serve under Buhari. Perhaps you can't retire the general tribes of other people. They will still
because
be
the last time Joe Irabo was the chief of defense staff that actually finished Buhari's 8 years terms. Joe Irabo is not from the north.
If you want me to give you the floor, I give you. But I've made a statement that is generally true when it comes to Nigeria military stuff.
They retired a lot of generals. And what they usually do is this, okay? You have to understand that individuals, when they get commissioned, okay? When you receive your military commission, you receive it as a member of maybe the 36th course, the 38th course. If they want to promote a general to become a chief of army staff, that's let's say 39th or 40th course, they cannot leave individuals that are senior. It cannot be commanding individuals that were commissioned before him. It's impossible. Those individuals, they will move them out and they'll bring a new set in. And that is just the way it's done. I don't think it's proper because I think what happens anytime they do that is they lose a lot of well-experienced individuals. It costs millions and millions of dollars to train a single general.
Why are we still putting it on argument basis? Because if you knew
it is. But you claim that it was done based on ethnicity. What I'm telling you is it is not. But even at that, I accept that is just the doctrine that they follow. I wish it wasn't like that, but that is just the doctrine they follow, and it is what it is. It's just a matter of command. You cannot command. You can't command someone that was commissioned before you.
Can I point the ethnic coloration of it? You see the way they run Nigeria. Just take for example now, Nigeria police structure. We have a Yoruba president, and a Yoruba man must be the head of the police, and in the process, promotion is not well defined when it comes to that police level. It depends the people you know. So a lot of Yoruba today are getting more promotion than every other tribe. You may deny that fact. When Buhari was there, the same thing happened. So within the army rank, what happened is this.
But you can't prove that. You will struggle to prove that.
I have a friend who have served in Nigeria police, friend, a childhood friend that we grew up together. We are brother. He read criminology, he read law. He has served Nigeria police force for I think about 26 years now. They managed to promote him to inspector now. I'm just giving you an example.
He's your friend, but you don't go to work with him. You don't know his disciplinary record. You don't know his performance record. He doesn't report to you. So you're not the one. You're not the ones undertaking his performance reviews. You don't know his performance. He's your friend. I can acknowledge that he's your friend, but you're not his boss.
Thank you for that.
He might be a terrible police officer for all you know, but he's a decent friend.
No,
those are two different things.
I never grew up with those kind of friends. So,
okay, so you
but
know what
thank you.
Midwest. So what is the
Thank
reason
you for
for his non-promotion?
tribalism. That is what's going on in Nigeria. If you know somebody, they promote you. Listen, the former IG. Listen, let me give you a vivid example. The former IG overnight he promoted his own son to a very high-ranking position when Buhari was there. Didn't you see it?
You know,
He bypassed
Midwest.
But
everybody that was having the position.
that is blatant nepotism. We can agree on that. But
Okay.
that's
So
let me tell
what
Midwest.
is
Midwest, you have
then
to
what is not the basis of
from
this argument that
all
nepotism?
these
but he promoted his son. He didn't say he promoted everybody. He didn't say he promoted everybody that came from his state or everyone that came from his tribe. He said he promoted his son.
Let me go back to the army. Why we have ethnic coloration? You know, that nepotism, we can't deny it, or tribalism. So when people are in the army, they get some certain level, some particular people from some one region, they will be opportune to occupy so many positions because either that person was when the next president comes in, because he's from another region. By the time he start removing these people, as you claim, because he have to clear ways for the younger officer so that he can be able to command, you will now see that he's throwing large people from one particular region away from the army.
So
I don't know. Maybe
let me ask you now. Tinubu is from the southern part of Nigeria. So which particular region did he retire?
no, when he came into power, most of the people he
Which
retired
particular
that
region,
time.
from your own assessment, from what you know, which
Yeah.
target, which tribe or ethnicity was targeted?
If you want to answer it, or you just give me time to, I understand. If I may understand your question, the thing is this: when Tinubu came in, Buhari was there for 8 years. Because of nepotism, a lot of people in the northern position got a lot of promotion. So when he was retiring people, the names, majority of the names that have to give way for the new people to work with him, they fall within the northern region. And if the northern president come into
Midwest, Joey Rabo is from Delta State.
No, do you know
are you claiming Joey Rabo became a northerner suddenly?
Let us even ask him, because do you know
you are making a mistake for bringing. You are making a mistake for you. It means you don't understand me. That is why you use that example. Can you just listen to me? Let me repeat it again. When Buhari came in, when Tinubu came in, for example, most of these guys that were on top during the Buhari tenure, majority of them, they were from north. Most of these generals are not serving. They are not serving the main serving general. You have a lot of generals that you don't hear their names that are still due. They are serving the country. They are commanders. They are doing a lot of things, and their name is not too popular because the way they structure Nigeria army. So I'm not just talking about this 3 or 4. This one you select chief of army staff, chief of defense staff, chief of navy. No, I'm just talking about these guys alone. There are a lot of generals that are supposed to serve this country for many years. But because of this fear, these worries, if I don't remove this one, I don't put this one, my regime is not safe. How can you concentrate powers in the hands of president and nothing is good? Nobody want to talk about it. We have to be honest. So for me, it's left for them to do the needful. If they don't do, the ego
let me
eyes.
explain certain things for you. Maybe you don't understand. How long, you know, when Buhari came in, he appointed the service chiefs. The service chief, ordinarily, constitutionally, they're supposed to spend 2 years. You understand? And if you believe that, okay, the people that he appointed then, they were all Hausas or whatever from his tribe, you can believe that. But so what they're supposed to do that every 2 years, because let me tell you, if you don't remove the service chief every 2 years, you stagnate the class that comes after them. So the Buratai that spent almost 4 or 5 or 6 years there, there are about 3 or 4 classes that got stagnated because he is supposed to have retired, and those people that are supposed to retire, so they have backlog of people that they're supposed to have retired for like 3 classes.
See, Simba, my argument.
You know one thing I know about you. You always make blank statements about things that you don't understand. You are talking about today. Let me tell you, my personal friend is a general in the army. is a Yoruba guy from Ogun State. He was part of the people that they just retired.
Yeah. See what is
So
happening.
I
See
don't
what
know, you always, anytime you are talking, you always like to put everything in terms of religion, ethnic coloration, and everything. That's what you do most of the time.
No, people like you are the type who sees problem. They don't want to identify it. They don't want to be honest about it. They look for someone else to blame. You are trying to blame the West for telling you something bad is happening in your country, whereas
I'm
your
not
leaders
blaming
are
the
trying to.
West.
And
You
your
don't
leader,
understand. I'm not blaming the West.
no,
What
Timber,
I'm saying,
wait. Why
what,
your own leaders, in all ramification, they have faith to protect their own citizens, and somebody else is coming to exploit it, and you are trying to say, oh, who have they helped? They don't care to help you. You should help yourself. They are just there for their own advantage, and they will exploit you. That's all. That's why when you govern your people, be serious. You cannot design a system, operating in a system that doesn't help the people. Just because he put money in your pocket, he make you rich, he make you popular, he make you powerful, you say the status quo must continue. And that's the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. Tinubu came in, he retired a lot of army officers, and that is the normal status quo. But I'm not talking about the service chief. I'm not talking about the people that
let me tell
they have
you, it's not
appointed
about
or the
service
trust.
chief. You don't,
This is
the problem with you that when you don't understand something, somebody is trying to, you always claim that you know.
Wait,
If they
there is nothing
appoint,
to
let me tell
there is
you,
not
if they appoint service chief from a class, let me tell you, it's just like a class. If they appoint a service chief from a class, it's not all the class that will be service chief. By the time that service chief is going, the class, all the people in that class will go with him.
the thing
That's
I'm
the way
telling
it is
you is
done.
this. Once when Tinubu came into power, just less than first week or first month of Tinubu, many army have to leave the barrack. That is how they practice. I saw it on paper. I saw huge numbers of them. I don't know the position they hold, and I believe many Nigerians will agree with me. When Buhari came in, the same thing he did. And when they are doing this, whenever they do this, it affects. There's ethnic coloration to it. There's tribal coloration. Even the Nigeria Defense Academy, the way they design it, you from the south, go and tell your people to go and write exam whether they will get any admission to that school. So what are we deceiving? They should face the country now. It's not just a matter of just saying tribe. So whether we like it or not, the problem is there. I pray for our leaders to see this issue as a bigger issue and identify our problem, look inward, and start looking to the feelings and the pains of people. There's a religion abuse in my country for so long, whereby people can just do things the way they like on both sides, whether Christianity, whether Islam, whether the African tradition, everything has been bastardized and be ruined. There is that coloration of ethnicity where a IG will just promote his son to higher level and nothing happen. There's that. I don't let us be pretending and thinking that is normal. This is the fruit and is about to grow. They will light up the country, a country where people bring bulldozer, dig our head, taking our resources. They take it out through the airport, through the land. Nothing is happening. We have police everywhere. I mean, the full scale of the defense has been deployed. How can somebody be moving caterpillar to go and be digging so and government will say they don't know? Huh? Man, you can say your own, but it's very unfortunate. Our people have suffered enough, but they may not just allow us to be wasted for nothing. Let them be serious. I thank God in this issue, they don't even have abroad Toronto. They will chase them out.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I want to say that our people have suffered Midwest, and they will keep suffering because many of them are chasing shadows, and they are following leaders that are chasing shadows. This afternoon, you guys spent hours deliberating on the creation of a state that we all know is of no purpose, just because Nedwin Walker and his co-travelers want to have a state to themselves that they can loot. But that is the problem with us in Nigeria. We like chasing shadows. We like telling ourselves fictitious lies because it makes us happy, because we can sleep, okay, and our sorrows will be, forgotten for the short period. We are very temporal individuals, but that is fine with us, I don't know. We like chasing shadows. Over here, Simba is telling you the simple logic of how generals, okay, are appointed and now generals are retired. It's a very simple matter. There's no complexity to it. But even at that, you are still insisting that everything is done based on ethnicity. when the fact does not even support that. At no time did Buhari appoint just, individual. I don't even think Buhari had a single chief of army staff that was Fulani, or a chief of defense staff that was Fulani. I think the only Fulani service chief, I think, was the chief of air staff. Yeah, I think the chief of air staff, possibly. I don't even know if it was Fulani. I think it was even outside. So I don't know where we get these things from. Buratai is from somewhere in the northeast. Lucky Rabo is from somewhere in Delta State. So I don't know why. I don't know. I think there's a chief of naval staff that was from Osun State that served under Buhari as well. I don't know where we get these ideas from. I don't know. Really, it's frustrating. Really, it's frustrating because we spend so much time chasing shadows, believing in things that are not there. The West is our problem. No, the West is not our problem. We are our own problem. The Westerners are doing what is expedient, what they need to do for their people. If we are collateral damage in it, I can't blame them.
Yeah, because we're almost saying the same thing, my brother. Look, if we have issue, the way they rule the leaders who claim to be one Nigeria, to be frankly speaking, I've carefully analyzed these people. Do these people really have this country in their mind? If you love your country and you believe in one Nigeria spirit, if something is not good, can they identify it and start looking for profound solution to it? But what they do is that because money enter their pocket, they are the first to quick to say, oh, one Nigeria is good, Nigeria is in this one. Look, they don't care about the common masses at all. It just remains the same system, the same way, deceiving people, saying all kind of things. You appoint people year in, year out. You don't care to know the record of their performance. All you do is to go and bring more money. Financing electricity, no lie. People took
Can
it.
I contribute as well?
We went into a generator. We
Hello,
pollute
can
the
you hear me?
atmosphere. Yeah, just give me a moment.
Hold on for me. Let him finish.
We went into generator
We
usage.
can't hear you, Remy.
We burn a lot of carbon monoxide every day. You go to the atmosphere, you can't even breathe normal air when you go to Nigeria. We have to be honest. That's not the way our hair used to be. Okay, no water. Everybody is digging. Everybody is digging.
You can smell carbon monoxide there.
I will give you time to talk. Well, just a moment. They cannot provide water. We went to borehole. We have put holes everywhere. Tomorrow there's earthquake, you blame the West. Okay, schools don't even, public schools is almost like a forgotten something. If you want to see a good looking schools, at least close to 90% they are all private. Maybe you have 1% of the government hole because they have to build so they can loot and paint it and make it good. Huh? So okay, people now decide to go to private school. We took it as normal. Everything that their government, okay, we don't have security. They rush the army out. They rush the mopo out. Go after these people, flood them out. And these guys have been working for many years. Look at where we are.
I think you are just harmonizing now.
Thank you. I've also put my own submission. Remy can say his own.
Okay. Good morning from here. I've been listening to you for a while. First and foremost, I think if you look at the country Nigeria, fine, we have our own problem. And then you cannot say any country does not have their own problem. No matter how developed they are, they still have myriads of problems that they cannot even solve. Now I understand totally that it's true that we are the architect of our own downfall. Everybody knew that Nigeria have a security problem since almost 20 years ago. And the so-called allied or friends that we have all around the world that they're supposed to help us, they are not really helping us. And everybody is just looking at their own interest. And I don't blame them for that. But we as Nigeria, condemning your own country, not even offering solution, looking at it from narrow-minded, it's all about tribalism or religion, to me is far-fetched. I think at the end of the day, if you look at what is happening in that country, you cannot say categorically there's a genocide in Nigeria. That is a capital lie. Because we all know that when you put that country into region, as we have 6 regions now, we all know where they were predominantly Christians, predominantly Muslims, and predominantly maybe half and half. If you look at the North Central, and if you look at some states in the North Central, they are predominantly Christians. And when you talk about that state, you talk about Plateau and Benue State. And from time immemorial, they have been clashing among themselves because of land and because of other factors. They call it communal clash. And then the real ugly head from other terrorists or maybe bandits coming from nowhere to us. Because before something can happen in your community, sometimes the people in that community are also culpable. They might be the one that they invite them. So, but now you're talking there's a genocide in Nigeria. The word genocide cannot be used in Nigeria at all. See, today, even in the northern part of the country where we are predominantly Muslim, Christians still have churches there and they still go to their church.
And
So, and there's
they burn down their churches.
no. Please, Daddy, I beg you, don't go there. Because sometimes if you talk this way, because you live in America, and I can tell you that America is also relatively peaceful. It's not a peaceful country. You all know that. You cannot live with your eyes too closed. You cannot even leave your child
Okay,
to.
some. Oh,
Let
sorry,
me
Remy.
finish. Let me
Hold
finish
on,
first.
hold on. You finish. Just like you, I have a good question. But here's the
Go ahead.
question.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not asking. I'm not asking. I'm not talking about genocide. I don't believe genocide, even though a lot of people have been killed over the years, over this couple of decades. But would you agree that there has been in Nigeria a target against Christians in
No,
Nigeria by the Muslims?
no,
Never.
no, no.
Never.
I will never.
Okay.
The reason why I will never agree with you is this. Let me tell you the truth. If we put Nigerian down, who are the, you can say, 100% Christians in Nigeria, region by region, we will pick Southeast. And when you look at that country, who are the region or the people from any region that move from one region to another to domicile, to settle down, to do business, go to their churches, do their worship and do it. They are the Southeasterners. Any region you go in Nigeria, you will see them there. And after, apart from what happened in the 1966 coup or whatever, since that time, though we may have some pocket of maybe crisis or disruption, but not in a large scale. I don't see an average Yoruba man, most times they don't ever leave their domain and go and live in anywhere of the country. So after the Southeasterner, the next set of people that move around a little bit are the Hausa people. The Fulani among themselves, they don't normally move. They just roll. Those ones that are educated, they stay in the government service of their state or federal government. They don't even travel out. And those ones that are not educated, they continue to roll rear their cattle or whatever all over the federation, which we must look into because of the crisis during under Buhari, open grazing. We must stop it. So what are we saying here? If those people that move around, they are not complaining of a genocide against their people, and then some state that have some little pocket of Christian, I'm talking about the Northwest and the Northeast, I don't see whether when these people, they go around paying them, I don't see a situation where they separate them, you are Muslim and Christian, okay, stay here, and then they pay them like that, or they pay the Christian and leave the Muslim. I don't see that. But what I will say here is this. Sometimes we must appreciate what we have done from a country that is nothing, from a country that is not supposed to be together in terms of culture and tradition between the regions. But God have it, we are together. And sometimes I'm not the associate of coming here to talk about negativity every time. We don't have road, we don't have it, we don't have. But to me, I see democracy is better. We have seen some pocket of development. We should continue to work at, and we should continue to hold our leader accountable. But when you are holding your leader accountable, be objective with it, not totally just about how to say, because I don't like this leader or I don't like this particular region. When Jonathan was the president, the people of the South region, some of them were service chiefs, some of them are national security advisors. There were so many of them in government, including the people from the Southeast. That is the way the country is wired. And even if you go to America, every 4 years or 8 years, maybe Democrat or Republican, they also bring their people to government. The first time of Trump, he brought his own children to be top officials in the White House, and also maybe top, I don't know whether you use them as minister or whatever. But this time around, it's not doing the same thing. So, and Americans are not crying wolf or crying to death. And today, America has their own problems, numerous problems that they are trying to solve, because there is racism, there is segregation, there is so many violence, there is drug, there is so many things that even if you become the president of that country, your hand is already full. Within 6 months, you will change, because the enormous of work is just too much. But unfortunately, the reason why this kind of thing continues to persist, I can't believe it, for God's sake. The Christian Association of Nigerian can support that kind of document or article or that kind of, I don't know. You live in the same community. How do you expect? You are also bringing division. And when this trouble start or will start, I hope it never start, and it won't start in that.
Remy, I think the angle of the Christian Association of Nigeria is the fact that they feel so bitter about the Muslim tickets. They still feel like they love, and that is the reality. They have been politicized since the likes of Ayo Jaffer and his co-travelers, Ibio Yemi and co. Since they've actually become, their influence on the Christian Association of Nigeria has increased, and they've politicized.
Let me ask you a question. Aro, please let me just ask you a question.
When you look at them, when you look at the so-called Christian leader and some of these Afar and Imam in Nigeria, they are only interested in their own pocket wallet. Can you tell me, when you look at the Old Testament or old disciple in the Bible or the Quran, they are not interested in material wealth. But today, all these so-called, I'm sorry to say this, Nigerians are the most gullible people in this world. These people, they go about riding private jet, collecting money from you every week, every day, every now and then. You that your salary is not even enough for you, you go there and punch and drop your money. The money is not enough for you. And when you look at God, according to the Holy Bible, when he created this world, he has the 7th day to relax. That means God also worked hard that, it's not easy to get money. And when you make your money, work hard for 1 month, and then one stupid pastor, imam, or I will not tell you, drop this, drop that. And you are so gullible that the money is not even enough for you. You drop the money, and they use the money to buy planes, foment trouble all around the world. Tell me, are they really, really men of God? If you sit down and think very well, like a human being, you were going to that church. Your life never improved for 10, 20, 10 or 5 years or whatever year you have been going to that church. But you can see your pastor or your imam driving a limousine, flying a private jet, sending his children abroad, and then you go there and be supporting this kind of evil men. Now, this kind of men are now in collaboration with our oppressors to also make your life
Remy, let me ask you a question.
Let me finish. You have been talking for more than 2 hours. Please, I will finish soon, and then you can talk. To make your life, the life of you unbearable. Any sanction against you in Nigeria now, do you think it will affect your leaders? I mean, your political leaders. It's the common man on the street, and changing service ship or some service ships or something like that. They have a kind of routine or protocol that they follow. If they appoint a chief of army staff, if it's a 36 course, that means those above him will be retired because it's not the head of the chief of army. Please, let's get, sometimes when we criticize, we have to do our own little research to know how does this thing work. If we know how it works, fine. I agree that that country has been bastardized and mesmerized for some years. But when you see some pocket of development, when you see things are changing little by little, kindly appreciate it. And then you can now criticize somewhere that you think is not left unturned. I was listening to Cardoso yesterday, and he was telling the people, interview he did with London Business School, and he was saying that our inflation for open 37% has been reduced to 20%, but they are still working on it that hopefully by next year, maybe they can get it under 15%. And the price of food continues to reduce or decrease over some few months now. I know it's not easy, but Rome was not built in a day, but at the same time, we have started to see some kind of growth and some transparency in government. do your research. Please don't always just say yes or no. Say you yourself do your research. And when people are demoted or when people are fired, don't even say that because they are my brother or sister. If you can have the truth, ask the person what is the cost of them demoting you. I bet the person will not tell you the truth. So sometimes we should be objective in our analysis or our criticism. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. The question I wanted to ask you, but let me just put this one before you. You said the Christians, the head of, I don't know, this their Christian association leaders, they have bitterness about Muslim ticket. Just let us be honest here. Look at the situation of Nigeria. With the Northerners, Muslims majority allow Christians to rule that country. Let us be honest about it. Two, we have been under very severe insecurity challenges for years. The entire organization or group of people that always emerge when it
No,
comes
before
to
you go on Midwest, you have already answered your question. Obasanjo was a Christian. Obasanjo was a Christian. The Northern people, they voted for him. Jonathan was a Christian. They also voted for him. So
well,
you cannot say the question you're asking that
with the
calm
Northerners
down,
allow
calm
Christian.
down. You cannot say that.
Will they allow Christian tickets?
I don't even know what he's talking about. What is your question?
Remy, can you please remind them that Gowon and his deputy are both Christians?
Don't mind them. So,
and can you remind them that both in Rosie and his deputy Bawo were both Christians?
These are gunmen. Anybody can do. These
not a Christian.
Wait.
Is Obasanjo first and not a Christian?
They were never
what he's trying to say is that he's trying to ask
they were never
Obasanjo
Gowon was not elected. Listen to what
you guys mentioned. They were not elected. You just try to answer my question. Let us be honest.
Did Obasanjo have Christian?
You are talking about.
You can't talk. You can't talk. Listen to what he said. He said, "With the Northerners allowed a Christian president and vice president to be elected in Nigeria."
It's not about. Let me tell you. Let me ask you this question: Is it about allowed or by? Is it not by election? If Tinubu did not win the election,
no, let any political party also go ahead.
You see, the problem I have with people like Simba is this.
Midwest.
I don't understand these guys anyway. You guys look to sugarcoating to prove that you are more Nigerians than the rest people. I don't understand you guys at all.
I don't mind that. See, you guys see, sometimes some things are like plain and like in a plain sight. We all live in Nigeria. We know we are very tribal people. So when Midway was trying to explain to you guys that even during Jonathan's time, right? My understanding was that a lot of Southeastern and Southside people were employed in his government. So when it comes, it maybe retired, very retired bunch of maybe other tribes and not so much of his own people. And Simba comes, I have one friend, Major General in the army. He was retired also. So what? So they retired 90% of other people, and one Yoruba person. You think you can't justify his position on the matter?
Stop all this! I don't know why you are claiming ignorance about what I was trying to explain something to you. You know, I know your problem. Anytime you heard about religion, Christianity, and Trump, so I don't know how you think when it comes to all those two things.
No, Simba, I want to answer Midwest. Let's assume that today a political party chooses a Christian from North Central, and then they are looking for a deputy in the southern part of the country. And if he decides to choose a Christian from Southeast, if these two guys are well presented and Nigerians like them, they will vote for them. But because we never have this kind of precedent, you cannot condemn that the northern people cannot vote.
I agree.
Even this Muslim ticket, listen. This Muslim ticket is because of that, because the southern part of the country, especially some people in the south, even Yoruba people, because they are Christian, that's why they voted for Obi. And the vote they gave him is not enough to defeat.
I'm not going. Don't.
Remy, can I allow me to say something? Allow me to say something, please.
Hello, excuse me. It's not even in our constitution for you to decide who you choose as your vice or you understand. Everything is about how strategies of winning votes.
No,
If you like,
seems
accuse
that,
the Christian.
Please, can I say this? Can I say this? Can I
a lot of things
remind
are
us?
not written in our constitution. So don't pretend and don't be naive like we don't know how
Wait,
things
Prince
work.
Daddy,
What the
Prince
hell?
Daddy, Prince Daddy, Prince.
Hold on. Why the hell do we go to north and south rotation if it's not in our damn constitution? Why can't we don't leave the northerners to rule us
Let me
forever?
ask you.
Because it's politically expedient. That's why.
Prince Daddy.
So why they want to pretend like all these nuances don't matter?
Shouting.
Why don't you pretend?
Wait, nobody said they don't matter. Wait, the super king. Wait. Buhari won 2 terms.
Give me this time. Don't speak for me. Don't speak for me, please. What I'm saying, get it right. Okay, you are saying the North South, whatever this thing. If Atiku had won that election in 2023, will he not be the president? What are you talking about? Is there anybody that is going to prevent him from being the president?
Simba.
See, that's not the point. That is not the point, Simba. Of course, if he had won the presidency, fine. But there's a reason why, for equity or fairness that we do what we do in that damn country. That is not written. That's not written.
Prince Daddy, take this quick question along. Can you tell us the votes that Atiku got in Northwest and Northeast against Tinubu? If you know.
Well, the vote, it got almost 6.8 million votes altogether. I mean, it got most of the votes came from the North, right?
That is the total vote. I'm asking you, who came first among all the total states in Northwest and Northeast? There are 13 states in total. Can you tell me who got the majority of the vote in Northwest and Northeast? I'm just trying to tell you, because of the Muslim ticket.
In Northwest and Northeast, then I would say Atiku by maybe a flavor margin got more than Tinubu, because I know Tinubu did very well. He did very well in Kanu. Very well in Kanu.
I will tell you what happened. It seems you do not know. Actually, out of all the 13 states of that Northwest and Northeast, Tinubu only won 3. Atiku won the rest 10 states. And in some states, especially
that is not the way to look at it. You look at the numbers, not winning the damn state.
I am trying to tell you that even with the Muslim ticket that Tinubu and Chetima put forward, APC put forward, still the people of that region, they still pick their son Atiku ahead of Tinubu. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So
well, that means okay. What did they do?
What I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say in the let me finish Midwest. What I'm trying to say in the nutshell is this: if the South people, because they have Okowa as their son, if Delta and Edo State have flipped the votes to PDP that time, the president would have been Atiku. It's as simple as ABC. So we cannot say Muslim ticket get them the actual.
Remy, let us not take it to wait.
Can I make an observation, please?
Let us take that politics of election. Anyway, I asked that question because of the psyche and the reasoning of the northern people of Nigeria. And
that's a flawed question, and that is a mischievous question. Because you're talking about mischievous because you're accusing people of being devious. I think it's, and then you're making a categorical. I mean, I think Siba said it earlier on that you make absolute statements that you don't reason, you don't evaluate before you make them. So you are saying that the psyche of the northern people of Nigeria, are the most diverse in Nigeria. In Adamawa alone, I heard they speak about 30 languages in Adamawa alone. They have Christians. Wait. We are talking about diversity. Okay, and part of one of the things that we use to identify diversity in Nigeria is language. Okay, and religion really is not religion is not even a proper function for diversity. It really is not. The only thing the only thing that you can use to diversify us is language and ethnic groupings. Now, let me now say this. Buhari won 2 elections, okay, over the last 10 years, okay? himself, he was running with a Christian pastor. So this notion that these people in the north, Muslims foaming at the mouth anytime they see a Christian, it's I don't know where you get this. I don't know what you dream about when you close your eyes at night.
Your argument, I don't understand. I don't know what that means.
Also
in
with
that
me, I
country
don't know
again,
the
you're the one suggesting that people in the north couldn't possibly vote a Christian if they saw one.
No, that's not what we said. Look.
No, that's exactly what you are saying.
No, my question was, will they vote for a Christian ticket? The answer is no. No party will risk that in Nigeria.
If there was such a candidate, if there were two candidates that have the personality and they have the credibility, and if they came forward, they would vote for it. Tinubu did not choose a Muslim to. Tinubu chose a Muslim to. Tinubu chose a Muslim to because it was politically expedient, not because it was the only that, not because he woke up in the morning and said, you know what, that's the only option I have. It was politically expedient from today.
Let me even ask me don't ask me question, make your own opinion. Your question I cannot answer, please. The thing is this,
if you are Tinubu and you are a politician, you understand, and you are from the south, if you want to contest an election, go to the north and pick a Christian.
See, the thing is this, there's no political party
if somebody is contesting, you want to win an election, he will not strategize and look at what is the best option for me to win an election. Because you want to quantum towards these people's bias, he will go and choose something that will not favor him.
No,
if Atiku wasn't in that election, we would have a Christian vice president. But for the presence of Atiku in that election, and for the political strategy that necessitated, is what has caused this matter, and that's the reality of it.
Arrow. The thing is this: my point, where I'm coming from. You see, there's no political party that will risk Christian in Nigeria. They know they are going to lose heavily, so nobody will risk that. But you can risk.
Muslim. Do you dispute that? Do you dispute that statement?
Absolutely, I dispute it but it's because it has never happened.
It will never happen. There's no political party.
What makes you think? If the characters come to the fore, who can make that possible? It will happen.
Okay, let's assume that we have a North Central candidate, a Christian, and that if not pick a Southern VP from the Southeast. And let's assume that
no single political party in Nigeria will allow that. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. No single political party will allow that. They know they are going to lose.
Ro and Remy, they are deceiving themselves. You guys are deceiving yourselves. Like you don't understand that Nigerian place. You don't understand it.
I understand. I understand what you are trying to say. And I will give you a very good example. Let's assume that the last election, all the candidates, they all came from the southern part of Nigeria. Southern part of Nigeria. And let's say the person that came from the southern part of Nigeria is so popular all over the country. And then he now pick a Christian candidate from the north, maybe from North Central or something like that. And let's say that this only alliance or agreement between the North Central and the rest of the North, they will vote for that person. So you can, something you never tested, you cannot rule it out completely 100%.
So, Remy, so in the last election, that people were jumping up and down from pillar to pole, Muslim ticket. What was that all about?
Remy, let me ask him, Remy, let me ask him this question. Prince Daddy, if you are a Southern Muslim, okay, let's say assume you are Tinubu contesting in that election, what would you have done?
Well, I don't understand what I would have done. I mean, like choose a Muslim as the running mate.
What would you I just put yourself in that position. I want to win the election. What will you do?
See, the thing is this.
What Tinubu did, hold on. What Tinubu did was okay. What Tinubu did was okay. You know what? Because it's Nigeria. A Muslim ticket can fly. but a Christian ticket cannot fly. Just like my
Okay,
man is saying right here.
okay, let me ask you, why do you think it will not fly?
Because of the.
Please stay out of this. Stay out of this.
It's not going to fly because we know our northern brothers. We know our northern brothers how they feel about this kind of thing.
Not on the northerners are those things.
Let us take this thing step by step now. They said it will not fly. Okay, what would they do that will not make it fly?
Well, what they do, they are gonna rancor. They're gonna do a lot of things. If you let's say number one, they're not gonna vote for such a ticket anyway. They're not gonna vote for such a ticket if there's an option for a Christian Muslim ticket.
Wait now. So you believe that there are more? You understand what I'm saying? That means you believe that we have more Muslims.
No, Simba. Even if let's say the Christian ticket wins, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll be so content and accepting of the result? I mean, not like they're gonna go to war, but they're not gonna trust that presidency. Look at it right now. Because of the Muslim ticket.
Wait now, the Christian, did they trust this one that is there now?
The Christians?
Yeah, did they trust the one that is there now?
No, the Christian. The Christians don't have that. They don't have that in them.
You can see the way you
are.
Listen,
it's easier. Listen, it's easier for. This is what happened now. This past election was a good example of it. The Muslim ticket. There were a bunch of Christians jumping up and down protesting, but at the end of the day, it passed. But I'm telling you that if it was the other way around, it's not going to fly. Look at what happened to Tinubu right now. Look at the coup that happened. The coup that happened was as a result of the Northerners.
They will start civil war, or what are they going to do? Tell me now. What are they going to do?
The party will not win. No party will risk that. Don't force question to people. There's no single party in Nigeria that will risk. They will not win.
To you. Let him be answering the question. So if they don't win, is it not by election? People cannot have their choice.
That
is. Of course, you can have your choice. Just like every election, when it's time for a northerner's turn, a Christian can run on a ticket.
You cannot take that one away. People have reason for voting in an election. People can vote based on religion, based on ethnicity, based on friend, based on anything. So you cannot say because maybe we now have a block of Muslim population in the north, and they decide that okay, they want to vote for their Muslim brother, and they have committed an offense. Whereas the Christians are doing the same.
See,
somebody tells like you're pretending. You know very well the psyche and this Nigerian place we're talking about. You know very well. So the notion that you're pretending like it's okay. It's okay that Christian will just show up and everybody and the Northerns will be happy with it. Yeah, I think you're deceiving yourself.
They will not. They will never tolerate it. So the thing is this: you see, most of the problem we have in Nigeria. I have to be honest tonight. You see, the Christians in Nigeria, they've tolerated so much and for so long, and that is why we have this huge problem today. That international communities are not the one trying to say, look,
what have they been tolerating?
You just listen. I will tell you what they have been tolerating.
Stop Midwest. Stop it.
Let me tell you how we. I want to point to you how weakness and over tolerance can lead to bigger problem. When you're supposed to speak.
No, not at all. In fact, let me tell you something that will shock you today. In Nigeria, it is only the Christians that they are spreading their religion, all the nooks and crannies of Nigeria, and they are gaining even more.
I never told you spreading of religion. I'm not talking. Don't put words in my mouth. So that's why you should give me time to land my own point. I am not talking about spreading of religion. I'm not talking about Nigerians are not free to go to any place, whether it be mosque or be building, Lagos building everywhere, Yoruba, and every tribal people's place, even the Southeast you're talking about, you just use as an example. Nobody's talking about that. So don't push me to that level. What I want to tell you is this: when people become so silent and people
But that is
they become.
exactly what you are doing here today.
We
That
ask
is
you.
that's why
No.
When you make a
You
statement
you
and
you
people
should
are trying
you
to
are not
ask you question about that statement,
you are not
shifting goalposts.
you are
You
not
said
you are
okay,
not you are
the
not
Christian has been
you are not
tolerating
more you are not
Midwest.
you are not more
I
you are not
ask
more.
you, what have they been tolerating? Tell me, what have they been tolerating?
Then
You said they have been
give me
tolerating a lot.
time.
So tell me, what have they been tolerating?
You should give me time to also express myself. Number one, I will tell you now, the way the Christians tolerate a lot of things in those countries that led us to this problem is that when people do things, either because they are bit religious motivated, ethnic motivated, the leaders will not be bold enough to say, look, things are not done this way. And let us sit down and discuss and identify that problem that we are not satisfied, but we just downplayed it. We take it as normal. Tinubu is president today because we are all liberal. We don't care whether you are Muslim, whether you are, but in the fundamental ideology in the northern part of Nigeria, we have been shown into their people that led us to this problem. They will never allow it to happen. Take it or you leave it. And those kind of behavior save a country. So if we want to be serious about Nigeria issue, everyone have to stand up and say true to power. Not allowing foreign power to come and point to us that this is a problem.
Do you think the South
The Southerners are
let me
not as
ask you,
bold
did
and
you
fierce
together with Prince
fearless
Daddy,
like the Northerners? That's just a fact.
together with Prince
And I agree
Daddy,
with you.
together with Prince Daddy and Midwest, this question is for both of you. Do you think that the Christians in the South and the Southeast will allow Muslims to spread their own religion like the Christians are spreading religion all over the northern part of the country? Do you think you guys will allow them? Answer the question with sincerity.
You just made, I don't know what you meant by spreading
that is the place you went. That is the place you went, and I'm trying to counter you back.
In the northern, where you call northern part of Nigeria, maybe there are factors which you forgot to point to. First, the Abuja is a capital city of a big country like Nigeria. People are building large mosques. People are building large churches. So you cannot just use that very factor to name it that
not
they are
asking
spreading
of
The biggest
Abuja.
churches
I'm
in
asking
Nigeria
of
are in Abuja in the north. The biggest churches are up in the north. What are you talking about?
What I'm trying to say is very simple.
outside Abuja, the
Who's
remaining
making noise?
churches are smaller. I don't know what you're talking about.
Simba, can you mute or I will do that? Simba, I don't know. There's a lot of noise.
Simba, I think you have to mute. Somebody have to mute.
What I'm trying to say is very simple. I asked a very easy question. Simple question, sorry. I said, do you think the people of the South and the Southeast that are 80% Christians will allow Muslims to spread their religion in their region? Now you now have to just oppose it.
Nobody. Wait. In the
Let me
south,
finish. Let me finish.
in the southeast, people are building mosques. Wait
Let
now.
me finish my question. Try to relax. Now, just oppose it with the way Christians are spreading the religion in both Northwest and Northeast. That was my question. Say the truth in sincerity.
Nobody is those places you mentioned. These guys, because they dress, they cover their head. The women, you thought they are almost like no. These are indigenous Christians. They have been there for years, for centuries, even before the creation of Nigeria. So now this spreading you are talking about is a little bit confusing. I don't know what you meant with that one very well, but I know there are mega. Wait, maybe you are confused about the mega church in Abuja.
What I'm trying to tell you, not that both religions they are protecting their own interests. When you go to South and Southeast, majority of people there are Christians, and they will never allow any infiltration from Muslims to spread their own religion.
They don't.
Come on. How many Muslims do we have in Southeast and South? I beg, they are not even up to 1%. I beg, stop talking that way.
Those who are doing their businesses there, they have a place of worship. So the thing is this, my dear brother. You see, you are not more Nigerian than me.
My question was not on practicing their religion. My question is spreading the religion.
I don't know what you meant.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know what you meant by spreading, because in the southern part of Nigeria,
what do you mean, like converting people to Christianity or Islam? Is that what you meant?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
I cannot measure that. But all I know is
you don't know.
Remy, let me just put this one before you. Maybe you don't. Just if you go to Nigeria, just try to move around. You can see the demography in the southern part of Nigeria is changing because of over migration of these people from north. The way they dress, the children you see, and everything is in the next 10, 15 years. This is going to be another a bigger problem. And that's why I said the Christian, they don't speak. They allow things
I don't believe that. That is a lie. Okay, that's a lie.
Okay. Let me go back to security. Wait, when Tinubu came in, we can say we have enormous insecurity challenges, and all he does was to retire close to 500 and something army officers just to go and appoint one person. Is that how? Is that a good what is it called?
Okay, let me answer. It seems that you are a stubborn student, and no matter how they taught you will never
you must design a system that will make it to chase the way close to 500 army generals.
A stubborn student.
They have explained.
You're a good student.
Even if they bring a cutlass and cut your head to two, you will never understand. They have explained to you several times that in the army book, this service ship they were to stay there for 2 years because of backlog of promotion. And everybody, NDA courses, they have their particular year. So if they choose somebody that is in the year 1980 to be their new chief of army staff, if you are there from 1979 or 1978 course, they will retire you. It's as simple as it is. And they have explained to you several times, and you are continuing.
Okay, wait, Remy. In a front of war, you want to appoint an officer now to take the commanding leadership. 500 serving army should go back home. Are you going to win that war?
They are not retiring.
Why should Tinubu chase away 500 people because he want to appoint people? Why should Buhari chase away close to 200 because he want to appoint somebody?
Let me ask you. It's because you don't want. You don't understand, and people have been trying to let you understand.
There is nothing good there. The system is flawed. It's useless. We should stop it.
Nothing wrong with the system.
Look for a better way to do it.
If you are in the system, let me tell you, if you are, I've explained to you earlier. I explained to you. Remy, let us even share this. Let him carry whatever I want to carry on his head and start propagating it. I don't think he can. He has a mindset that he can't change. That is the problem with him.
I'm not trying to propagate it, Simba. Look, my dear brother, when a system is bad, it's no longer working.
There's nothing bad in that. What problem that you have that the only thing that you know, that's the only thing that is right. Every other thing that every other person is doing is wrong.
No.
I don't know why you have that kind of mindset.
Okay, you can agree that it is good, but now we can agree generally.
I explained to you what happened during Buhari. Let me explain to you again. If you hold
on a moment.
Wait.
I am trying to draw a point.
Buhari stagnated a lot of classes in the military because instead of allowing Buratai to spend 2 years, the guy spent like 6 years. That is 3 classes.
You listen to me. Maybe we are discussing different issue because I don't understand the 2 years you're talking about. But let me land my point. Maybe you will understand me before because you don't even allow me to talk. Simba, look.
What is it? What is your point?
We have a system, and at the same time we have a problem. And the greatest problem we have now, I think we all can agree together, we have a very serious insecurity problem in our country. Now, after election, the first month, the president will figure out who to pick and who to select. And in the process of doing that, within the military,
how do you know that one weakened the military?
Wait now. We are all, I don't understand you. You let me speak. Why I say it is bad. Now, after election, we are in democracy. The president want to appoint some army officers to serve the country. Fresh ones. Automatically, close to 600 that's supposed to be serving will be retired and say, go home. This is a bad system to me, and we need to adjust it if it is possible. And that's what I'm trying to present before you.
The military,
and you are not able to convince me that it is good, but you just want to stay. It is good because
do they have the number of years they're supposed to serve in the military? Do they have?
Don't
Just
ask me
because
those
we have
questions
this,
because
just
we are
because we
we
have
are
this
already in a
security.
we are already in a
Wait now.
crisis.
So they should elongate their service years because we're in crisis, so that the other people that are supposed to be promoted that are in the military, they should stay where they are. Is that what you are
Listen,
saying?
That's exactly what he's trying to say. You should just leave
no,
them there. Even
wait,
okay,
wait, my dear
Midwest,
brother.
no,
See,
Midwest. Listen, Midwest. Sorry, what you are trying to say is this: leave all those generals there. Although they might, me, let's say I am now the chief of army staff. You, everybody here, you are older than me in the armed forces, and they left you there. So do you think you will not listen to the command from me? You are my head down in that armed forces. So they should all leave you there because we don't want to retire you. So they now choose me as chief of army staff. Would you take order from me? Answer
for
that
me,
question.
I think I
Will you be loyal to
see.
me? Will you
Wait,
obey my order?
Remy,
You don't understand what you are saying, boss.
Remy, the number of army officers that these guys have to retire to form whether security to
That
appoint
is
people
it.
is
And when
so
they
much.
retire, the new general will
It's
come
it,
in. That's how it's supposed to be.
wait, no. It is
Our
is
problem
too
with
much.
security is it due to lack of
I think
generals?
I need to
Is it due
ask
to lack
Akim
of
to come.
generals?
Akim is the only one
No,
that
I
can.
think the problem we have is lack of experience. By the time you take the five most senior officers away, you automatically took away experience. So and that is very, very bad. No company will do that and survive. No organization will do that and survive. No
No,
institution will do that and
that's not the
progress.
issue.
And
Look
we
at
must
what
put an
happened.
end to it. We must put an end to it. It's too much. 500 and something to go. No.
During Jonathan regime, the same thing. During Yaradua regime, the same thing. During Obasanjo
Yeah.
the first time, it's also the same thing. He retired a
Yes.
lot of major and the rest.
And that's why
Even
and
this
that's
one
why
they are retiring.
that's why the bad guys are
Listen
not
first.
that's why the bad guys that's why the bad guys are kineticking them already. They go to their barrack and kinet them. It's happening.
It was
So
not
that's why.
listen, it is only the general they retire now. They are not retiring any major general, brigadier general, or colonel below them. Obasanjo is the only one that retired a lot of colonels and the rest. Jonathan, when he appointed his own service chiefs, he also retired a lot of people above the grade of that guy that appointed.
Remy,
So why
let
are
me
you fixated on necessary?
let me even say this. Even you can retire a brigadier general, a brigadier can be retired, a colonel can be retired. Let me tell you, in military, if you are due for promotion and you attempt promotion exam and you fail 2 times, you can't stay on one rank for more than 5 years. If you are there, they will retire you forcefully.
Yeah, 4 years is the window now.
Okay, it's 4 years the window now. So our people, they don't understand. If you don't understand that certain things are going on in certain profession, seek information. It's not for you to just come on the platform and then just be talking as if you know.
Now,
Okay,
you
let's go
guys,
to
you guys, you guys want to
Simba.
defy common sense.
Simba.
1 second.
Simba.
I'm not understanding.
My question.
1 second. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I heard this from Simba actually. Simba is a historian. At one point in time, the Igbos dominated the army or the military. Then came the Northerners. They too they found a way to dominate. I remember when my brother went to NDA, Nigerian Defense Academy, right? The Northerners and their children or their family members, they dominate that institution. So the notion that
No,
tribalism
first Gary,
or
before you continue.
Free Daddy, they didn't dominate it because
I'm
they,
with you. Answer that question. Your brother went to NDA. Did they select him or he failed or what happened? Tell us the truth. Don't just come here and just
well,
on
okay. My bro actually was #1 in Lagos State in common entrance examination actually. So he actually on academics, nobody come close. He was #1 in the state of Lagos State, perhaps
Did
in the whole
he
country
get
for
the
that matter.
admission? Forget about common entrance. Did he get the
Yeah,
admission to
well,
NDA?
of course, no, it didn't. It went to the end. It went to NBA, but it did. It was never. It didn't go to. He passed the exam, but he was never selected to continue in the officers program. So that's the point.
but the selection is not just academic. You know that
I'm sorry.
the selection is not just academic.
I know that, but I didn't even make my point is that the point I made was that like that place. I'm listen. That my brother made it or not is not my argument here. But I'm trying to make a point that at one point in time the Igbos dominated the army. There comes the Northern also. The point here is that each tribe will favor theirs at the right time. So when
So,
people
so,
like Simba
so,
and yourself want
Prince
to
Daddy,
deny,
Prince Daddy, can I say something? Simba, can I please correct something? Because I think it's time for Nigerians to correct this greatly erroneous mentality. Nigeria is more than the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa. And when he said the North dominates he said one time the Igbo dominated the military. The Igbo are but one of the several ethnic groups in Nigeria. I think the Nigerian state recognizes more than 300 ethnic nationalities. In that same army, you had people like T.Y. Danjuma. He's a Northerner, but it's not Hausa. It's not Hausa. It's not Fulani. In that same place, you have people like Jerry Oseni. You have Gowon, you have Jerry Oseni, you have the Bamayi brothers.
You have Vatsa, Mama Vatsa.
You have Bam and Vatsa. You have both IBB, Abacha, and Abdulsalam. None of those guys are Hausa.
You have Tunde Diagbon.
You have Tunde Diagbon. So when you say that, when you say the North dominates the army, then group the North together, and I think it's a malicious thing when you do that. Because and it's the same malicious thing when you say the South, you say the Ijaw, but you forget that in that same South you have the Efik, you have the Yoruba, you have the different people right across the South, from Akwa Ibom right all the way to Delta. They are not ethnically the same. But when you just say, and I think it's a terrible thing when you don't recognize that Nigeria, and I think it's a terrible thing. And I think the problem in Nigeria is because of the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa. Not what the Yoruba and the Igbo actually, because the Hausa have actually been marginalized. So it's actually the Yoruba and the Igbo, and it's a fact that
it's because of the Igbos. They talk a lot and they shout. So that thing has been implanted in our psyche. I told the same Prince Daddy yesterday. When you are, it's a good point that you just made now. North is not an ethnic group. The Igbo is an ethnic group. So why should you not be equating Igbo to the entire North, where they have more than 200 tribes or ethnicity?
Listen now, there is something that tied North together. Let us be honest.
There's nothing that tied them together.
The only thing that ties them together is the fear of the domination by people like you, who don't seem to understand their difference, and who don't seem to recognize their difference. It's the people like you that makes it necessary. Because if they don't do that, they will be dominated and they'll be decimated by people like you that don't even recognize their individuality. That's the reality of it.
I don't know when the space you are talking to, whether the early stage of the independent or whether now when you talk of domination.
Even now, you don't even recognize that they are different.
Yeah, at the end, at the beginning of this country, they knew their diversity was so pronounced. But what happened to some of their leaders prompt them to come together? They don't care whether they are Muslim, whether they are Christians, or then the power goes to the Fulani. So the truth of the matter is this: because they speak one language. Listen to what bound the Northerners together. Why we always refer to them as one. They understand it. Almost 99% of Hausa language, the whole of them, they accepted this language and it bound them together. That is one point.
It's not true. What I say is not true. Have you ever been to the North?
Well, I've never seen any Northerners that cannot speak Hausa, so I may be wrong. But I don't know.
Because there's many. Most of them don't.
Wait, Aro. If you see a thief man, will it look like a Northerner to you? If you see a Jikun or an Igala person, or a Yoruba from Kogi or Kwara, or a Nupe man, how do they look? You said that when you see a Northerner, you recognize them. How would they look?
Okay, the way I would put that, the way I would put that before you is just like you saying Gowon. Yes, But when it's
Don't
within
mind
that area,
them. When they see the name, if the name look like similar like Muslim name, they already conclude it's from Hausa. And so many people
no.
from the North Central,
I,
the
I
name
I
is
said
people
this
from the
afternoon.
North
I
East.
said I caught somebody from Nasarawa State when I was in Abuja some years ago. I called him an Hausa man. God saved me how I managed to dodge the slap. That is why I don't even call these people Hausa or Fulani. I just greet them and I will allow them to tell me whom they are. So I've learned my lesson and I keep on telling people. But I don't know of now. But they understand
So they
that
have
language
changed now.
Hausa.
They are now, they've all agreed to be Hausa. All of them have agreed to be
I
Hausa
don't
now.
know. But the guy who almost finished, who almost tear my,
You know,
let me
Midwest.
round up this one now. Please, you hold
You
on a little
need.
bit, Simba. That guy speaks Hausa fluently, and I
But the
think
fact that
within
somebody
their
speak a language does not make
but
him that.
I just
So if
carry
I can
on.
speak Igbo,
Wait
does
now,
that make I'm an Igbo man?
I am not saying wait, you guys overreact. You always overreacted. So you wait a little bit. I'm not saying the guy is an answer person, but we in the South, the way we perceive them, because we are not too used to them, because they speak generally, they understand. That favors them. That is what put them together. Everybody understand that there is a law, a
Midwest,
large
No, 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 no.
I'm not
Mr. Silva, please
surprised.
wait 1 minute. Wait.
That,
We
that's
want to
Najama,
ask
that's
him
let
a
me
that's a
question.
good point.
Najama, why
we
That's a
you
have
good
talk
point.
this?
That's a good
no,
point.
we
Najama,
have
why you
wait
talk?
for one moment,
Give me
Simba.
1
We
minute.
have a lot of tribes
Let me
in the
tell him
northern.
this.
Wait now, Simba.
Midwest.
We have a lot
It's
of
okay,
ethnic
Midway. Let somebody
people
You
else
are
in
talk
still
the
now.
northern
talking now.
part
You've
of
already
Nigeria.
concluded. Now, why are you still doing this?
We have a lot of wait, let me put this one. You want to cut me off and you start putting argument. We have a lot of ethnic people in the northern part of Nigeria, and I agree with you, but they speak Hausa largely. So that is my own point.
That is true. They all find that one common language.
What
That's why
about
it's
from
easy.
What you are
Hold
saying is
on.
not
That's
true.
why
It's
it's
not true.
easier to to
It's
to
not
to
true.
uh
It's
to
not
to
true.
group them
It's not
as
true,
one.
Please, It's not
Uh,
So
true.
when they group
Let
Eastern
me.
region,
okay, let the
everybody
other
there is
guy
not
talk.
Igbo.
Let the other person talk. I beg.
Midwest, I am not surprised that you are speaking the way you are speaking because you are from the South. I've worked, I've spent several years in the South, and I know. In fact, when I was working there, if I tell them that I'm a Muslim, you know what what they used to tell me? They said I don't look like one, and I asked them that how does a Muslim look? Because you people you have little interaction. And that's why the mentality of an average Westerner is even from the mentality of a Southeasterner and the South person. Because we don't have a mix that we have in the western part of Nigeria. You understand? The what your image of a Muslim is that
You
one
you you
dirty guy.
you when you use the word South, very very specific. You can't equate people from Edo and Delta to that your analysis. It's absolutely wrong.
Is in fact where I
100,
work
oh,
is
very
actually even
very very
Edo and Delta.
very wrong. Very very
It's
wrong.
not
If you
wrong.
say that,
It's not wrong. It's
and
the
I,
same
and
thing,
I
the
will
same
put
response I
let
used
me
to
let,
get.
let me
So
let me
I'm not
put it let
surprised
me
that you
put
are
it.
talking this way.
No, don't say that. Let me just tell you
Simba,
one thing.
you know the funny thing though, your argument goes both ways. Some people, someone
Yeah,
can be a society can be way advanced and have little interaction with other cultures. It doesn't make them like backward. At the same time,
I'm
a
not
culture
saying they
can
are
be.
backward. Get me. Don't put that
Well,
one
you're
again.
trying to make a suggestion right there.
I'm
I
not
know the
saying.
way you
I
are.
said I'm not surprised the way because that is
By the
why he
way,
has little
how would I
knowledge.
know listen, how would I know you're a Muslim because you're a wicked man, and how would I know? Oh, that guy's a Muslim. The way it talks wicked.
Visa, you know where. Wala.
I hope that is said in jest. But then
No,
again, it
no,
springs badly.
he's joking now. He doesn't mean
No, he's not joking. He's a
Uh,
devious individual, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I know, I know, will not leave me alone. Any small thing, you come after me.
Okay, Najama, you can come in now.
Good morning, good afternoon. Depends on the location, please. Midwest, you see, in Nigeria, since they divide our country first, like from 1960, make it that Wazobia. Anybody in the north, even in the southwest, what they see, if you are not from the north, they look you. You are not from the north, you are not from the southwest. They look you like Yamiri, Igbo. Everybody in the south to southeast, they believe you are Igbo. So that doesn't mean because you are there, you not say everybody is Igbo. You understand? People in the north, all of them, because somebody is from the north, it was just divided as a for politics. You understand? Because somebody is in the north, that means is Hausa or Fulani. No, there are more than 200 ethnic group in the north. All of them are not. Hausa. It's we because majority of Nigeria have never traveled more than their state. That's why we call out this one. Anybody from the north, we say it's Hausa or it's the full Hausa or Fulani. Everybody in the northern, they look everybody in the south. Or it's you that will be arguing with them. They believe you are Igbo. They believe even if you go to the southwest, they believe everybody in the south. They believe they are Igbo. That is all what they call all of us there. It's you that will be arguing upon the way you will argue. The one that want to believe will believe. The one that doesn't want to believe will still be looking like I doesn't understand what you are saying. You understand? So not because people are living in the north, we just say they are bind together, they are all one. No, look at what is happening there in the north central. Look at the northeast. Look at the north. They don't even agree in politics, in anything. They don't even agree. You go to some how many Zamfara. There's about how many ethnic groups is there? About 8 or 15. Did you ever see Christian become a governor there? Did you ever see Christian become governor there? You say they are all one. So you have to understand many things. They are not one. They are not one. It's just we that just look there like that from our own side. That these people are just one. No. Impossible, my brother. Let me be realistic. That's just my contribution. Thank you. Hello?
We hear you. Thank you very much for that submission.
I want to quickly reply Simba for the statement he made. Like we South, we do this, we do that. Let me tell you. After Lagos, when it comes to diversity, the next place I will say Nigeria. Let me add Abuja because already the next place will be Benin. No other place. There is no Benin.
Adamawa and Kano are more diverse than
let me add it. I'm going somewhere. Let me just put this one before you. Every one of us that grew up in Benin, we grew up with nearly the entire tribe of Nigeria. So that one alone exposes us. But the problem is this. I will agree with this, my brother that just finished now. For we to differentiate between Hausa and Fulani, or maybe a tribe in the north, is difficult for us as a people. I can't take that away. We can't. Just the way it is difficult for them, just as this guy said, even a Yoruba man, to differentiate that Yoruba man from Igbo, it's also difficult for them. It is maybe of now, it may be changing. You understand me? Not that we don't know when somebody said, not in Edo and Delta, you say you be Muslim, this one person. I have Edo people who have been a Muslim for a very long time. We have Yoruba who we know, who they cook rice during Salah, everybody wear white, go eat. So those days, though, I don't know of now where everybody's so suspicious, you know, and I have to be honest about that.
Everyone is so suspicious. Suspicious over yourself, and you don't lie.
Food you throw away for corner. Those days they will allow us to eat with our brothers. We don't care. Who cares?
No, honestly, even before what you said is right. You are right too. When I was coming, the last time I went to Nigeria, this is Salah, so I was in Nigeria. Do you know somebody was preaching in the mosque in Ibadan? He said, if a Christian bring food to you, he said, don't eat. He said it's haram. He said, in the mosque, he was preaching it with loudspeaker, everything. So if Christian brought food to you, why must a Muslim go and eat Christian food in their Christmas day? Those are haram. They should not. I would just want to say, hey, Nigeria don't reach like this.
And you think that in Ibadan that people are going to believe, they are going to listen to that?
No, I said was preaching it at the mosque. I want to know.
But do you think the people listen?
You just say this one in the mosque. Who want believe that one? We believe that one. No. Even that salad, I went to more than 4 or 5 house. I eat, I enjoy myself. But they know me. They call me, they invite me. More than 4 or 5 house. They call me, they kill them. When they are eat, I'm a Christian. Because I know them from childhood. You know? So some of them are so I'm big men now. So I wonder, but when I was just going, I just hear the thing the boy was preaching. I say, So what I was asking myself, me that I wanted to eat from the Muslim to them. So what is my own food? What is the meaning of my own? You know, Nigeria, I don't know.
Niger man. You know, let me tell you one thing that you don't understand. You know, if a Muslim want to eat an animal, they have a way of killing the animal.
Yeah.
Is forbidden for a Muslim to eat an animal that is killed by any other means apart from slaughtering.
Slaughter, yeah.
You understand? So some people eat dead
And they
animal.
must skin it. They don't roast it.
Some people eat animal killed by gun, by any. So, and that is why they said you have to be careful eating food from other people that are not Muslim. And if you go to some areas, even there was a time I went to India and I wanted to go and buy meat. They said the special market where Muslims used to get their own meat. They have to get there. You understand? So it's not about hatred or about anything. It's just about belief.
Well, but Mr. Simba, you now you see the way you digest it, are able to explain it. But do you think a layman are able to digest it like that? Even me now, I didn't even think like this.
Yeah,
I was
but
surprised.
Nigeria, you are right. It is only in the southwest of Nigeria that people are very liberal, and you cannot even notice the difference between Christian or Muslim. Everybody just work together, joy together. They take that religion not so seriously when you compare it to, to the southeast and some northwest or northeast or north central. It's quite unfortunate that we have to be talking about religion and then use it to divide us or whatever. It's quite unfortunate.
We are, Remy, you will see, and that's why I mentioned Western region the other time when this Trump daddy was attacking me. In our own enclave in the Western region, is the population of Muslim and Christians almost the same.
Yes,
in
Western, and we have intermarried, we have integrated.
You have my auntie is a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And so I have cousins that are Christians.
Do you know that in some marriages,
you understand? So
husband can be
when we during Christmas, and another thing that you notice is that even that religion, you see even Christian, the way they kill animal in the West is almost the same way the Muslim kill animals. You understand? So we have that. So even during Christmas, people will bring food to our house. We eat because we know what they do.
No,
we know how this. In fact, maybe we are even there when they are killing their animals.
Yeah,
in fact, you discover that some of them will even call an afar to come and kill the animal for them.
For them, yeah.
You understand? So we don't look at religion the way people from South or the Northerners.
Yeah, because where in the southwest, is in many houses you will see father Muslim, the mother is a Christian, the wife. No problem, nobody they even disturb themselves. You will see like my friend now, my schoolmate. 3 of them are Christian. They went to marry Muslim. All of us want to get married.
Can I come in from different angle for what you guys are saying about Southwest? Just give me time to explain something. You see, what people in the Southwest or down to maybe Benin side to Delta, because that's why when you use the word South, please, South is very young. What you are explaining does not cut across the entire South, because if you refer to South side, little bit bring a lot of confusions to me, like me being, I don't know what is happening in your side that is quite different from my place. But the truth of the matter is this: Christianity and Islam is not the original founder of the culture you enjoy in the western part of Nigeria. Don't make that mistake. That is why they are tolerance now. The tolerance that you are enjoying is based on the culture your ancestors have built in that place. But as time progresses, there will be problem. Go and mark my word. There will be serious one. Take Kwara, for example.
There will not be any problem.
That is why I said, my own, I'm coming from different, I'm just coming from different angle, because
there won't be any
most of the families that you see somebody, they are doing it today, it doesn't matter. They actually have that Asian, Ife, or maybe Oyo, or whatever empire system of life that have embedded in them for so long, which is tolerance. So they tolerate, they take everything, Libra. But as time progresses, many years, you will now see people, one is trying to dominate the other. So they will no longer remember whom they are. That is the only risk you carry. We can champion it today, we can be happy over it. That's just the truth.
That is not that doesn't mean that is not a problem. Now, you now that is practicing Christianity today or Muslim, is that your tradition? Is not something that brought it to you?
No, I don't
What I'm
even know
trying to
why we
refer to
carry
you,
this thing
most of the
on our
place,
head.
as you are championing your own, praising it today, those places you are pointing to, maybe they have problem, they cannot tolerate it. They were once like your place. That's just the truth. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I don't believe South with their education. They will not. No, tell me. Since you grow to this age, do you ever hear in South where they are fighting about religion? Nothing ever happened like that.
I think it's not common, but it happens. But it's not common. It's not a
No,
problem for
I've never,
now.
because I grew up there. I never see hearing them fighting
As
about
I said,
religion.
wait, as
Or
I said
maybe
now,
any house you will see any house you will
get
see. I'm not going to rent to a Christian or a Muslim. It
wait,
doesn't exist there.
no, we are talking about the coexistence.
You know what? He wanted it to start now. That's what he's wishing for.
No, I
No, I
am
don't
not.
believe
I
that.
am not. I'm not wanting it to start, my brother. I'm just telling you what you are
Why
enjoying
can't
is not
you
the
believe that? Okay, as we
way.
even develop more tolerance. You are
I
thinking
tell
that
you
okay, as
how.
we progress, we develop more
No,
hatred.
the thing is this. The thing you are
What is the
misquoting
thing?
me. The thing, the Libra you are enjoying is not because of your teaching from your book or whether the other book. This is the labor of your ancestor. This is what I'm trying to present before you. As time progresses, with this foreign something, two of them will clash. You can't put these two people together and don't
Let me
expect a
ask
clash in the
you. Let
future.
me ask you. Let me ask
It
you.
will.
Even in the
It's a
north
must.
that we are
Let's have that
saying
one in
that.
the back of our mind.
Wait now, Midwest. Let me educate you. Even in the north, where you think that okay, they carry Islam on their head. Do you know that if you are a Muslim from the West, they will value their ethnicity first before they see you as a Muslim?
Mm.
Do you know
Not
that?
yeah, I agree. And not only that, it is difficult for them to cross married by now. That you are Muslim, you want to marry a Christian. They can take the woman, but for a
Forget about
Christian
it.
man,
You'll be
but
hearing people, Ogbeni, who is a stone Christian, a Yoruba, marry a Fulani.
maybe the Fulani was raised in the western part of
Maybe
Nigeria.
you know the question, you know the problem that you have. You always
Which one be
when you
baby
say
again?
something and people are trying to correct you, you always
The
look
word,
for.
the
I
the
don't know the
word,
kind of person that you are.
the word. Why I use maybe is that I stand to be corrected. So you can correct me, but I perceive maybe the
Even
woman was not.
Patoski, wait now,
Don't you
Patoski,
see
yes,
Igbo that marry Fulani?
Patoski, wait now, Patoski, who's an Edo guy like you, marry a
Yeah,
Fulani woman from Ilorin.
okay. Why didn't he go and
Okay,
marry in the
maybe
Sokoto?
that one is also maybe.
Why didn't he go and marry that woman from Sokoto? Because we
Okay,
are
Oh
Muslim.
my
President
God!
Amari Mariam from Delta, how many years
Because
ago?
there are
He's
there
not a
are
human
Bini
being.
there are Bini men. Let me tell you, there are Bini men who marry an Hausa women those days. There are my people who marry Yoruba
So
who
what
don't
is
care
your
whether they are
point now?
Muslim.
What is your point?
Because
I don't know. We
culturally,
are trying to actually
my
take your
my
mind
point,
away from all this your
my my
tribalism,
my my
the
my my
electricity
whole
and
point,
everything,
my
but
point
you are
why I
always
make
fixated on it.
my whole point is that when people are doing something somewhere and you cannot do it elsewhere and they share almost the same faith, the reason why it happens is what I'm trying to present before you. It's not because the people suddenly this is how they live their life. No, people have worked out based on different religion, different understanding to lay a foundation for coexistence, for liberal, for tolerance. So as
The more
this
you
religion,
coexist now, the more you coexist like this, the more you get more liberal.
yeah, no, it's very unfortunate.
Why is it going to cut?
I
There's
can
no chaos in
summarize
future.
you. Midwest, you have little or no exposure. I'm very sorry to say, especially
Okay,
when it comes to Nigeria.
okay, I take it that way. Thank you. There's no problem about that. But
No, because the
the
more
truth I
you
want to
coexist,
tell you, see
no.
why is it not frequent in the northern part of Nigeria? Are you not sharing the same faith?
But
So
Are
let me
you
I
push,
there?
tell
let
you,
me
Are
tell
you
you,
in
if you
the
are being,
I
northern part?
okay, wait,
Have you been there?
Midwest, let me still tell you something. In the north, this same north you are saying there, this same north you are talking about, do you know there is some still family? There's still family that the father is a Muslim, the wife is Christian, the children are Christian. In the
maybe
north.
you go and read. you go and read. You go and wait. Yes,
No, I'm telling you, there is some family. The father is a Muslim, but the children are Christian.
I agree. Wait now, I agree with you. Now it is, you can find it in every part of Nigeria, but you try to dig into the history of those people. Maybe those people have Yoruba connection. They still have that
Oh
tolerance,
my
or this.
God! You said you use not now. You didn't use ethnicity then. Now
or
you want to
maybe,
give you fact that you want to use.
maybe now, wait, they also have that Benin data area, something ideology and all this heritage they can tolerate. You go to a core fundamental person from North. That is no. Let us not be stupid.
Every tribe, my brother, have extremists. Every tribe has extremists, my brother.
You will allow our daughter to go and marry a Muslim. If you see a core fundamental Christian, we also allow our daughter to go and marry a Muslim. So
some people are very. In every tribe, there are some people who are so conservative. You understand? That doesn't mean that is the way all of them eat.
For me, as we are embracing this, all this new religion, I call them new. The best thing we should do, we should also let our children understand why we're able to live like that. We cannot use the way or the cultural heritage of our place to be glorifying. Oh, look the way we are living. We don't care. No, so people put foundation there. It has nothing to do with what you practice today. Let us be honest. If what you practice today, if you don't let your children to know why it was possible, that's why in the future they start having problems. They believe, oh, we are no longer doing it like they don't understand. This is what I'm trying to present before you.
If you have
and you said I'm not exposed.
Whatever mentality that
what are you
you
talking
have,
about?
me, when I see anybody, I don't see you from your religion. I see you as a person. You understand? Whatever mentality that you have is that is your own problem. In the Southwest, we don't look at ourselves. We don't. In fact, when you go to Christian school, you discover that you see a lot of Muslims there. Nobody disturb anybody.
Likewise, in my place.
You will see private schools that are even, in fact, the schools that my children attended is a Christian private school. And you discover that 80% of the students there are even Muslim.
Muslim,
yeah. Simba, even Ansarudin, you know how many Christians went to Ansarudin?
Simba, I agree with you. You are not lying. That is what our ancestors work for. They never read your book.
Our ancestors didn't work for it. It's people that have come after them that start changing the narrative.
Wait, they did never read your book. Most of them, maybe your grandfather did not even practice what you practice today, self. The other book they did not read, none of them. And this is what we are enjoying. We should let our children understand why we're able to live like that. We should not give praises to this new religion we practice that they are the one that make us to reason that way. Then we're going to confuse them in the nearest future. Most of the things you enjoy, people in the north who practice what you practice cannot enjoy.
We are talking about coexisting and tolerance. We are not talking about
the Midwest. Be careful how you speak. Oh, Prince Daddy is still over here, and he's a Christian fundamentalist. So
no, this is the angle I am coming from. I understand that we are embracing new thing, but if you are doing it in your place, which is very good, everybody is happy about it today. Let us not just undermine how we're able to arrive in that very stage. That's what I'm trying to express. Not you trying to say I'm not exposed, but why can't they do it in a jail like that? Why can't they do it in Sokoto?
Midwest, sorry. Midwest, why are you troubling yourself? You live in Western world. Your children, are they Christian or Muslim? They have their own individual lifestyle. So stop talking this way.
My children, I don't know what to call them, whether I will say they are Christian, whether they are this, they are that. The way they reason, I'm very careful.
Why are you now troubling yourself about
what is that? Because we are almost saying the same thing. Because the society
what I want to tell you is, let me finish this first. Our people, because of modernity, they metamorphosed and very liberal to accept whether Christian or Muslim. They don't care in the Southwest.
Liberal is in their DNA. The people have made it so long, and that's why it's possible. Don't just say they are modernized. Which they will, if we don't educate them, they will modernize into crisis when the population grows. I'm telling you.
If you talk about our ancestors, our forefathers, they don't know what is Christianity or Islam. They just practice their own traditional religion. Is it not because of the
let me even tell you. Let me even tell him. You know, the first primary school in my village was established in 1812. CMS Primary School. By the, you know, when they say CMS, like Christian Missionary Society.
Christian Missionary School.
Yes. My father is a Muslim, and is part of the second people that enrolled into that primary school in 1913. A Muslim, first primary school in that place. A lot of Muslims attended that school. You understand? So don't forget about, I don't even, we assume a lot about a lot of things that we don't know. And especially, it's very common with this Midwest. Most of his argument is based on assumption, something that he virtually know nothing about. You've never been to the north. You've never seen how he came here today. Said that a majority of the northern people, they speak Hausa. Come to Kwara State or come and say how many people can speak Hausa, or go to Kogi, or go to Taraba, or go to Nasarawa.
Well, Benue.
Or Benue.
Taraba.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? If that is wrong, what is the major spoken language at Africa, our own language dialect in the northern part of
Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, but that one was just tried for
No.
administrative purpose for the British. Do
let,
you expect them
let
to write 371 Bible? Those were just
No,
for administrative purpose.
Nigerian, just like, let's say, the old Eastern region, then you now classify all the old Eastern region as Igbo.
I see, but that's what I was asking before from beginning.
That is not what I said. That's why we should try to listen to one another. The northern people are bound because
you're just using it according to what you are talking about in the north.
No, that's not what I said. That's what you said, not me. Because what I said is that
you said they are speaking their language is Hausa. He's trying to tell you, say, not all of them speak Hausa.
No, that's why I say, see, let's try to listen to one another. I agree that there are numerous ethnic nationality in the northern part of Nigeria, but the major spoken language, Africa's spoken language, is a Hausa language. So yes. I don't know whether if I'm wrong, but
I agree with you. Let me give another example.
Yeah. And because of that, that language it bound them together. And because of their early, because of their early experience after the independence of this country, that incident bound them more to say, we must unite.
Okay. Please, 1 minute. Okay. The Eastern region, Igbo band, the language they use was Igbo language. Abi, Igbo is not an ethnic group. It's not a tribe. It's just a language. So does that language band all the whole South with the Eastern region together today?
No, let me even tell him. Maybe he doesn't know. Do you know the language they speak in old Midwestern region? I mean, when the Midwestern region was part of the Western region.
For the whole 45 years of
colonization, I work in your state.
I wanted to answer if you permit me to answer.
Those people that maybe if you are like 10 years old or before independence, ask them, if you see anybody, ask them that what is the language of communication in the churches. They read Yoruba
language. That's how our mother can speak one Yoruba now.
I want to explain to you. That's why I want to answer your question. The reason why they were speaking those language, they were mandated to learn that language for 45 years of the colonization of the country. So that is why we still have this tribal crisis today. Likewise, the eastern part of Nigeria.
45 years of colonization.
From 1914, the only spoken languages that was adopted to be taught in our school were Igbo language, Hausa language, and Yoruba language. So everybody in the West were mandated to study Yoruba, both Edo, Delta, and all today.
But they say we are not colonized for 45 years, so let me correct that one. So don't
our colonization as West before independence was 45 years.
No, Nigeria was amalgamated in 1914. You come there, it's about 100 years. It's 100 years now. You are talking, it's just country from amalgamation to independence.
Wait. You see where the recolonization started. when they formed this South and North, we were different countries. It's just like that time they were still measuring what to do. So that 1914 is when they draw the real conclusion and they amalgamated us.
No, they amalgamated the country together. It was province.
Amalgamation is different from
Colonialism.
colonialism.
Amalgamation. I'm tired for this man, man.
Okay, I
do you want
I
them to be because they can't be running two elections, one north, one south. They have to amalgamate it together for resources to reduce resources. I want to understand why.
Before the amalgamation, North was a country of its own. The South was a country of its own.
What
we were
was
never
the name
together.
of the country?
That is why we call Southern and Northern Protectorate.
What was the name of the country?
The Northern Protectorate and the Southern Protectorate. They were having different administrations.
What was the name of the country? Is that the name of the country?
That is the name they gave to us.
There were two countries. What were the name? The name for
the northern part was called. The northern part was called Northern Protectorate, and it's their name.
But that's not a country name now.
That's not a country name now.
It was administrative purpose of that. So they can't be conducting two elections, that side and this side. They have to amalgamate them together to become one.
Okay, let me express. If you can permit me to express something, because we cannot deviate from it. What happened when we were in the Northern Protectorate and the Southern Protectorate? Nobody was mandated, or schools were mandated to say, teach these people this very particular ethnic language. We don't have it.
Were you born in 1940? Were you born in 1940?
The histories are
1805.
The histories are there. You understand what I'm saying now? The histories are there. 1914, they amalgamated us and gave us the name Nigeria today. So in that process, they have to look for a way to put us together because this ethnic was too much. So they make the Western people, Edo, including Edo and Delta or Midwest, all those schools, the only local language they gave to us is Yoruba language until the independent. Even after they independent, in the Eastern region, it was
let me correct you there. Let me correct you there. Wait, let me correct you there. See, after the amalgamation, you understand, there was a debate that which one will be our lingua franca. Nobody out of the 371 tribe ethnic group, no one want to jettison his own language. We have about 500, more than 500 language. Then that's choose three. Wait, then that's choose three.
At that very stage,
I use create a pidgin English, Nigeria pidgin. It's still our constitution. So don't say they force you to speak anymore.
I don't agree with you a little bit. Let me adjust something.
This is what is documented. You are telling me not my word.
Now, at that stage of our life, no space was given to us to discuss anything with them. We don't discuss. They just decide what they want to do. So don't say
what you are talking about. You say you are reading this. What do you read? Which book are you reading? You are reading Stop Wikipedia. Wikipedia.
When was Nigeria named Nigeria?
1914.
It's not true.
It was amalgamated in 1940. I was in
Nigeria. Amalgamation is what happened in 1940. I don't think if you go to school, you learn. No.
It's not just tired me, Jerry.
1897 was when Flora Shaw named Nigeria. Before, we are according to our ethnicity. So it's not 1914.
See, the thing you have to understand is this. Even the wife of Lord Lugard, who named us that Nigeria, you may not really, I may not really be corrected that they name us that name, but when they name us that Nigeria area, officially they were almost running two separate countries from north and south, either directly or indirectly. And because those leadership were so successful in the northern part of Nigeria, no crisis, not too much problem, they decided to put us together. But that's not the point I want to draw out. But we are talking about, you even said it here, you said the language we were all learning together. Why are we arguing? The language they taught us in schools, as you said, during those days when we were together in the Western region as a whole, it was Yoruba language. And I don't think I'm disputing that.
Midwest, what is the meaning of that Nigeria?
According to the history they put, but they name it after the River Niger.
Niger area.
Yeah.
So what is different with that? What is the problem with that? Are we not in the Niger area?
No, okay, now
That is not the argument, and
Midwest,
that is not the issue we are discussing.
Midwest.
I don't know why you
So
asked
if
the question.
if you
No, I just want
agree,
to ask you because the way you what you are talking, I don't understand
What
anything.
Midwest,
I'm trying to present, what I'm trying to present before Simba is this: that during the whole period of colonization, the entire school in the western region were mandated to teach Yoruba language because they adopted it. It was easy for them because at Bishop Ajayi Crowder for years, even before this Berlin conference, they've been doing some levels of evangelism already, and the guy has been able to write books in those languages,
so
and they,
now
they see,
if people now speak, if they speak the language, let us agree with you. Yes, I agree with you that okay, that is the spoken language in those regions, the three regions: Igbo for the eastern region, Yoruba for the western region, and northern region Hausa. Fine. But for the fact that people are speaking the language doesn't make them the same.
I agree now. I
You
agree with you.
understand? For the fact that they speak Yoruba in the Midwest does not make you a Yoruba man.
Yeah, because the confusion here is this. You see what happened when they introduced this
So when
language.
you now speak a northerner that is speaking Hausa, you tell me now say, okay, all of them are Hausa. Is that is what we are trying to correct you?
No, I never said so. You didn't listen to me. What I said is that the most spoken language in the northern part of Nigeria is the Hausa language, and that's what I said. So, but they
The
have
official
numerous.
language, the official language.
Yes, they have numerous ethnic national. I said almost. I believe nearly the entire northern people they understand this language. I've never seen any northern person that cannot speak Hausa. They have
Midwest,
relatives there,
do you know
but not
why
in
you
a
are
large.
arguing
There are
this
so many
way?
of them that doesn't understand
Midwest,
the
you know
language.
why you are arguing this way is because after the independence, after Midwest carved away from the Western region, they started speaking their own language. And the language and the rest were prevalent in Midwestern region. But the problem the most Southern people have is that from that pre-colonial and colonial period, they already think that anybody that come above River Niger, they are Hausa. Anybody that come from Cross River, from the Yamiri, they are Igbo.
No, I mean we also have that mentality in the West too.
Yeah,
That
the
is
West.
what I'm
Yes,
saying.
when we
That
even
is
see all this
so,
Efi, Kibibio, we time everybody as
and you
Igbo.
are not
Even me, all
Igbo
my
at all.
life in the Southwest, they call me Yamiriti tomorrow, sir.
Uh-huh.
And you know
I tire.
they are not the same people at all in,
Mm.
in everything, in
But,
talking.
Midwest, so see, this thing we are arguing about language in Nigeria, all over the country, all over the world, all of them have different languages, but they have one lingua franca.
Mhm.
Even abroad, yes, Spain have different language, but they have one
No,
lingua
most
franca.
of them they don't
It's
want their
just because
language.
Nigeria, because nobody wanted to, they said when they,
See,
nobody wanted to leave his own, this thing, his own, jettison his own language. That's why they have to create that Wazobia and
Even
create,
in UK,
even
you
in
see
UK,
somebody, you say this one is
even
yeah,
Irish
UK,
yeah,
yeah.
English now.
yeah,
You say this one is
yeah.
Scottish
See
English.
the,
This one
the
is
Even
difference.
Irish, all of
The,
them
Islam.
the,
different, even
the,
village, some village to village, you know.
yeah,
So they have to have
I
only one
think
front for communication.
I may not be corrected, but I stand to be correct. Listen, see, you see those guys, those countries you use as an example, like Spain, the Spanish language is still theirs. They develop it on their own. I will tell you, the only language Nigerians are developing outside the earth is the Pidgin English.
That's supposed to be
Look
our
at
lingua
them in
franca.
the
It's on the constitution.
wait.
Sorry,
Just
Midwest, let me come in here before I forget. I want to correct, not correct, let me put this so that my brother that said, because Nigeria could not agree on one language, that's why they created Pidgin. That's wrong. Pidgin was
yeah.
created in Midwest during, uh, uh,
No.
hold
Go
on
to
now, hold
section
on,
9. No, go to
hold
section 9.
on,
No, it's
hold
there.
on,
It's not Midwest, I beg.
hold on. Midwest was created in Midwest and highly speaking in Midwest till tomorrow. Now the reason they rejected mid English, the British call it vernacular or broken English because the Midwestern refused to adopt the white man English. So we started speaking it. We adopted our own what's it called? Our own uh, choreography. That's called, we started IBDBF. We started our own choreography, started our own language. We do want to speak the way the British speak. Now, coming to the Coming to the Yoruba was stopped in 1925 in Midwest. Who introduced it was James Swart. All of you know James Swart in street in
This
Benin.
one,
That's why they
yeah.
emphasize his name. He
Yeah,
wrote
this
to
one.
come out that there should that there should Western Nigeria, yeah, but all Western Nigeria should adopt the Yoruba language because of their similarity. It was this guy, something Matthews, he still has school in Benin, setting his name scripted. He's the one that comes that came that wrote that no, it would be erroneous and wrong to put everybody in this region in together because these people are different people. He wrote that would stop it in 1925. But the problem was that St. Matthew, CMS, that they have CMS, Anglican, all their Bibles, their priests and all that were all Yoruba and Yoruba language. That one still continued since 60s. So that's why you see most people then our parents, they still speak one Yoruba.
One Yoruba, yeah.
So, so that's it. Broken English was created in Midwest because they're resistant to the British this thing, master. They don't want that colonial master to understand what they're saying. If you go to the north, they don't speak broken. Even our Western brothers, they don't speak pidgin. It was recently, it's either Yoruba or pure English. Go ask, see their parents. It's pure uh, uh, Queen's English or pidgin. Same in the East, either pure English or Igbo. It was
Yeah,
Midwest that was
my
speaking
brother, there
pidgin.
are some Yoruba today, they don't even speak that pidgin, apart from pure interior Yoruba. I've seen some. They don't speak apart from Yoruba language. They don't even understand that pidgin. Even in the north, it's still happening. But in the whole of Bende, you will never see anybody that can ever speak pidgin English.
So, One Piece. Good morning.
I think War Peace lost his communication. I don't know. War
Okay.
Peace, are you still there? Yeah.
Maybe when it comes back, so you can contribute to
even to be honestly speaking, you know, most of the books, history books about the western part of Nigeria, you will hear the word Oyo Empire. Now, before you describe people as an empire, it means there are some numerous kingdoms, somehow that come together to do things together. But today, we replace it with Yoruba. And that is to tell you, even documented the ethnic nationality that made up your empire as well. You said what? I didn't hear you.
No, I think you lost you a little bit. No, you're back now.
Okay. Those days, most of the history of the West, you will be hearing Oyo Empire. And when you describe empire, it's no longer a kingdom because many kingdoms are involved in those administrative system, ancient the monarchy systems, or whatever system they operate. But as time progresses, when the language called Yoruba continue to dominate, by the way, if people want to be honest, there are so many people within that Yoruba space. Those days, if you call them Yoruba, they are not happy.
Somebody wanted to ask me a question. I didn't lose signal. I'm in park with my kids. It was noisy. That's why I didn't answer. But
Okay,
ask me
you
the question. I'm
can
listening.
continue. You can continue.
No, you said you want to ask him a question now.
Somebody wanted to ask me a question. I'm listening. Ask me a question. I'll respond.
No, I was just saying no, hello, konnichiwa. How are things? It's been a while.
Konnichiwa, my brother. Genki des. It's fine. I'm fine. Sashobiri ne. So I'm fine. I mean, it's long time. Why Mr. Shubiri ne? I mean, long time.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Japanese.
Yeah. Japanese with that. I did one try learn at one time, but it's very complex language.
Please go ahead. I'm in a park. I'm in a park with my kids. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, it's there. What there? But this world is different though. They there. That's good. No, but because if you look at section now, the Nigerian Constitution, this section now, section 9, because it says trying there that three major language, the 371 ethnic group, more than 500 language, and three major language, which is also Igbo Yoruba, and Pidgin
Really?
English. Our yes now. Our
Section 9
lingua.
of the Constitution.
Yeah, section 9. We'll go and read that.
May I go read down because
He
I'm paying
said,
constitution for.
he said, our lingua franca. Our lingua franca is Nigeria Pidgin and correct English and English. Sorry, and English, British English or something like that. And that British English should be used in governments. Our lingua franca is supposed to be Nigeria Pidgin. That is way right in there. He said the British English will be used in the government, in an office, in all those things. So I don't. That's where I get my own from. So
Really, section. Well, okay, so the Nigerian Constitution.
yeah.
It must be well, first. Okay, let me go read this. Let me.
We are not disputing that. There are three major spoken language in Nigeria, but that does not mean we have three ethnic nationality. And again, we shouldn't mistake that for
And you will they argue that because you they look north. Because they speak outside all of them be outside. That is why they tell you not bring the argument. Now we are not one here.
I've never for once said that. Maybe you didn't understand what I was saying and you
Okay.
didn't allow.
Sorry if I didn't. That's what I'm getting from you.
Every Nigerian understand that in the northern part of Nigeria we have a lot of. In fact, Nigeria is an ethnic place. That's why the British were so confused because they don't even understand how our ancestors were able to create those empires and how they communicate with one another. Perhaps there might be some certain way they communicate. We lost it all. But however, you see, language evolve. All these Spanish you use as an example, they are also almost of one descendant. As time progressed, just the way the pidgin English emerged in Nigeria, it was not introduced to us. We created pidgin by ourselves. It was
That's
born out
supposed to
of
be our official language, our lingua franca.
So, as time progress, we will not develop this language into an official language and it become a general, and then that will make us one. That is the opportunity these guys you point to they are enjoying, like in the Scandinavia, in everywhere. So they
if
like
you go
somebody in
Midwest now, sorry to cut you short, please continue. See, if you go Liberia now, Liberia, all of them they speak that they are pidgin. If you go Guinea Conakry, all of them speak that they are pidgin, that they are they are pidgin. If you go Ghana, all of them speak that they are pidgin. If you go Cameroon,
Ghana is not trying to formulate their own pidgin. Let me tell you why Ghana was different. The Ghanaian did not pick three major language. The British just pick one. They developed that one for the whole of Ghanaians. You understand me? So they were speaking that Africa Chui. That's their language. They taught it in school. Even Ghanaian people who are 100 years old age, they can read their Bible in that language where they cannot even speak English. To tell you why their own is different. So that of Liberia you just use
But
as an example.
Ghana was much smaller in size and population,
I think,
and
yeah, I
not as
think so.
diverse as we are.
I think so. Yeah, it was not so as
no,
diverse as
Ghana
that
have
of Nigeria.
how many region Ghana have? No, about 9 region now. I think so.
I
Right
don't.
now,
They have tribe as well, but
but they are all
not
this
too.
region. You know, they are region. They have many region. They have
Yeah,
not
they
three
were
region.
not
They have many
that.
region. They are all upper west, south, east, west region, region, different region. But they now have one.
They were not too diverse like that of Nigeria, and it was not also so complex. That's my own assumption there anyway.
But India is no more diverse than Nigeria. Are they not coexisting? After the breakup, the Bangladesh, Pakistan.
Are we not coexisting as well? We are just trying to say how we can progress. That's why we come here to
Our
discuss.
coexisting is not coexisting. Our coexisting is just a politician.
I don't know. All my brothers are in Nigeria. If I want to travel to Nigeria, I go to Nigeria. We are still existing. I don't care whether somebody is a.
I know, but our coexisting, the politician looting the treasury. We, the citizen, we are not coexisting. That's why we cannot move the country, collect it from there.
Yeah, look at Liberia you use as an example just now. If you as a Nigerian person, you go to Liberia, you can't even communicate. I'm telling you, except you find those guys who are literate, then you have to ship them to the normal English because when they enter their language, this their English. Oh my man, you can't even get one sentence. It will take you a while to start understanding what they're saying. I'm telling you the truth. I was lost completely.
But they are using it now. All of them understand it. They have like
now
they have like a lingual hunger.
That language
We
they
don't have in
develop
Nigeria. That is our problem.
Yeah, that language they develop on, they are now put them together as one. Like in Nigeria space, it is now. If, for example, by now the British just arrived with this pidgin, you ask somebody what is this speaking is pidgin, they will just write pidgin people. I'm telling you the truth. That time,
If
there's nobody.
quickly before you know, I learned something new today. I didn't know that's when the Benin people or Delta people speak Pidgin English. It sounds like their first language. You guys speak it so well. So now I know it actually came from you guys. Nice to know. I tell people that Pidgin English is my first language, but I didn't know it actually came from you guys. That was great.
Yeah, Prince Ali, yeah.
And
It was developing
I didn't
Midwest.
know. Yeah, and I didn't know actually that wow, some parts of the country were uh, had to speak Yoruba as their, I guess, their official language. I didn't think I read that in social studies. I don't remember reading that. But and Simba is still there. Simba knows something like to play little tricks on us. Uh, you know, earlier Simba was talking like, his dad had a choice between a Christian school and a Muslim school, and he chose the Christian school. It's a lie. Just like Ross said, the kids that went to our Saruddin school, uh, not because they had a choice. If they had a Christian school next to them or nearby, they probably would have gone to a Christian school because their parents were Christians. The reason why they went to a Muslim school because that was the only school nearby, rather than have to go maybe 10, 20 miles to a different school. So it's not like it's a choice that no Christian and Muslims, they wanted to go to the same school. Now it's because of the proximity of the school that was next to them. That's why they went there. Simba's dad would have gone to a Muslim school if the one was nearby, not a Christian school. So just to point that out.
Okay, let me respond to you because you are a mischievous somebody. My children.
Please
let me tell you, no, wait now. My children that I sent to a Christian school, private or not even public, that they have to go for like almost 30 kilometers away from my house. They have to be paying transport. Is because of proximity?
No,
I don't know
in
why
this
you
case,
it's
probably a better. It's probably a better school. It's probably a better school. That's why you have to do it.
It's not a better school. I have a, let me tell you, it's just my choice. You always give reason. Okay, you said distance now. You are shifting go post. Now I say it's a better school. There are better school that I can.
Actually, I don't understand you. You say your kids 30 miles away. 30 kilometers away to school. Hold on. What is the is there in another school nearby that you do send your kids to? Why all the way 30 kilometers away? Why?
Because I like it. That is all. There are other schools even behind
just
my
like
house.
You say, it's preference, it's choice. And I said also, if you're
so I can
hold on, if your dad had a school, if there was a Muslim school nearby, I think your dad's parents or your dad would have chosen that school rather than a Christian school. Not because of anything. It's just that's the upbringing, that's the background. Nothing. I'm not making anything out of it. I'm just trying to point it out.
Why are you not seeing it from the sentiment that okay, people don't care, they just wanted to attend school and they don't see it from religious angle? Why are you like this?
It should have taken that angle, Simba. Naturally, we all default to our background in anything that we do. Don't pretend. It doesn't have to do with religion or nothing. Naturally, we will default to our background. So my point that if there was a Christian, a Muslim school nearby, I think your dad would have gone there, not because he hates it.
In fact, let me even tell you. Let me tell you what is going on, and you can fact check me. Muslim, when it comes to that, Muslims are more liberal than the Christians. When it comes to that, you will never see a Christian that will have some.
You lie, Simba. Listen.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie. It's something that I've tried.
Let me finish. Christian cannot go to Muslim school. Let me be realistic. Christian cannot go and register Muslim school.
Look at
the
makes
you think so?
Do you know Ansarudin? Do you know how many people go to Ansarudin?
Wait.
Do you know who? Do you know about
And they
Ansarudin
don't
schools?
speak the Arabic language.
No,
Say
you
the
know the
problem.
Ansarudin schools. Do you
Say
know the
the
Ansarudin schools? Do you know how
But
many
that,
people go to Ansarudin schools?
but
No,
that
I
was
don't.
then. Now we are not talking. We're
What
talking about now.
Ansarudin
These
school?
days.
You
Now that
people
was
need
there.
to
Like
respect.
what president
No,
said, there
not
was
then.
no
Till
school.
today. Till
There
today.
was no school. That is only the school in that area at that time. I started. Then what do you expect people to do? They must
No.
attend.
See. Wait, the problem is this. What's a Muslim school and what's a Christian school? Let's first find out.
Islamic, there is Islamic school. There is like a regime now. Is a Christian. Like all this one. This one.
See, that's the problem. Okay, see that your definition is already flawed.
No, let me.
Yes,
What? No. Let me.
you're mixing. What's the name?
No, it's
Ilekeu.
written there. You say Islamic
You're
school.
mixing Ilekeu to a
No, not
Muslim school.
Ilekeu. No, not Ilekeu. Islamic school. This is the wear uniform. Where this school? You have many in your state now. What are you telling me?
No.
Okay.
You know what Taro is trying to
Big
tell
grammar
you,
school.
German.
Yeah.
A Quranic school is even from a
Not
Muslim.
Quranic school. No, not Ilekeu. You go and read after school. You go to Afar side. No.
Anybody can go to a Muslim school then.
But
And many Christians go to Muslim
do you
schools.
ever see people out of that school that is not dressed? They have dressing formula. You understand? They must do that exam.
Uniform is uniform. Hey, wait. See, that's another problem. You are conflicting uniform. Uniformity is for the purpose of uniformity. The school sets a standard for the uniform based on the principles that they set. If you want to be a student in that school, you follow the uniform. And if they tell you as a woman you cover your head, there's nothing wrong. Christians used to cover their head when I was young. I don't know when Christians stopped covering that. When it stopped being improper for Christians not to cover their head.
Even that uniform.
When I was young, that's the point of uniforms, to speak volume. I went to school in Nigeria. We didn't wear a tie. When I moved to school as a teenager in this country, we wore a tie. And you wore a jacket, and that is the uniform. And you're expected to be neat. You're expected to.
I'm talking about private school, not government school. That is.
Yes, it doesn't matter. School. It doesn't matter what organization you're in. The school, workplace, whatever it is. The purpose of a uniform is the same. It's for uniformity and identity, and it's a standard that is set by the organization. What motivates you, the uniform could be religious, it could be social, it could many things motivate the standard that is set by a school, but that is just its uniform. In Nigeria, like I said earlier on, we chase shadows. We spent about 1 hour over here talking about religion, the height of nonsensity.
Aro, that is what we do now. We always say we can't somehow be fair to one another when it comes to ethnicity, religion, or what have you. You understand? I was trying to tell things that day. It started twisting it. If you go to the universities in Nigeria today, we have a lot of religious universities. Go and take the census of the Muslim and the Christian in those universities. You discover that you find more Muslim in a Christian university, and I doubt if you in fact the percentage that you will see in a Muslim, I doubt if you won't see any Christian going to any Muslim university in Nigeria.
No, I think Simba, we are confused.
That makes a lot of sense because Christian schools are more accessible and probably much easier to communicate as well
Simba, I think the reason why we are confused about
when you talk about tolerance, let me tell you, it's only that because, and that was why he was calling me. He said because I'm a bad person, I'm a wicked person because I'm a Muslim. That was what he said earlier.
No, that was just that was a joke, and he never.
That is not a joke. It's a snide comment. It's a snide comment. Simba, don't let anyone.
Let me tell you, that is the mentality of an average Christian. I'm very sorry to say.
Nah lie, you talk. That is not what it. No.
Don't listen to our road. Come on, don't listen to our road. That's all BS. Come on, that's.
But that's not the first time you've said it. The fact that you repeated it multiple times will suggest that you believe it.
Just like you have to say back. Just like you have Christian in your family, I have Muslim in my family too. So don't get confused. Don't get confused,
You
okay?
probably don't respect them anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, let me
Bro, I beg,
no
stop.
Yeah,
I
that
beg,
that one.
stop.
no problem. Please, Daddy, there's no problem. No problem. We are just
Simba,
talking.
Simba.
Eh?
The reason why we
Simba,
are
don't believe
confused.
him, or don't believe him for one
I
second.
know
Don't turn
him
your back
now.
to him.
I know him.
Don't turn your
Simba,
back to
He's
him, he'll
very
stab you in the
funny.
back.
He's a funny guy.
Simba,
Yeah, I know him.
Simba. The thing is this,
Uh,
These Christian Muslim schools we are describing, I think we are confusing ourselves because there are fundamental schools dedicated for religions purpose. That one is a different thing. If the owner of a school is a Muslim, that does not mean he's running a Muslim schools or people leading a school. And if the owner of a school is a
let me.
Christian,
Sorry, I'm not cutting you short. Let me tell you. Let me
yeah,
tell you one. My daughter, one of my daughter attended Afe Babala University.
yeah,
I hope you know Afe Babala University.
yeah,
It's not named as a religion university. It's named after him.
no,
Do you
yes,
understand? But
yeah.
if you see the way the Muslim students in that school are being victimized, one, they have church in that university, though, but they don't provide where the Muslim can pray for them.
That is
They don't
bad.
even in the university, not even a primary or secondary school, oh, they don't even allow them to cover their head. Not cover as in ordinary scarf to tie on your head like this. They will not
Then
allow
they
them.
should remove that to find a balance. They should remove the church.
But Simba, didn't it when we were young? Didn't
But
all
I
this
will say this, their
CAC?
culture, yeah, now.
When we were young, did CAC and all this what they used to cover their heads now? When I was young,
I'm
CAC, all
telling
these
you what
CAC
is like
people and all this
life.
all
I'm
these
telling you what
CAC,
is happening in
and co used to
America.
cover their head.
But
So when did we
those are
Aro,
and
small, those
please
are
let me,
church now. Those
Aro,
are sister in Christ,
Aro, no,
SU
wait a
sister,
minute.
brother in Christ, sister in
Aro,
they
you
Christ.
used
know
to
what?
cover head now. CAC used to cover head
Aro,
and what they call these other
But
people where they
deeper
don't wear
life,
jewelry.
all those
Deeper
deeper
life.
life.
yeah,
But so,
The reason is this: generally, 80s, all the Christians in my state, Edo, all of them cover their hair. You know the reason. That's why I said, based on our culture, those days, women naturally they were raised to cover their body, dress modesty, and that culture was in them. And as we embrace this new something, they continue to water it and water it and water it. That's why you're asking this question today.
Hey,
And
but
that's what I was referring to.
Midwest, why should somebody like Afe Babalola be engaging in that kind of mundane things in a university that you have a lot of Muslim? You did it when you
It's,
advertise. You didn't say that okay, it's predominantly for Christian.
it is heartbroken that I didn't
I
even
don't
know
say,
this
don't say
person.
majority of maybe they don't like that hijab. That hijab is what most Christians
It's
don't
not
like.
No,
No.
hijab.
I'll tell you, Simba, let me tell you this. Let me
Simba,
Like
let me
my children don't use hijab. But they don't allow
Simba.
them to even
No,
tie
Simba.
ordinary scarf on their head.
Yes, Simba.
Do
The
they
thing is
allow
this.
them to wear wig?
No,
Simba. So when
Simba.
they were
The
wig,
thing.
can they
The,
wear
And they
no,
wig?
were
the,
weak.
Simba.
When they were weak.
Simba.
Uh-huh.
Simba.
That means say,
I
woman,
agree.
this
I
old Baba
agree.
said.
Simba,
Simba.
wait. I I agreed 100% for the school to set up a standard that said women should not, don't reflect anything that have to do with religion. But what I don't like is that why should they give a space for a church and they don't give a space for Muslims to pray? So the best thing is to
So
throw away that church and let that place be free from religion.
But let me respond to you, and I'll respond. And this is something I once said in a group, one of the school groups I was in, when some Muslim students said that they were not allowed to use the hijab, and I said Nigerians confuse what secularity really means. One of the guarantees in the constitution, because I actually just finished reading the Nigerian constitution, and one of the fundamental rights is the fundamental right to self-expression. If Nigeria was a serious country, Afebola will be taken to court. Even though he's a senior lawyer, I'm pretty sure in a Supreme Court case, he will not win. Because in a school like Afebola University, well, you can say it's a private institution, as long as it does not benefit from any government funding. Even at that, you cannot exclude and you cannot be latently discriminatory. But because in Nigeria, we don't follow laws, and in Nigeria, we don't have an office of the public prosecutor, that actually goes out there to make sure that the fundamental rights are protected, irrespective of who you are. Nigerians confuse secularity with meaning being Western. No, I don't know. I don't know. If you ask us in Nigeria to define what secularity means, and they can't explain it. Because look at people. If I'm a Shango worshiper now, I'll be discriminated against by the state in Nigeria. As a Shango worshiper, the Nigerian state actively discriminates against me. As an Ogun worshiper, as a traditionalist,
my brother. See, the what I believe in Nigeria issue is that they just pick pen and paper. You know, we have talented people that can write. They just write law. They don't push it how they're going to implement them. Like what Simba just said. Like that school, I who said it. They're supposed to take that man to court. Because the thing I hate is that you allow a church to be built in that place and you refuse a mosque. That aspect, it should be treated. But for people, the way they should dress. Yeah, even if we have any constitution, there are still some, if you go deep, maybe the people have right to set up a standard, how they want to run their things. That is good. But that discrimination of you allow Christians to have a place to worship and you never provide for Muslims, and maybe people who also said we want to demonstrate our traditional heritage one day or tradition, this thing, you just use, no, we shouldn't accept that. You cannot just because you own the school and be traumatizing people for nothing, you know.
Midwest, let me even tell you an incident that happened when I was in the university. On a Friday, you understand, a lecturer fixed an exam for the time of Jumat on a Friday. And if you now see reactions of people, what is the motive behind that? If people now reacted, then they will say, "Oh, these people are very, they are very, well, how will I put it now? Violent. They are very violent. It's every time they fight." You know, there are certain ways that people, the subtle way of instigating things that can lead to serious violence. Do you know what happened that day? All the Muslim in that class, Muslim students, they back out of that exam. Why should you do that? You understand? Nigeria, we say Nigeria, yes, there was no, Friday was not declared a public holiday in Nigeria. But that hours of maybe between 12 and 2 o'clock, give it to them for their prayer. People
Simba,
don't, you know, that subtle way people don't respect
Simba,
one another. And those are the things that constitute fight.
yeah. Yeah, Simba, what I would say is that like me, like from Edo and Delta, we don't care about that Friday. But however, person like me, if I'm that lecturer and it happens that in my class, I know very well I have Muslims who always use this very particular hour to pray, I will consult with them and reason with them and tell them, look, on this Friday, I'm facing this exam, and I will make it very clear why I should do it. Perhaps, you know, some people don't have.
To me, I
Yeah.
think that religion should be banned totally in all, whether private or public institution. Ban them,
Yes.
whether Friday, ban them totally. That's what they should do. And
Should
people
never
should be,
be able
as
to.
a secular
The
state.
issue is this.
Let me finish first.
The issue
Simba,
is this.
let me finish
Okay.
first. As a secular state, that thing is causing a lot of division in Nigeria. If we must tell ourselves the truth, whether it's a private university or public university, any institution, no religion, even on Sunday, no church activity, nothing. Let it be fair to all. But when it's like you said now, After Babylon is a private university, but it's more or less they are tinting toward Christianity. They don't want the students that they pay huge amount of money to practice their own religion. That is totally unfair. And I think a lot of these private universities are copying or doing similar things. If you continue to check them one after the other, it's unfair. And when you talk about discrimination, these are also discrimination against Muslims in the South,
what
especially yes. So
it
it's
just means that
unfair.
those institutions can never access any government funded. So, for instance, all these student loans, they
My brother,
cannot
no,
They
you
shouldn't
talk.
give them
You
now.
talk.
They shouldn't give them.
You talk.
Why should
They
they be
can.
You.
private institution? They should not. Because if you send your kid to a private institution, that means, especially university, that means you have the power, the financial power to do that. So they shouldn't allow them to Because if they allow them, they just jack their tuition fee to like 10 million per session. No, they shouldn't
But
allow them to do
And
that.
that
so
is
if they jack it to 10 million, so government will pay 10 million for one where they
I
can
don't
pay.
know.
No,
I don't know.
it's not. They
I'm
cannot
just
just because of that jack it up now.
but you can see the way they are jacking their money from 1 million now to 3 million
he's just
per
talking
session,
about
5 million. For what reason?
the
What are they
inability.
teaching them there?
What he's trying to point is the inability of the government to put a cap to the way they behave, the way they misbehave. So that's why he
They
said
have
they
to
will jack the money,
regulate
and
them
they
very
do it.
well. Some one of my friends'
Yeah, you know,
son,
Nigeria use dollar
he
rates now
said
for everything now.
he said he wanted to go to private university. He now check Adeleke University. Do you know the tuition fee per session? 5 million naira. I just laughed.
Which course? Which
My friend
course?
said this boy want to kill me.
Which
Five
course?
million naira for one session.
Which
Adeleke
course?
University. Uh, is it not I forgot the name of the course. Me, I tell the father, say, let your son go
For
and redo
one
the jam.
year, let me tell you, for 1
Go and
year
do jam
for my
again.
daughter, let me tell you, for 1 year for my daughter in Afe Babalola, I think for accommodation alone is I paid 600K. One room, oh,
Is
600K.
it only her in the
Accommodation
room,
alone.
or how many people share a room?
I think two of them share a room. Two.
Okay, continue.
And each one of them will pay 600K. So that means for one room, that is 1.2 million.
Yes.
You
But
understand?
why don't you rent outside campus
No,
for them?
it's a law. None of
They
them is
won't
allowed to
allow.
live outside.
But they have one in Oyo that my sister is going now. Is affiliated to Baba
Wait
Afe
now. Let me
Babalola
tell
too.
you. Let me tell you the
It's
rule
off
in that
campus.
school. The way they do the way Afe Babalola is regulated.
They are
Nobody is allowed to
exploiting
live
them.
out campus. One, you understand? You are not allowed to cook in the school, so you must buy food.
Yeah.
By fire, by
And it will
the
not
food
be
is
cheap.
it good? Is their
What are you
food is it
saying?
good
A
enough?
meal is like 2.5 now, so you know how much
Mogbe.
you will be paid.
And people say Nigeria government are not trying. In UI, it can take UI for the students. I even when meat that is not even student, I want them to eat every time. You know how much is a meal? 250 naira.
If you have any child in Afe Babalola on
University of Ibadan.
upkeep alone for every month, you can't spend less than 200K.
They
Jesus.
want to. You see now that is exploitation. It's too much for God's sake. Well,
the only thing
God.
they allow them to bring, maybe you bring gari that you can drink, you can bring conflicts, but you cannot cook anything.
Too
Other
Only
far.
than
they see
water.
meat.
Do they
You
have
know
a
what?
good water?
I
If they
regret
see meat inside your toast,
defending that man. Oh, yeah, can Jackie Farrington kó ṣépè fún man yẹn dáadáa ni. We are regret even defending him.
Fire to me. Should be worried. No. That is same
You
thing now.
see,
Don't mind that one
Simba,
pretending that it's an
Simba,
activist. Oh.
Simba, what you are describing cut across the entire country, and it cut across the mindset of all capitalists across the world. What comes to their mind is
Yes.
profit.
So
It is now left for the government. That's why the government have to come
what can
in.
the government do? Sometimes you
Government
are living in
will
Western world. The
government will
same
put
thing, Gary.
policy. Government will put
Wait,
policy.
I'm going.
The
It's
people that will go.
capitalism.
No,
I'm going.
Look
Government
at
will put policy. Government will put policy. Those who will go to inspect and are supposed to bring a report to the government, they will bribe those one. Those one will come with a good
okay.
report.
Let me
That
give you an
everything is
example of
okay.
Finland. Let me give you an example
Wait.
of Finland that I live here. Finland here is free education up to university level. But for working class people, whether rich or poor, everybody go to the same school. So because here, the working class, they tax the hell out of you. The
No
way they
private,
tax us
no
here, do
private
you
schools
think they
now.
can, listen, do you think they can tax Nigeria like that? The personal income
but
can be up to about 53% of your income.
No.
So
See,
it's
Remy,
not easy, okay?
Remy,
Midwest.
I'm
So
going
that
somewhere.
child,
I was
that
going.
child, that my daughter that I'm talking about, sorry, Midwest, now
Yeah.
is outside Nigeria. He's schooling in one of the Western world today. That scarf that they said they should not tie, they allowed it to. They are tying it wherever they are now. But
Yeah.
in our own
See,
country, we don't allow such thing to happen.
yeah. See, Simba. See, sometimes when we come here, if you say we should not hold our government accountable,
or being responsible for all these things, sometimes I get confused. Now, we have to study the mindset of people that set up a business. No matter how good that business is or the contribution to the society, that capitalist mindset of making profit by all costs, you can't take it away. This is how God, I think God
But
wires
the issue
everyone.
is that I don't have any
But,
problem with anybody. Wait now, Midwest.
yeah,
If you are getting your money, it's not about money. Let me tell you, but you have to get value for the money, and you have to be
yeah,
fair to everybody. You understand?
no, this, this is why, like Finland is used as an example. Let him start going into their law. The government have to come in with a modality that, look, you must do it this way. You understand me? And everybody will now be forced to follow that pattern. That's why we are praising them. In our place, people can, even pastor can just wake up overnight. You see them talking sometimes. Those days I used to enjoy, but this time around, because of years of traveling, I will be asking where is this man from? Because what he's saying doesn't make sense to me anymore. You understand me? But
Because those
because
that are
we are
supposed to
into that,
oversight now, they are the one now. Government
yeah,
will make policy. Don't
the
expect
people,
governor to go there and be oversighting them.
I,
And
I,
those who will make oversight, those are the problem of
I
the country.
yeah, I never use the word governor because there are standard to something, method. There are ways. This is what we want. This man have labor. He has built university. He want to help people. He want to try to develop people. Yes, he must have that profit making idea. We cannot stop him not to make profit. But this law must be put in place. This procedure must be put in place to avoid exploitation. In Nigeria, we don't have it. From your marketplace, go to market. You buy a bag of cement. Somebody have already put a tiny hole, reduce some kg from it, pump whatever he likes, and put it there. If you don't know, you buy. You go to where they sell bag of rice. Some people will be measuring rice with cup for you. Before you know, you turn the back of the cup and measure it and add it and count everything for you. So this is what we are in a very
So
bad
how
situation.
government now regulate that one? That we don't know you want to talk up of rights. Those are criminal
How
mindset, my brother.
the one I have seen, because I've that is why I've traveled a lot within West Africa. Those days when I was in Senegal, you see all those shops, like we just open shop from everywhere from Lagos to Maiduguri. Those ones selling food inside, like in Senegal. That's why I say if you go to these countries, they are poor, you will see some advanced idea from them. Those shops,
Organized.
what they do is this. Yes, before you have the permit, there are permits to all of them. If you are selling sugar, you will measure that sugar. You don't measure it instantly. You put it, you already measure them 1 kg to 2 kg. You selling rice, you do all these things, you shade them in your shop. You get what I'm saying now? No, they have more than 3 institutions that they may not even come like a whole year, but when they are coming, they come with different, like journalists, they come with different, that is people that can expose what they are doing. Once they land in that shop, they just pick what you put there and put in scale. If it is minus, your license is gone, and they will jail you for it. Those days, I'm talking about 90s. I mean to say, if you are moving in the street of all this country, you don't have their ID card. The police control you, don't bring. This from there to prison. It is that place they will do it for you. 90s, I'm telling you, I don't know if how far they have gone now. You can't even sell one land for 2 people in those places because of measures they put in place. So some of the things, because if those guys allow their country to be run like the way we do,
But
because we have
sorry, my brother, that is the problem. Sorry, Midwest. That is the problem Nigeria have. They should have done it the way the Western world do it. You can't supposed to be, Nigeria. Nobody's supposed to be buying land from individual. You want to buy land, you want to go to local governments. Local governments are supposed to be the one selling land for people.
those
If you want
people
to sell
have
your land, take those documents to local government. Then we
yeah.
know that this land is genuine.
Look at the
Everybody must
method
go to local government, not individual.
look at the method they use. For example, now Ogbomosho, there is an area, private people land. The government have designated it for development. So what they do, the government will do their survey. You own the land, oh. The people own the land. They've documented it already. They will survey the land. They will do the seal of O. They will do everything. And those things will already be in the archives of the state. You see? So when somebody want to buy land, there are due procedure. In that due process, that is when they will find out who owns the land, what you want to buy, because you will pay money for all these things. And finally, we will give you an authorization from institution.
And that authorization is what you and that person are going to use for the agreement and make the payment. And once you do that, everything is settled.
Yeah.
Well,
If I
So
can chime in real quickly. So,
tomorrow,
okay.
tomorrow
So,
you want to pass this through process and you want to sell the land to another, everything will knock. It cannot work. In our place, we just draw tape. The government is not even aware. Nobody know the topography, whether erosion will chase people to man. Once erosion start, well, government come, you not do road. So my brother, a lot of things is totally messed up. Even this task that Remin is talking
yeah,
about.
let me make a point real quickly. So,
Okay.
in America, right? I guess in England also, there are some private institutions that get a lot of money from the government, billions of dollars, a lot of money. They're private, or the private institutions, they make their own decision, whatever. But recently, the Trump administration put
You
a
take
demand on Harvard and some other institutions like Columbia University because they were discriminating against some,
near 10 p.m., 9
let's
p.m.
say, Jewish students or some students in their institutions, right? So the government was able to put pressure on them and also pull their funding and some money they get. So
we bring it to
I say that to ask a question. After Babalola University, does Nigerian government fund them in any way? Sinbad, you would know. Or any other person.
Well, I don't think they get direct funding, but I won't be surprised if some of their lecturers don't get TED fund. So it is possible that some of their lecturers draw from the TED fund, because I think the TED fund applies generally. And some of those lecturers, they kind of moonlight as well in state universities. So it is possible that they get funding, but that it's not direct, if you get what I mean.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, so it sounds like after Babalola University is strictly a private university. So if individual professors or lecturers get funding, I think it's not directly to the school. Harvard it gets direct funding from the United States government, not for individual lecturers or whatnot. So it's a private institution in every way, in every respect. Therefore, they are allowed to make their own laws. If they don't think people should be wearing hijab or whatever, I think as a private institution, they can do so without being discriminatory in any way. After all, I mean, Ojula, right? So they have to know what people are thinking. They can't be walking around with a jab on their head and they don't know what they're thinking. It's totally fair.
You do know that hijab doesn't cover
oh
the
my
eyes.
God, Prince
You
Daddy,
know, you,
you
you
are
know
not here
hijab
to
don't.
fire Simba.
You don't say hijab not the cover person for eye, Prince Daddy. You are confusing
Well,
hijab and
I know it doesn't cover their eyes, but if they're hiding their face, they have to be exposed. You know, we have
you
to know what
don't
they're
hide your
thinking.
face. All you are doing is hiding your head, your scalp. It's like I'm wearing a cap. So do they ban caps as well?
That is different. That is different. You know.
Well, that is all it is. It's just a head covering. That is what it is. It's a head
But
covering.
for religious purpose now, it's not a covering. For religious purpose.
It's you know one funny thing. I know a girl. Okay,
That's the problem. That's where the problem comes in. We have to.
I know.
You
I
can't.
know. You see, it's a personal thing. I don't even think to the best of my understanding, nobody can force you to wear one. And if anybody ever tries to force you to wear one, they are sinned against God. So they're not going to even enter. They're not going to enter a journal. So nobody can force you to wear one. I know a family. The mother doesn't wear a hijab. The father, the sisters don't. But one of the sisters does. It's her own personal choice. Nobody forced her to do it. It's just a personal choice. I didn't always know how to wear it. She started wearing it one time, and that's that. It's a commitment that she made.
But in North, the Christian and the Muslim, they wear hijab. All of them.
Because it's a cultural thing. I don't know why. Like I said, when I was young, the CAC, all the women used to wear head covering. In fact, when I was young, if a woman goes to church and she doesn't cover her head, it's like I don't even know. Even in some churches, they won't let you even enter. Anglican, no, they won't even let you enter the church if you don't have your head covered. Yeah, even till today. So it's very hard. Like when it now it's very hard. It's a very, I find it very hard. This whole thing
But
you see
I
people
know
just
not
doing.
even in the school, in the street, in their school, both the Christian, even Christian school, all of them they wear hijab in the north. So they don't must wear it. It's just their culture there. Mm. You must wear hijab. Being a Muslim or a Christian, you must wear hijab in the north.
Well, I think even if you look at the history of it, okay, head covering, okay, it's it's actually so it's a shame that a lot
But
of us
that
don't.
is why majority of people from the south now we look them in the north that all of them are they are Muslim. You know.
No, you see, one thing about it also is even in the south, a lot of us, even in the northerners and Muslims, a lot of people don't understand the principles of the doctrines that that no, nobody. It's not in the Quran apparently. Do you know why people cover their heads in sub-Saharan and humid areas? To protect the skin and to protect the hair from excessive heat.
But those in the Sahara is understandable now. Even the
what is so different about us?
the dust and all those things over there, you know, all those desert
That is
area.
that is what inspired it. And we talk about Christianity. Christianity obviously is a Semitic religion as well, and it has been inspired by. It is the same thing that inspired that one that inspired us. We don't, all of us, we just practice these religions ignorantly. That's the funny thing about it. It's just ignorantly, just blatant ignorance.
But me, I don't see anything wrong with that one because here in the UK now, you see even here that is not a Muslim country, you see majority of all the Muslims here they wear the hijab, they tie their head. Nobody, even those ones that wear full black up to you know, they are all here. So I don't see that they even quarrel with them. They go to office, they don't. But I don't know
Okay,
why in Nigeria.
look at people that from there's this the sheiks or whatever called the Sikhs or whatever called they call them. They cover their hair as well. The men cover their hair. They never unwrap their hair.
The
And
Jews as well.
So it is. I mean, I don't know why in Nigeria we just can't tolerate each other's personal choice. Yeah. Everything is.
We don't know how to respect. The problem we have in Nigeria, we don't know how to respect culture. That's why we